Nobody will be able to participate. They'll be able to see.
Everyone can participate. We won't be able to see that.
So it'll be essentially, a listening to,
Like a conference call.
Got it for a second. There's Jess. We love you, Jess.
You just turn the camera around the other way?
yeah, which was just.
It's all good. We ready?
Yep.
Well, thank you all for your patience. In accordance with Section 5 of the Open Publics Meeting Act, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board in Town Hall and forwarding to the officially designated newspapers that this meeting would take place at Town Hall at 7 p.m. today, Tuesday, June 21st, 2022. Meeting details and the draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call vote, please.
Rufus?
Here.
Deputy Mayor Phil Egley?
Here.
Mr. Benaya?
Here.
Mr. Wasserman?
Here,
Mayor Higgins?
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. I request the Township Committee revise the agenda this evening to move up the public comment period to earlier in the agenda and prior to consideration of our consent agenda resolutions. May I have a motion to approve the agenda as revised to move up public comment period?
motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to allow for second public comment tonight at the end of the meeting.
And I would like to second that.
Gentlemen? Roll
I'd
call
like,
vote,
in
please.
case everyone didn't hear me, I'd like to have a second public comment at the end of the meeting.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Rufus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Phil Egley?
Yes.
Mr. Benaya?
No.
Mr. Wasserman?
No,
Mayor Higgins?
No. Thank you.
And Mayor, I have one other question. Who is giving in the proclamation for the Community Service Award tonight?
I am, as a library liaison,
So
but
I'm, that's like, I don't understand how that happened because usually, and this is so awesome that the Friends of Millburn are here tonight
Mhm.
of the library, but in all my time that I've been here, it's always been the community service liaison from the Township Committee Board. And I'm not sure how that decision, I understand that you serve on the library board.
Mhm.
But we've never done that. There was no discussion about it. I don't understand how that all happened. And I really think,
I was asked to do it, Ms. Prupus.
oh, by who?
Ms. Gaddy asked me to do it, so
So I actually asked Ms. Gaddy and she said that's not true, that you went to her and asked it. And Diane actually recommended it to that they get the Community Service Award. And I just think that I don't understand how everything keeps changing this year.
nothing's
And
changing.
everything, yes, lots is changing in the way things have always been
Prupus?
run. Oh, you don't like what I'm saying?
No,
Would you like me to stop?
no, what I'd like to do is continue on with the motion for the minutes, that we have a very heavy agenda this evening, and it looks
Okay,
to
well,
be
I would
that there are
like
a
to
lot
make
of
a
people.
motion that Diane gets to give that the
Make the
proclamation
motion. Go ahead.
as it has always happened for the
Make the motion,
community.
please.
I'm in the middle of making the motion.
Okay, please do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, I'm gonna take my time, okay?
Please.
Awesome. So I would like to make the motion
Sure.
that Committee Woman Diane Eglo, who is the liaison to the Community Service Committee, who has always presented the proclamations, happened the entire year that I was here and the last 3-4 years that I've served on the Township Committee. So I would like to make that motion that she tonight presents the proclamation. Of course, it's signed by you, Maggie, to the Friends of, please don't interrupt me, to the Friends of the Millburn Library tonight.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Rufus?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Phil Egley?
Yes, I'd be honored to do it.
Mr. Benaya?
No.
Mr. Wasserman?
no,
Mayor Higgins?
No. Thank you. Okay.
So everything's
Um,
changing. There's like,
May I have
No.
a motion to approve the April 5th, 2022 regular Township Committee minutes? May I have a motion?
Motion?
May I have a second?
second,
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Abstaining. I wasn't present at those meetings.
April 5th. Thank you. May I have a motion to approve the April 5th Special Township Committee minutes? May I have a motion?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Abstentions?
I'm abstaining because I was
Okay.
not at those. meetings.
Thank you. Thank you. Committee Woman Chair Elaine Becker, would you like to say a few words for the Friends of the Millburn Library, please? Thank you.
Okay, I'm Elaine Becker, Chairman of the Community Service Award Committee. And tonight we are very pleased to have our presentation of the award to the Friends of the Millburn Library. They've been around since 1970, well, not the same people, but 1979. And I think that they well deserve our award, and we are very pleased to have with us tonight Dorothy Kelly, who is the president of the Friends of the Library, and Sapna Gupta, who is the vice president of the Friends of the Library. So if they would come up and we'll read the proclamation.
Whereas the Millburn Township Committee values the contributions of volunteers in the township and wants to recognize outstanding accomplishments of volunteers in our community. And whereas the Friends of the Millburn Public Library was founded in 1979 in order to provide programs and support to the mission of the Millburn Library. And whereas the Friends of the Millburn Library is a nonprofit membership-based organization numbering more than 300 members, which supports endeavors to assist bringing the library into the community, such as Little Free Libraries at Taylor Park, Short Hills Railroad Station, and the community pool during the summer, that have books to borrow. And whereas the Friends of the Millburn Library invites residents to read the current book of the month chosen by the Fireside Book Club from October to May and join in the discussion after reading the book, residents can also take part in the summer reading program. And whereas another offering of the Friends of the Millburn Library for elementary students is instructions in learning and playing chess on Saturdays from 1 to 5 p.m. And whereas Friends of the Millburn Library also provide to library members passes to museums such as the Intrepid, the New York Historical Society, the Guggenheim, the Metropolitan Museum of Art, Storm King, and more, as well as discounts to a variety of local stores. And whereas the Friends of the Millburn Library set up a founders program to assist with ancillary expenses that could not be met in the recent renovation of the Millburn Library. Now, therefore, I, Maggie Miggins, Mayor of the Township of Millburn, on behalf of members of the Millburn Township Committee and our community on this 21st day of June, 2022, extend gratitude and praise to the Friends of the Millburn Public Library for their extensive opportunities for learning afforded to children and adults and elevating the quality of life in the Township of Millburn. Thank you very much.
So can you hear me? All right. On behalf of the Friends of the Millburn Library Board, I wish to thank the Township Committee for this honor. I would also like to recognize our predecessors, earlier boards, who had the foresight to form a Friends group 43 years ago and dedicated their time to supporting the Millburn Free Public Library. Friends has always been a dynamic group committed to enhancing our library's role within the Millburn community. Those who know me know that I am passionate about our library. There are few things that make me happier than being surrounded by books or talking about libraries. Fortunately, our Friends Board shares this enthusiasm. We will be happy to sing the praises of our wonderful library as loudly or for however long we are permitted. We will also strongly advocate for support to improve and enhance the library's programs. We have an amazing library, but there's always more we can do. As important as it is to bring the community into the library, it is equally important to bring the library out to the community. One of the critical goals of Friends in recent years has been to look for innovative ways to connect with people outside the physical confines of 200 Glen Avenue. Help us do this. Take advantage of the Little Free Libraries. Visit us at the Farmers Market and National Night Out. Support our local merchants, many of whom have partnered with us in our member merchant program. And please, please visit the newly renovated library. It is a wonderful space. It is really fantastic. I'm gonna indulge me in a quote here from Susan Orlean, who says, "Libraries are what is best about us as a society. Open, exciting, rich, informative, free, inclusive, engaging." Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Meggins and the Township Committee. And I would like to thank also Diane and Jackie Lever for nominating us for this Community Service Award. I would like to also thank our director, Millburn Library Director, Mike Bennett, who is present here supporting us always. And thank you to everyone. And it's really a big honor for all of us. We all worked very hard and continue support Friends of Millburn Library, in short, supporting Millburn Library. Thank you.
I'd just like to add, when we sat down to meet with Sapna and Dorothy, we were meeting for a couple of hours. We probably could have stayed for a couple more hours discussing everything that you do, what you accomplish. It's really amazing. And I was pleased to put you up for this nomination because the more recognition you get, the more our library gets used, the renovation, there's just so much that you do, and we are forever thankful. So thank you.
So, Mr. Danik, I don't know that you've ever been in the, I don't know that I've ever seen you in the township committee room. So maybe you want to just, I would love for you to just say hello and say who you are, and just for our viewers at home and everything, if you just introduce yourself.
Come on up.
To the, right here, if that's okay.
Front and center.
Sorry to put you on the spot, but I was,
That's okay. It's not the first time I've been put on the spot.
okay.
Where should I direct my comments?
Oh, the camera's that way. So if you just want to.
Well, the cameras aren't
Shift
working.
around
Oh,
the
the
other way.
camera, oh, they can't see us?
Well, good evening,
We're
everybody.
not
Oh, the cameras aren't on, so you could just talk to the room, it's fine.
Good evening, everybody. I do want to thank the committee for acknowledging the hard work that the Friends do. And I'm pleased to be here tonight to show my support to them. As much as they support the library, I'm so grateful. Everybody needs friends, right?
That's right.
And we have an excellent friends group with the Millburn Library. And if you aren't a member, I would encourage you to look into joining. It's a great association, and it's something that you can really feel good about being a part of. So, and if you haven't been to the renovated library, please do stop by 200 Glen Avenue and see our excellent and very inviting new space. Thank you.
Thanks,
Thank
Mr.
you all.
Bennett. Mr. Benayak, you are to present a award to Chairman Romano from the Rec Department. Thank you, Mr. Romano.
Good evening, all. I'm here to read the proclamation for rec. Whereas parks and recreation is an integral part of communities throughout this country, including the township of Millburn. And whereas parks and recreation promotes health and wellness, improving the physical and mental health of people who participate in recreation programs. And whereas parks and recreation promotes time spent in nature, which positively impacts mental health by increasing cognitive performance and well-being and alleviating illness such as depression, attention deficit disorders, and Alzheimer's. And whereas parks and recreation encourages physical activities by providing space for popular sports, hiking trails, swimming pools, and many other activities designed to promote active lifestyles. And whereas parks and recreation programming and education activities such as out-of-school time programming, youth sports, and environmental education are critical to childhood development And whereas Parks and Recreation increases the community's economic prosperity through increased property values, expansion of the local tax base, increased tourism, the attraction and retention of businesses, and crime reduction. And whereas Parks and Recreation is fundamental to the environmental well-being of our community, and whereas Parks and Recreation is essential and adaptable infrastructure that makes our communities resilient in the face of natural disasters and climate change. And whereas our parks and natural recreation areas ensure the ecological beauty of our community and provide a place for children and adults to connect with nature and recreate outdoors. And whereas the US House of Representatives has designated July as Parks and Recreation Month, and whereas the Township of Millburn recognizes the benefits derived from parks and recreation, now therefore be it resolved by the Township of Millburn that July is recognized as Park and Recreation Month in the Township of Millburn in New Jersey. Congratulations, Chairman.
On behalf of the entire Recreation Commission, I proudly accept this award and thank you to our liaison, Mr. Benayak. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Township Committee members, and I will proudly bring this back to them. Thank you. Have a great night.
We will now move on to reports.
Oh, wait, don't I have to give these out?
I think they're giving them out
Oh,
during
they're-
the reports.
Oh, okay.
During the reports, is sure what that says. Ms. Prupus, any reports for us?
Yes, I have a ton of reports tonight.
Great.
Senior happening. So I haven't seen this brought up this year, but just so I know, they can hear me, but they can't see me.
Correct.
Awesome.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so
the YouTube channel camera working? Is that not?
The camera, those two cameras are connected, so they both can hear. but
They can
can't
hear, they
Okay.
cannot see.
interesting. I wonder just like moving forward, if we can like separate those so that if
We combine them actually.
other,
Because as requested, like when we were going through this process.
Alex, your mic is not on.
As we were going through the process to formalize our Zoom and everything.
yeah,
We have both systems where, technically, we generally need one, but
Got it.
like, so they're combined so that they record at the same time.
okay. All right. Well, maybe we could have a backup video at some point. But hopefully it'll get resolved. But anyway, back to the senior happenings. So this gets published throughout the year, and I just wanted to highlight like a few things in here, especially that at the town pool, they have water aerobics for the seniors. So in case new seniors have moved into town or people want to just let their friends know what's happening, the senior hotline and senior happening newsletter. So there's so many fun things happening in town over the summer, and summer concerts in Taylor Park, which the rec committee puts on and organizes. So we had the first one on Father's Day, which was Tequila Rose. And on Thursday, there's one Thursday one in the summer is Jersey Sound on July 7th. July 21st is the band Enjoy, and then July 31st is Enough Said. So you can find out about the summer concerts. It's listed on the township committee. And I know that it gets sent out in Facebook things. Tonight, we are voting on the fireworks for the 4th of July. So 9:30 p.m. on Monday, July 4th. The fireworks committee, I'm sure they're going to come speak to they came last year to talk to the town to get everybody kind of excited about 4th of July activities. But just so you know, 9:30 fireworks will happen at the high school. And last year it was a huge turnout, an amazing show. They did such an incredible job, and they work, they're like self-funded, and they're not actually part of the township, and they are 503c. And so you can make your donations to the 4th of July committee. So that's super exciting. And then National Night Out is on Tuesday, August 2nd in Taylor Park. And so just their little blurb is come out and join us for National Night Out on August 2nd from 6 to 9 p.m. at Taylor Park for a full night of fun, games, food, and community. National Night Out is an annual community building campaign that promotes police-community partnerships. So our, the police department puts that on for the entire community. Alex, it's also fire, do the fire join them and, or is it just police?
Fire, DPW, animal control, everybody will be out there.
Yeah, so it's awesome. So I just wanted that to get on everyone's calendar on August 2nd. Paper mill, so they have the cabaret. And I was recently told, I did not make any of them last year, but they are awesome on Wednesday and Saturday nights. They have a cabaret and dining at the Kirby Carriage House. So in case anyone's looking for fun things to do on Wednesday and Saturday nights throughout the summer from June 29th to September 17th, support the paper mill. Rocktoberfest. Is everyone marking down the dates? Just kidding. Rocktoberfest, September 17th. Rain date is September 24th. So that's on the calendar. And I'm sure that they will be here promoting throughout the summer. Then I have a few questions. So I spent 4 hours watching the planning board meeting from last week today. 4 hours before this meeting. So it is, you know, saturated. And I have some questions for Mr. McDonald. So I'm just going to go down them.
Can we
some of
wait?
them.
That's not a report, your report.
Actually, this is my report. I checked with Brad. Reports, I can say whatever I want during reports.
I'm more
so
interested in the bond that you
I'm
didn't
gonna
tell
get
us
there.
about for
I have a
$2.5 million.
Totally. I have a whole list and I'm going to read down it at you. Thank you. So the compliance hearing, I don't know why it was pushed back from June 8th to June 30th. Mr. McDonald, can you just share with the community why that happened or how it happened?
I believe it was a request, and I think the original date was June 10th.
Awesome. So June 10th to June 3rd, but who requested it? On behalf of who? Like, how did that decision get made? Did we go to the courts? How does that happen?
So my understanding is that it was based on being able to work on some additional compliance items for the compliance hearing.
Okay, but you, like, you're the one that, I mean, it's not like you organize all that, right?
To an extent, I think there are professionals as well that are dealing with our compliance that are making sure that we're putting the township in the best position possible to be able to be compliant.
Right, I
If I
get
could
that.
just interrupt, I said that reports was not a defined term in the
Brad,
proposed
I'm
rules and
going to read
regulations.
that, Brad, I'm
But
going to read this
I
down.
just want to
like,
say that
I'm
reports is,
reporting on the planning board that's having a special meeting.
Okay.
So please don't cut me off.
I-
Because
I'm
I've
just-
worked very hard
Yeah,
and I think that it's totally okay that I go down my list of reports.
I'm going to take a 5-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you. This way people can. Okay,
Okay.
and we're off. Ms. Foleglo is going to present awards for PISA.
Hi, everybody. So the Pedestrian Safety Advisory Board is dedicated to effectuating positive changes to the safety of our residents that bike, walk, stroll, or run throughout our community. Sponsored a poster contest to promote walk, bike, and roll to school on May 4th, 2022. And this idea came from my elementary school days when my sister won an award for best poster. And I remember that, and we were really little. So we asked our local students to design a poster that could be utilized not only on May 4th, but at any time to promote the safety of students that wish to walk, bike, or roll to school. We had so many wonderful submissions and everyone did a wonderful job. Students from K through 8th grade participated, and the contest was divided into 3 categories: K through 2, 3 through 5, and 6 through 8. We are so pleased with everyone's efforts. We want to take a quick moment to recognize those that were chosen as the winners of this contest. So who do we have here tonight? If you would join me. Oh, and there's the posters are being. So who? And what's your name? Julia Moya of Wyoming School. And what grade are you in? Third. And you? Hi. And you are from Newark Academy. And what grade are you in? Seventh. So to those who participated, we have a special thank you, and we have some treats from our local township. We have gift certificates from Dunkin' Donuts, Live Breads, and La Strada.
Wow.
So Julia, is this your poster or is this your poster? Which is this? That's your poster. Can you just tell us quickly how you thought of that?
I thought of it kind of as like it's for Earth, and everybody can do their part. And I put the O as a bicycle wheel because I thought it could also represent rolling and biking to school.
Perfect, thank you. The next poster.
Wow. Beautiful.
What do you call this, anime, that anime look?
That's
It's a bit
awesome.
different, it's a bit different.
That's really nice.
So how did you come up with your idea?
Well, I wanted to show a variety of people walking to school, like children or maybe teenagers or even adults walking, or even just a dog. So that's sort of my idea behind my poster.
Guys,
Terrific, thank you.
yes, and we have proclamations. I will just step off to the side, so Ms. Kruger's can get back to her report. We can send you home with
Thanks,
this.
Diane.
And thank you, everybody, for putting up with this. One more time.
Okay, so Alex, we were talking about the compliance hearing and just understanding the process of how it got pushed back. So do you talk to the judge or does the attorneys talk to the judge?
The attorneys talked to the judge, and part of the issue was that obviously we went through a bit of a public process with these overlay zones that are on tonight's meeting. We wanted to make sure that there was time enough potentially to have more of the compliance items that are necessary for the settlement agreement to be in place prior to the compliance hearing. And it was acceptable to those involved, and therefore it was pushed back to June 30th.
So theoretically, like if these ordinance didn't get passed tonight or even read tonight, then you could go back to the judge and say, we need some more time. We're not ready to comply. You could ask. I mean, they could theoretically, they did it once before, right? We got immunity extended for years. So it's theoretically, it could happen. Okay. So in that whole thing, and like I said, you know, I just watched the entire planning board meeting, and there is going to be a special meeting tomorrow night. Can you just report out that? Not the time, the date.
I-
No, oh, you can't.
I'm
Okay,
not,
that's
well,
totally
I'm
cool.
not, I'm.
But we, that's totally fine, but okay, so that's fine. So it's tomorrow night and I asked you to put it on, what is it, Reach Millburn?
Alert.
Millburn Alert. So everybody who gets the planning board, who signed up to get planning board agendas will get the notification of this special closed session. And there was some question about whether it's going to be an open session afterwards, if they're taking a vote afterwards or a revote, because I was hearing things about that. Are they going to take any action after the closed session?
I don't oversee the planning board or have any dealings with the planning board, so I can't answer those questions.
Oh, okay.
I
So who
don't- I
would
don't
answer
know.
those questions?
The planning board secretary, the planning board.
Okay, so it was really
chair of the
interesting,
planning
right?
board.
So
Yeah.
Diane had sent an email to Ed Buzak. You were copied on it. Eileen Davitt, who is our planning officer, was copied on it. Beth Stahl, who's our chair, was copied on it. Diane sent it. And somehow magically, and I was on it, the response, I was dropped off of it. And so I just, sitting up here on the TC, I mean, you all think you have a hard time getting information. I mean, how could that have happened? It was so intentional that I was dropped off an email with a response. And then I only got it. And you know what? You say you don't know, but you sent, so I said, where is this? And then magically you sent it to the whole TC. I know, it's all, I know. I don't mean to put you on the spot.
I mean,
I am putting you on the
you are, and I
spot
think you
because
do. but-
everybody.
but also-
I do, you're right. But
I
you know
think
what?
that the
Because
po-
I do not like how information is shared.
Correct,
in this
Tara, first
town,
of all, let
to
me just,
me-
let me explain that.
Sure.
All right, because one, it was an email regarding the planning board. Diane is a member of planning board, he sent it to the planning board
Well,
attorney.
clearly the whole TC could have seen it because we all did.
Well, and I think that Mr. Buzak, I would imagine in his dealings with the planning board as the planning board attorney was dealing with those planning board members. Therefore, you're being a
But
part
it
of
was a
that
planning
email
board
was,
member, like it
that
was
you're being a part of that
inappropriate
email
for
was-
me, the
and-
former mayor last year on the township committee to be dropped off of that. I don't think it's okay, but it's fine. You didn't do it, so it's fine. So-
but I did make sure the entire township
You
committee
did.
got the information.
After I sent the email, Mr. Buzak, can we get a response to the email?
Yep.
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It wasn't you. I'm so frustrated with how information is shared to the TC, who knows what, when, and then to our entire community. Okay, so I'm frustrated about it. So I'll go that. The preliminary environmental draft of the township committee is now that was received in 2021 is posted on the website. There was a lot of questions. People were requesting it. Where is it? I sent it to you because a link had been dropped. And then anyway, it's on the affordable housing website. And so so I want to show people where that is.
Yes,
Can
and
we
to
do
be
that?
clear, it is a draft.
It's a
document,
draft.
And it's being, and.
It's a
and
draft.
Right, it was a draft document that
But it's
was,
a public draft document.
well, it is now, because in the end, it's a draft document. It was utilized and it's caveated on the website that this was utilized in order to formulate the final copy, the site investment that's been on the website,
Yes.
which is due to the DEP. This document is not a required document. So it
But
is on the
people want
website.
information,
I
and
un-
we can give it
understood.
to them.
But it is confusing because there is a draft document there that is a draft prior to the final document that, is also just, it's mostly information about the site in terms of maps.
It
and
says
different
draft
things
on
like
it, right?
that. It does.
Great, so
correct.
that's not confusing at all. So I would like to show people where this is on the website. Jesse, can you pull up the website? Is that something we can do?
For those of you who are on Zoom and or YouTube, we are having a problem with our video. So you can hear us, we're on audio, and when you call in, we'll be able to hear you. It's just that you can't see us, and we apologize for that, but there's something wrong with our two links.
So I know also at the last meeting, people asked about a FAQ. We have an FAQ up for the affordable housing. Like we have a pretty, I think, extensive page of information up there that people can go to. So but no one at home can see this, but all of you can see this. So it's on the website. It's under home, under our community, affordable housing information. If you scroll down, lots and lots of documents. And now the draft environmental review is up there.
You can also use the search bar.
Awesome. So going back to the pieces that we didn't have ready to comply, do we have a list of what needed to be brought before the judge on the 30th that shows what was complied, like in compliance? We need A, B, C, D, E, F, G, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Who has that list? I mean, I'm sure it's in, I think I asked you for that. I don't know if it's in the settlement agreement.
But I mean, all of the, yeah, it's in the settlement agreement. All of those items are in the settlement agreement. You did ask for it today from me, and I'll provide as much of a list as I possibly can. However, the township committee has moved most of those items along. They're already done.
Yeah, no, it's
And so the remaining items are the overlay zones, which are before the township committee tonight for introduction, as well as the housing element and fair share plan, which was before the planning board last week. So other items of that settlement agreement include passing an ordinance for Annie Says, making that project available, passing an ordinance for Woodmont, making sure that you've appointed an administrative agent, making sure that you've appointed an administrative liaison, make sure you set up a development fee ordinance, make sure that you set up those various items, which have already been done. And so the remaining items are the overlay zones and the housing element fair share plan. And I believe there are a few resolutions that, depending on the result of the housing element fair share plan, I think one is a spending plan for your development fee ordinance.
but that didn't get passed, so then none of those extra
Correct, none of that
resolutions
other
are not
stuff.
going to show up. So we're
Correct.
going to show up mostly in compliant on the 30th, mostly, not fully. And just to let everybody know who didn't watch the planning board meeting, I urge you to do it. It is 4 hours, so it's definitely a lengthy time. But they did not vote. They voted to not approve it 4 to 3. No, 4 to 5. Sorry. So 5 people voted no and 4 people voted yes. Okay, I'm moving down. One thing that kept coming up, and maybe you can give clarification about this, is that who is paying for the environmental remediation on that site of the 11 Main Street? Thank you. Formerly known as 11 Main Street. 9 Main Street, because it was said that I said the RPM is going to do it, but does that mean, and then that they're responsible for paying it? Is that true? And then is the town doing it? It was
I think,
kind of all
I
over
think
the
that,
place.
yeah, I think it's still in the air because there's negotiations ongoing with RPM, but also we don't know whether there is remediation that needs to be done at this point. I think we're all making that assumption, but that is not known yet.
So we clearly don't know yet because we're waiting on 2 pieces,
Correct.
right? The historic fill and the Mercury,
Correct.
right? And then we also don't know who is going to pay for the cleanup. Yeah.
At this,
So now you said we're still negotiating.
if there is cleanup.
If there is cleanup. We
Correct.
still don't know, and you said you don't know, we're still in negotiation. Now, I know I'm not negotiating with RPM and I'm not being involved in any of that. So who is correct? Who is negotiating with RPM in this moment?
So
Who
in
sits
the,
in those meetings?
so in the,
Why is that funny?
well, no, it's sort of again, a lot of these questions, right, could also be asked outside.
No,
of
but
the
it's not
township
just for
committee.
me. It's for
I understand
everybody
that,
wants to know. I'm just asking on behalf of all
very
of them.
much, sort of makes your professionals feel as if they're on trial, which is okay. And I'm willing to take that.
Right.
So in the end, those individuals that are negotiating that are part of the subcommittee that was established by the township committee to work.
So
toward-
Diane, you've been having those negotiations?
No,
with
no, no,
RPM?
no.
Oh,
Let me
sorry.
finish, please.
It's done.
So those negotiations are taking place between the Bob Beneke, who is the financial
Okay.
individual professional on this particular development, Joe Marizidi, who is the development attorney, and myself, Matt Laracy, who is the chief financial officer. And those proceedings are being reported back to the subcommittee, which also includes those individuals as well as Mayor Miggins and Deputy Mayor Eglow. And it's really just sort of getting kicked off at this point,
What do you mean kicked off?
like
What's
just
that mean?
getting started. in
Okay,
terms
and so
of
how is all of
negotiating.
those negotiations and discussions going to come back, at least to me? Like, how am
In
I gonna
closed
know
session.
about it? Okay, in closed session, you're gonna come back and report what was said. Will there be like
Hopefully,
minutes
hopefully it'll
taken?
be someone other than me that, like Joe Mariziti or Bob Beneke and being able to report on those things.
Okay, will there be minutes taken, like some kind of record in
There-
those negotiations so that we can come back and,
There has been no, I mean, in the
but that's,
initial meeting,
is it possible for that to happen?
I don't see why that is not possible.
Okay, so because I think it would be, I think my point is everybody just wants information. They just want to know
Mhm.
what is happening and they want the truth and they just want to be informed. So if we can get minutes of those negotiations and a really systematic way of informing not only the TC, but the rest of our community, I think it'd be much appreciated.
The minutes of executive session meetings would remain
No,
closed until.
no, I'm not
And
talking about,
negotiations,
it was about the negotiations.
It's the same thing.
Okay, so can you explain that to us then?
I can, an attorney-client privilege memo, sure.
Okay, about how that, when those can be released and what the process of that is?
Yeah, it would follow the Open Public Meetings Act.
Okay, so just that means that how long until that stuff can become public information?
I will put together a memo to the Township Committee that explains the Open Public Meetings Act and the exceptions to it for contract negotiations.
Okay, all right, so we'll hear back on that another time. So I'm wondering, I know that planning board's having a closed session with Ed to talk about what would happen if we didn't comply with the settlement. I'm wondering if I can if the TC can have closed session with Ed and have that same information conveyed to us. What would happen if we're not complying?
I think we've had those discussions in closed session. Yes.
Voted?
We've had, before this, essentially, you have a settlement agreement. And so I think it's been explained to the Township Committee in closed session and on several occasions, what, the potential issues that arise is the not being in compliance with the settlement agreement that was agreed upon.
Well, I think it's a lot more in depth than that. Otherwise, Ed would have been able to say that all to the planning board last Wednesday night.
I can't speak for it. I'm not.
Okay, that's fine. So Millburn now has gun safety on their website under public safety tips. So I just wanted to report that out. And I'm sure, Jay, that that was awesome. At one point, we talked about affordable housing and can we have municipal employees? And you had sent me an email and then I had asked you to report out on it and I forgot. Can you just let people know about how that decision gets made?
Look, in the conversation that I had with CGP&H, who is our administrative agent, it was indicated to me that a municipality cannot dedicate affordable housing to municipal employees. That's the answer that I received.
Okay. Are we going to talk about the pilot for 9 Main Street?
Yes, at some point, but I am not going to explain that.
Okay, so I think it's really important that everybody knows that there's going to be a pilot on 9 Main Street. And I'm not sure that anybody understands what that means, but it means that it's a payment in lieu of taxes. That means the school board is not going to be getting any of the money coming in from there. So,
I would just be careful to make that assumption. Nobody's
Oh.
discussed that at this point, but in a pilot, yes.
wait, you told me that a pilot is happening. Please don't get frustrated, Alex.
So a pilot, yes.
People need to
but-
know
but-
this.
but-
We
but
signed a
people under-
settlement almost a year ago and all this information
But
isn't
Tara,
out.
you also understand that a pilot can be negotiated with your school board. So it's an assumption to say that this particular pilot is going to be solely, that's going to exclude solely the schools. You
Okay,
can
but so-
you can negotiate with your schools.
Okay, so this brings me up to just like to Richard and Sanjeev. I don't know if you guys have been meeting with, you guys are the liaisons to the school board. I don't know if you've been meeting with them, planning with them, talking with them. Do you have anything in terms of how they're planning for the influx of students? Have you guys met with the school board?
After the settlement agreement, we had a meeting, we did have a meeting, and I believe Beth may have been, oh, I'm sorry. Sorry about that. Yes, after the settlement agreement, as liaison with the school board, we did have an in-depth meeting with the school board. with their representatives. And they were made, they were brought up to speed on the entire settlement agreement and what the numbers were. And they have modeling, based on that meeting, and they.
But that was in August of 2021.
You asked if we had a meeting.
Yeah, has there any
Last quarter
updates?
also, when we met with them, we
Yeah.
actually discussed this.
Yeah.
Again, the same numbers. They, again, is their
So has the,
form of
is that out to
government,
the
what they
public
want to
yet?
do with the information they have, but the information has not changed.
Yeah,
That's
Yeah.
fine, but have we shared that with the public? Have you guys shared the numbers with the public? The
What do you mean?
modeling?
this is,
What do you
in other words, the school board basically is working on
So
this,
to
on
them-
what they, on the information that we provided, the settlement agreement. And they do their own modeling and planning in terms of how they think that's going to impact them. It's not really, it's information that they analyze, but they are fully aware of the settlement agreement, and we're in close touch with them. And if they ask any questions, I mean, we're always there to answer it. And we've met twice with them.
I'll
You've
go one
never
step
reported-
further.
You've never reported.
Good.
I would say
Yes, we
that
have. Yes, I
you've
have.
reported at the
Yes.
township committee meeting?
Absolutely.
You
So-
must have blinked,
So
sorry.
I will actually go one step further. When this discussion was happening,
Yeah.
we actually opened this up where they could have been a member of the school board could have been a part of the negotiation directly and get the information directly, and they chose not to.
That's right, and that's
Because-
fine, and
Yeah.
they are under, Oyen's saying that's not true, but that's fine. So my whole point is, I think that at this point in the process, we need to be talking to the school board and planning about the influx of children that are going to go into the schools. So as liaisons, I'm just asking you and
Yeah.
to
We-
make
we-
sure that
I'm
lines are
just
set.
saying, in response to your question, we've met with them twice. And I think one of them, Beth, I don't
Ms.
remember.
Purpose,
what-
our
may-
focus was to give them the information, what we have,
They have all
what they
the,
have the information,
they have
would-
all the information.
I would assume
and-
they would share it with
And all of
everyone.
and I think our professionals were available when we spoke to them, and, but they're fully aware of the settlement agreement, and they're fully aware of
So
the
that,
timeline.
and they have like a number of projections, so,
That
coming into the
they do their
school.
own, that they do on their own, yeah,
okay. The,
and I did report on it.
okay. I missed a few meetings, so I might have reported that.
I missed one also.
Yeah, right. The joint meeting of the Essex and Union counties. So tonight we are on scheduled to first read of an ordinance, and I just want to give you some background on the work that they're doing. The township committee has it, but I'm just going to read out. Following Hurricane Sandy in 2012, the joint meeting of Essex and Union County worked with its engineers and federal management, emergency management agency FEMA to develop a project to make the joint meeting facilities more resilient to future storms, thus reducing the likelihood of potentially catastrophic damage to the facilities and the surrounding communities. The joint meeting presented key points of flood mitigation facilities project to its members, municipality in July 2018. The municipal representatives comprising the board voted unanimously to authorize the project. So this is just the continuation of that and the funding for that. So, and we're gonna do the whole ordinance later, so we can come back to that. All right, I think I took a lot of time in reports. Okay, that's it. I'm done with my reports.
Ms. Eglin, do you have any reports for us this evening?
Yes, thank you. First, I'd like to request that we get the cushions back on the seats that we were removed from COVID, because I know those seats aren't really comfortable. So maybe, unfortunately, we are not being able to redo town hall, but maybe we can get some cushions for you guys to sit on. We have old ones. We have old ones.
Do they match the curtains?
They were damaged in Ida.
They were
Oh.
damaged. Well, I think
Oh,
we
in the
should-
basement.
Maybe we can just remove the pews and get some seats. We have to really talk about redoing town hall, but that's a whole nother day. Okay, so PSAB, as you saw, we gave the poster contest out. A lot gets talked about because it has the police, it has the school, it has us, there's a lot of people there. So we talked about the corner of Ridgewood and Main, the no right on red, which should be considered to be changed to Monday through Friday only. Is Officer Pete looking into that?
Yes.
Okay, so that would be really good because there's no reason to stack cars up. In fact, I was hoping it could be just even less than what it is, but at least we've lowered it to just when the crossing guards are there. Let's at least get to Monday through Friday.
Is that by the nursery school?
Yeah, yeah.
So no turn on red would be suspended.
No, it would just be, right now, it's,
All times.
it's at all time. No, it's 7 to 9. And
just
But I mean,
creates
it's all
backup.
days.
Yeah,
it's all days, holidays, summer. So it's gotta be just Monday through
Change the
Friday.
dates.
That's a great change. I know
Yeah.
people in South Mountain have been asking for it and all our cut through people. The Boy Scouts will be doing a community project to make yellow, orange warning flags when people are crossing the streets. They have this in Berkeley Heights and a lot of towns. So particularly like at Lackawanna, where the train bridge is, to be able to have a basket with the flags on one side, you're nodding, you've seen it. And then you can cross because that is a blind crosswalk. It's not that safe. And if we had somebody who had spoke at the last Township Committee meeting, he spoke at PSAP, what we can do. Can we put a overpass there? What can be done there to make that area safer? So the flags would also go at Whittingham and Millburn Avenue, because that's a dangerous place to cross. So that's going to be looked into. Then that's Boy Scout Community Project.
So what do they have? Containers on either
Yes,
side? So you're
yes.
just kind of flashing your flag as you're walking across.
Right, so if
Got
all the flags wind up on one side, a good Samaritan would say, okay, let's
Bring 'em
even
back
out the
up.
flags,
Sure,
yeah,
sure.
I think
Okay.
that
That's a
would be
great
good.
idea.
The problem with putting an overpass in, it would trigger an ADA compliant issue with New Jersey Transit. But one thing I think we have to ask the Lackawanna board to do is to repoint the cement steps coming down on Lackawanna. Like, it is so dangerous because they're chipped. So I think that's something that we were gonna ask to have looked into.
Does the Lackawanna board still meet?
I don't
Yes.
know, they may,
They, okay.
Yes.
so I don't know who would ask them to do that, but that,
I don't know if that's something they do. I think they're a real advocate.
Oh.
So they're the ones that'll go to NJ Transit, whoever owns those steps, and get them to make a change.
okay, so can someone do that? I mean, how can we get New Jersey Transit to fix those steps?
Well, again, I don't know who owns it exactly because Millburn train station is privately owned as well.
I know, okay, but those steps are an accident waiting to happen.
So can we look into that? Maybe we can find out who owns those steps.
Mhm.
Another thing we've been talking about for quite a long time, and I'm glad PSAP is taking it up, and this is in conjunction with Brightview, our traffic engineer. 4-way stops at 3 large intersections in the Poet section. Thackeray and Browning, Thackeray and Wordsworth, and Byron and Addison. So that would be a really smart place for always stop signs. The crossing guards were a huge success this year. In fact, the elementary schools each have a floater. So in case someone calls in sick, there's a spare person ready to hit another location. Washington School Walk Audit will be conducted, but they didn't get to it before school ended. So that they're gonna be looking into safety issues at Washington School. They did a safety survey, and I guess it must have gone out to just parents, but the biggest hit is Millburn Middle School for safety. Somebody suggested a pilot program, making Whitney a one-way during drop-off like we have on Southern Slope and I think Deerfield. People on Whitney might not like that, but they have to figure out there's this conflict with people cutting in and out of the bus lane and massive amounts of drop-off. I don't have the answer, but they are constantly looking into that. And, a crosswalk, Alex, is gonna be put in at Rector by the back entrance of the high school. On Rector Street, they're looking about a crosswalk.
Oh, I think Dr. Burton had reported that there's some additional crosswalks that they're looking at, in particular on school property.
Okay, oh, that's not school property.
No.
Yeah, that's a hard place when cars are, again, it's a cut through. The TRC, Technical Review Committee, is making progress. Maggie and I were with that with Graham. The goal is to streamline some of the applications that come before the planning board. It's an unofficial board. We're trying to work and seeing what they should be able to do, who should be sitting on the board. And Graham from Topology, you have given us comparisons to Montclair, to Madison, to Summit, to Livingston. And I think you are gonna kind of whittle that down to what we discussed. And I think this is gonna be a really great progress for the town. It might be able to approve minor site plans, But as Greg Plattner said, we don't have that many minor site plans, but what will trigger what is also a complicated issue. So you're on that. We had our 4th annual Pride flag raising, and it was well attended, even though it was a holiday. So we want to thank everyone who showed up for that. Splurge, shout out to Splurge Bakery. They did give us a couple of dozen rainbow chocolate chip cookies. So that was really nice. I just want to read one statement. This is in the patch. I just got noticed that this will be put out on Patch Online. I'm on the planning board. That was a 4-hour meeting. And I just want to give my points of view here. This is a quote. I have stated many times at township committee meetings that the 9 Main Street 75 unit, 100% affordable project at DPW/dump site is designed as a segregated building from the rest of the community. I have not heard from one resident who thinks this is a good idea or who approves of this. This is contrary to the intent of Fair Share Housing Council to put all low, very low, and very, very low income families in one standalone building. This will absolutely stigmatize those residents and their children. I have said this at plenty of meetings. I'm just putting it in because it's in the patch. To my knowledge, there have been 0 traffic studies and 0 school impact studies. I don't know, Mr. Ross and Mr. Vinayak, what they've come up with. And we know the environmental impact is not yet known. This all goes against good planning practice. The planning board on Wednesday night, June 15th, Maggie, did you? I'm reading, I'm just reading my notes. The planning board on Wednesday, June 15th, did not accept and rejected the settlement agreement as written to be amended to the township's master plan and to be voted on by the township committee. I concur with the planning board vote, 5 no, 4 yes. The township must go back to fair share housing and renegotiate this plan to the betterment of Millburn residents and the affordable housing residents. We must ask for continued immunity from builders' remedy lawsuits. There must be a re-examination of the proposed settlement agreement with Millburn's township planner at the table in the room representing Millburn's best interest. There must be a public process and full transparency moving forward. As I've asked, are we even protected for the 4th round in 2025? There was something posted on Facebook that was erroneous, and I got the facts from Mr. McDonald earlier today. I want to talk about densities. Silverman at Chatham Road is 1.53 acres, 62 units total. That is 40 units per acre density. And there is no overlay adjacent for the entire B3 district. Which one is this one? Annie says at Millburn Avenue, 2.17 acres, 150 units. That is 69 per acre density. That is the highest in the town, the highest. Plus, the proposed overlay zone adjacent is 40 per acre. And that's 40 per acre now. What's going to happen in 2025 when Fair Share Housing asks for the 4th round? Oh, well, you've got 69 and Annie says, how about 69 all the way down to Wyoming Avenue? Okay, this is really what we're at risk for happening. Woodmont, excuse me, 69.
What was the original number for Annie?
Mr. Vinayak, I don't know the original. I'm talking about facts right now. Woodmont at JFK, 5 acres, 195 units, only 40 units per acre density. None of these overlay zones or ordinance are acceptable. Okay, I'm going to go real fast. I'm going to make a motion when I'm done to withdraw this for tonight's consideration. Resolution 2604, the OR zone 1, 2, and 3. That's up by JFK and the hotel. 20 units per acre on a highway, 20. 2605 resolution, CMO, commercial medical office, 18 units per acre. That's down past ShopRite, walkable to town. Resolution 2606, B2, I don't know how this happened. I wasn't part of the negotiation, is now split to B2A at only 18 per acre, B2B, 18 per acre, and B2C, 40 per acre. That's up by the highway. I don't know. When I'm reading these ordinances, it gives lot numbers. I don't know lot numbers and building. I can just know that none of these numbers, I don't know how they were brought about. Ordinance 2607, B4, the downtown central business district, 25 units per acre. One part of the ordinance says 4 stories, one says 3 stories. And then, of course, there's Canoe Brook, only 8 units per acre. And as I mentioned at the planning board meeting, the chance of Canoe Brook, which is flush with really good membership, going out of business and ever being developed is pretty nil. I don't see that happening. I don't hear from anybody who thinks that's going to happen. So by putting in that 75, 100% unit, we were told many times by Mayor Miggins and Committeeman Wasserman that this was going to save densities throughout the town. I asked what kind of densities were saved, could not be given an answer. I don't know if we saved densities, the densities are pretty darn high. Our 2008 planner, 2018, the planner suggested 10 units per acre. Perhaps that was too low, but then they've come in and doubled, tripled, quadrupled. And so the end of the day, I don't know who drafted these, Ms. McManus, I think it must have been you because Graham, you weren't part of our team yet. So I don't know how it happened. There are no notes, there are no minutes. We don't know who was in the room. Well, we know who's in the room. So I'm going to make a motion now to withdraw from consideration tonight's agenda, resolutions 26. I can, well, you can do after I talk, after.
I think before the motion, I think you can still.
Brad, can I finish my motion?
If you make a motion and second, you can have discussion before there's a roll call vote.
Okay, it's about being on here 6 years, you kind of learn what goes on. I'm trying, it's a big learning curve. I am making a motion to withdraw them, the following resolutions for consideration on tonight's agenda.
Resolutions or ordinances?
Or what are their ordinances, right? Their ordinances.
the first
You
read
learn,
of
but
the
yet you still don't
ordinances.
know it all. Okay, here they are. Number 2604, number 2605, 2606, 2607, and 2608. I believe there's not been enough time for the community to digest this. There's not enough time for even the township committee to digest these, and I don't think they are ready to be read as first read tonight.
I second that, and I think that we should go back to the judge and say we need more time because they gave it to us already. So, you know, I think that there's no harm going back and asking that we're not ready for the compliance hearing. So I second your motion to pull them.
Roll call vote, please.
No, any more discussion?
Any more discussion?
I'd like to ask a couple of questions.
Sure.
Because I think information that has been shared is very, very selective. And when I actually went through, I made some pros and cons. Okay, current settlement that we have Annie says that is 150 units. Now, I don't want to put anyone on the spot, but what was the original units when they came up with that property?
225, 6 stories.
Okay, Woodmont, 195. And seriously, this was our reaction when they came. And when you talk to these people, when
Wait, did
you are
they submit a plan
negotiating
for that?
with this.
Did they submit a plan?
Excuse
Let
me,
Sanjeev speak, Mrs. Rubin.
Mayor,
Sure,
please.
totally so sorry.
So when we actually heard this similar way, what are you talking about? This 100% affordable housing that has 75 units, that was also discussed on 2 acres. Woodland property, we have 60 units. That is also close to like 1.5 acre where we were talking about 40. And we were talking about across woodland property, the existing property is less than 20 units per acre. Why are we making 40 per acre in woodland? But any builder that came in while the negotiation was happening, we were not immune. Millburn Township was not immune. So we did not have the immunity and these guys were able to tag along. Woodmont property, that is
We had
195
immunity.
unit
Wait,
right
we had
now.
immunity at that time. Sanjeev, we had immunity at that
Can
time.
I finish, Ms.
But
Purpose?
we had immunity.
Let me
Let him
talk.
finish.
I let you talk. I let Ms. Eglo talk.
But I was saying
Let
the
me
truth.
finish it, please.
Sure.
Okay, so 195 unit that we have on Woodmont, when they came in, Mr. McDonald or anybody else knows what was the number they were talking about?
125.
No, they were higher than that
Which
originally,
was-
and then they
Do
went
you
down to
mean
125.
225?
They went to 220. They started out at a higher number,
Right,
just like on
and that's 5 to 8 acres out of 25 acres that watershed has. We were actually, are you kidding us? Why are you making a property on woodland or watershed property? We went back to them, judge actually took Woodland off, said, you did
Woodmont.
not go in there.
Woodmont.
Woodmont, sorry, not Woodland. Woodmont. Okay. Let me finish it, Mr. Felt. This was during the negotiation. When we took this, we were like, no, watershed is not going to happen. We went affordable housing, guys said, okay, you want to act smart with us? You're going to make 100% affordable units, 75 units here, and you're going to have density. What was the original density they were talking about? Now we have B22 or B2B or B2C. There was 18 and not the second one 18. The second one is 20. And then we have 40.
Yeah.
Okay. Earlier, it was all going to be, as far as my recollection goes, it was all going to be 40. And I actually remember talking to Mr. Wasserman. I said, we understand watershed. We don't want to make anything in there. It's a part land and it's a conditional approval. If their board agrees to it, then only they will produce it. So why make 100% unit here and have density the way it is they're talking about? Maybe we should agree to Woodmont, not Woodland, Woodmont. Mr. Wasserman was kind enough and he said, okay, let me review it with them. And I think Ms. Meggins and Mr. Wasserman went back and talked to them about, okay, you know what, guys, we will look into Woodmont, but please take this density down and take this 100% affordable housing up. And what did we get? What did we get? Excuse me, sir. Let me finish, please.
Excuse me,
It's
sir.
fine. It's one-way conversation right now. Let me just finish it. You can ask the question when there is turn. When I say they, it's affordable housing. It's the builders with the affordable housing, and it is a court master, which was appointed by the judge and the township with us. So that is they. But let's just keep it one way because that is what the meeting style is all about. When it comes to you, you can ask questions and we cannot interfere there. So that is what we discussed. And towards the end, what did we get? We got what we have in front here. And that is what we are dealing with. The more we delay this fact, do you really think builders are going to make any affection with us and come down on their numbers? Or affordable housing will come down on their numbers? That is, the more we delay this, and we had learned this from negotiation, and those are the information that I have based on what I am making my call today. I don't understand when people talk about dump. It's a township yard. We go in, we put our product there. They take it away from there. It's not a landfill. We will not put our people into jeopardy. And guess what? Another thing, when we were talking about this contamination, affordable housing came back. And I have repeatedly said this in the past as well. They said, okay, if this site is contaminated, we are not going to build on the site. We are going to take Millburn train station parking lot that is open. We're going to make it there. That was their second plan. And it is still going to be the plan if that site comes in contaminated. So all these things that we talk about, it is not just that we are making that call now. I am a resident of this town. I have kids in the school district, and I'm going to make the best decision that I can think of with all the information I have at this time. So I know there are people who want to talk about this, but you have limited information. Please, I would agree, or I would recommend or suggest, please go back and get all the facts and then make that call.
Any further discussion on the motion to withdraw?
I would just like to say that we had immunity during the entire time before we settled. So it's
Still
important.
Woodland came in, right? Woodmont came in,
We had immunity that time. At
but
that point.
Woodmont was not in the
no.
negotiation
And
when
he
they
says-
started that.
Annie says.
Meaning like
And
at
he
that
says came in.
point, no one could come sue us.
But the builders that came
We
in
had
were all
immunity.
added on.
Okay.
No one
But
was-
Can I
with the
just
threat,
Can I just clarify this, is that
Please.
during those negotiations, while the township did have immunity, there were builders, such as Annie says, such as Woodmont, that were coming in as interveners, or they were coming in as interested parties to that litigation. The judge was allowing them to be a part of the negotiation talks. It was allowing them to be a part of the case management hearings, allowing them to be
Right, but
along
we
for the ride.
still had immunity. That's
Yeah.
all I'm trying to say is that we had
All I'm
immunity.
just saying is that it's not as if they were. they
What
weren't
happened with
involved.
that immunity? Both these builders got what they were looking for.
Well, that was in the
They
settlement.
intervened.
Yeah.
That
they
was in
were-
the,
they were
and that was in
interviewing.
the settlement agreement. You
Yeah,
guys
if you
negotiated
don't
with that.
settle, they will actually come back and ask for the original numbers too.
We have
Well,
no idea what would have happened.
Well,
You can
I-
speculate
Mr.
all you want.
Wasserman?
I just want to say that, this is really, I understand how upset people are and it really is upsetting. But I do want to say that we went in these negotiations trying as a goal, one of our overall goals is to keep our densities as low as possible so we wouldn't adversely affect our schools. That was one of our overarching, goals in terms of sitting with fair share. But I don't think people understand that in the negotiations, it wasn't just the township and fair share. It was a township, fair share, and a number of developers. And those developers were at the table and were part of the negotiation. It wasn't just like going back and forth with numbers. And as Mr. Vinayak said before, we came on several occasions very close to losing our immunity. It wasn't that we had immunity and we were protected. It was that we were enjoying immunity, but we were under the threat of losing our immunity if the negotiations broke down or if we didn't sign the agreement. But when we did, and it really came down to, it actually came down to a 24-hour period where I think our professionals worked through the night, and it was very touch and go whether we would maintain our immunity. And again, I'm not an attorney, Brad, you can explain this in greater depth, what it means to lose immunity. But from my understanding, if we would have lost immunity, we would have been subjected to a number of lawsuits, or we could have been sued immediately. And those lawsuits apparently were ready to go. So, and the other thing that Mr. Vinayak touched on before is that if the dump, not the dump, if not, I know, listen, I understand how everybody feels, but if the DPW site is found to be not acceptable, the backup plan, and which Fair Share is intimated to us during the negotiations, is to take lot 7, which is the Millburn train station, and they will take that lot, and we will have to. Well, they will designate.
We're in the middle of a motion to withdraw,
Yeah,
so this is Township Committee discussion on the pending motion.
Yeah, but I think this is relevant, but I just think people should know that one of the things in play here is that if the DPW site is found not acceptable environmentally, the next site that is in the queue is lot 7. And it's very clear that that's what it is. So I think people should know that if this doesn't work out, then that site where the first aid squad is, it will be
Wait,
designated.
but no, they can't just come and designate it. That has to be negotiated. That has to
No,
be
it doesn't.
settled. That's
And
not-
I want to point out that's
true
not
at
the
all.
case. That's not the case.
Oh, there.
Brad, or I'll
We're
ask
just gonna
Beth to
come in.
speak on this. This is part of the settlement agreement.
No, I'm not gonna, just a minute. I'm not gonna speak on this. Mr. Buzak is the
Yeah.
planning board attorney. I am the township committee's attorney.
Yeah.
And any information I would provide to you would be in an attorney-client privilege memorandum. So I'm not gonna comment on the township committee's pending motion to withdraw, where there's township committee discussion regarding the pending motion.
Then I'll just say that there's a section of the settlement agreement that speaks to what happens when, if they find this not to be acceptable.
Wait, Mr. Wasserman,
Okay.
That's
in the
not-
settlement agreement, it says, if
An
it's
alternate
contaminated,
site. It doesn't.
it
mean
says they will take lot 7.
No,
no.
it just said that they
No.
have special
Okay,
rights.
so
to
they-
it.
okay,
That
so
we are
at
negotiating.
It said they would have to find an alternate site.
No,
An
No?
alternate site, yes. So
They
what-
identified
okay,
lot 7.
but
Okay, so Beth McMahon, the first time I met you, you said, give me lot 7. And I said, no, not giving you lot 7. At what point then do we rise up in a revolution and say, fair share housing, you can't do this. We are willing to have our township fight for our township zoning because they've given it away.
There's a motion on the table.
Yeah. Right, you have a motion, a second. Is there any more
Well, I
discussion?
wasn't, one more thing.
Okay.
If they, 3 township committee members, obviously, it's clear they're gonna let this go through. At not the next meeting, the following meeting, this will be around for second read and final passage, right?
The next meeting is July 19th.
July 19th. So if this
Now we have a
goes,
whole month.
if this gets passed tonight on first read, then on July 19th, it will be for final and second read, and there'll be a hearing. Mayor, will you allow people at that hearing to speak for more than 3 minutes?
Let's get through this first.
Mayor, will you allow people to
I
speak
said,
for more than
let's get
3
through
minutes?
this first. Let's get through, first things first.
But that's part of it.
No, it's not.
Yeah.
Can we, are you finished with your discussion?
So you absolutely will not answer that question.
Are you?
A
finished?
no answer is you will never be
Well-
able to speak for more than 3 minutes. What was so beautiful about the planning board meeting is that there was back and forth. And it did go on for a long time, but everybody got to speak for as long as they wanted. And it made a huge impact because the planning board said, no, we're not amending the master plan with this settlement. And that was only because they could hear from all the residents. So, okay.
You
take
have a
your-
motion.
We have a motion that Tara seconded it.
May I have a roll call, please?
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thought Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
No,
Mr. Wasserman,
No,
Mayor Miggins,
No. Thank you.
Now, Mayor Megan, can I ask you, this is gonna come back for second read, or do you want me to wait till after you guys pass the resolutions?
We have a business meeting, so we're going to keep moving on.
Ms.
Mr.
Miggins,
Yeah.
we were talking about reports. We never went.
no.
I didn't get to
Sure.
finish the gentleman. That's
We're
right.
still
So
in
gentlemen,
reports.
I know, we're still on reports.
Yeah.
Mr. Vinayak, do you have any reports?
So there's one report, flood
Yes, sir.
mitigation team, along with the township engineer, our engineer that we hired from Alex McDonald, not Alex McDonald, Mark McDonald. Mr. McDonald was there too. Along with the team, they met with the residents in Glenwood area a couple of weeks ago. It was a very good and information session gathering meeting. That is what I wanted to bring it to the committee here. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you. Mr. Wasserman?
Thank you. I just want to piggyback on Mr. Vinayak's comments that the flood mitigation team, we also have a updated flood preparedness document that is going to be, Alex, it'll be up on the website.
Yes.
And it just has all the resources on this for residents and businesses. And again, I've said this many times before, a hurricane season is coming. So please, think about your plans, your homes, your basements, and give it some thought, because it's very possible that another hurricane or flood could happen to the township. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that something that Ms. Prupus had brought up before about the music program happening in the town. Well, we're hopefully gonna pass an ordinance tonight, which will close Main Street for the summer. And we have a wonderful music program planned for the township. So this past weekend, Explore hosted 3 musical performances, 2 on Main Street and 1 at the Bagel Pantry on Upper Millburn Avenue. We also hosted a chess tournament, and we're looking for other organizations who want to do some programming during the summer. And I just think that we should ask everybody to consider, shopping, staying, in the township for the summer, because we have a lot of good music and a lot of good programming in store. Also, I just also want to report that our vacancy numbers have continued to decline. We're under 5% right now. It's going between 3% and 4%. And I also want to thank the Richter family for donating a piano to explore Millburn. It's currently deployed near the boxcar and will provide some public music over the summer. And on a side note, we also want to wish Dan Richter a full recovery, Godspeed to his family. And also, Alex, I know that we have and Mayor, we have the Arboretum is going to come up later. Maybe we can talk about, I think Alex has come to an understanding with the Arboretum in terms of that paperwork we were discussing. Maybe, do you want to just say something quickly?
Yeah, I mean, essentially the Arboretum has indicated that members of the township committee that serve on that board do not need to sign off on the non-disclosure agreement if they do not feel comfortable with the advice of counsel.
So we won't be requested to do that anymore. So,
Correct.
and I think it's really important because the township gives a monetary amount every year, and our position as elected officials is to provide oversight. And I think it's important that we're not bound by any.
I don't think oversight's the right.
Yeah, I think, and just to be clear, like, you know, when it comes to matters of, you know, confidentiality in terms of personnel, I think you and I had discussed that, Richard, right? Like, obviously, there's going to be a degree of, you know, necessity in keeping that confidentiality with the board.
Yeah, it just means that any TC member that goes to serve on that board is handed a confidentiality agreement.
I know, no, I served on it. I got you.
Yeah,
I just
yeah.
meant like,
I
we're
just-
not over, I just wanted to be clear that we're not like providing oversight for that.
No, but we do give $50,000 a year, and I just think it's important that our hands are never tied when we're looking after the public's money. So and then just a couple other things. The signage for the parking deck, which is something that we've been working on, that Explorer has been helping with. We're hoping that maybe at the next meeting that we'll have a presentation on signage. This is something that we've talked about for a long time. I think it'll be a major plus, and I'm hoping that that's in place by the end of the summer. And also one last thing in terms of flood mitigation, Alex, maybe you want to mention this, that the township has purchased a high water truck in its arsenal. And so when Ida hit, you know, we had cherry pickers and we're saving, and thanks to our great you know, police and fire, we're able to save everybody that was in harm's way. But now we have a truck that can go through 6 feet of water, and it's great to have in the township, and it just is part of our flood preparedness. And I think it's a great thing that we have.
A very good value for our money.
Yeah, we got a good deal on it, and it's great that we have it ready to deploy it in just in case.
We got it
How do we get
used
to
from an army. And
Yeah.
did we pay for it?
So it's an Army surplus vehicle that was held by a collector, and the individual put a lot of time and energy and money into it. And the township was able to obtain that for $32,000. We also got a new boat, which will be equipped with a motor, which we currently have a boat, but we'll also be equipping a motor to the new boat as well, so that we can do a little bit more, if need be, swift water rescue.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So that's great. That's great.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Mr. McDonald, do you have any reports for us?
I have one report, and that is just to announce that on Monday, June 27th, the Chamber of Commerce will be hosting the President's Cup race. This has had a hiatus for a few years as a result of COVID. Just to remind everybody, what that means is that the downtown on Monday evening is going to be sort of locked down. Most roads will be closed. This is a sanctioned race, a race that counts, I guess. I'm not a runner, but so the downtown will be pretty hard to traverse around 7 o'clock on Monday evening. So just want everybody to be aware of that. This information has been provided to the businesses, I believe, through Explore. We'll also be getting additional information on our channels, as well as the chamber has been putting it out. But just so everybody's aware.
You'll have those blinking signs in advance.
I don't know. I mean, that's the police department in terms of traffic control and what they're going to be doing. They have a plan that they've worked with the Chamber of Commerce on.
Alex, is that dumpster moved that was sitting in the right outside of Moonshine, like in the little gap between the rail? Did that ever get moved?
That's kind of standard.
You mean Umi and?
Yeah, sorry, standard. Yeah. like, do you know?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been down there, but I've been speaking to.
I just think when we talk about flood mitigation,
Yeah, no,
something so simple like that dumpster not sitting on the edge, the whole thing's barricaded, except there's like a space as big as a dumpster with a dumpster sitting right there.
Yeah, I've been talking to the property owners in that area. we're gonna start discussing.
But
some
is there any way,
other
did you speak
Correct,
to?
correct. Those are the discussions I'm having to extend the guardrail onto private property. And also discussing with the Standard and Live Breads and all of those that have various things back there, how we can do better.
So I was gonna wait till old business, but since you brought it up, I think, are we working on a dumpster ordinance that
Well,
everything should be contained
yeah,
on screen?
I'm working on that sort of separately,
Good.
but in terms of an ordinance, I think that's something that's continuing to be discussed, you know, and how that applies to other properties and stuff, but with this particular issue, I think it's
We
just
just
worth
need
having
that
a
one
discussion, right?
Piece closed off.
Two items. When the results come in for the DPW site, I think it's important that we have a public information session on that. And I think it's important that we bring in the gentleman and the company that pulled those samples and they can explain it. I think that's very important to the public. So can you get that on a calendar and maybe we'll have something in town hall, like maybe before our next meeting. So July, I don't know, something like 13th or so. That's a Wednesday. If we don't have anything, if we could have a meeting at 7, have it on for Zoom and YouTube and also in person so people can do that.
Do we have a projected date that those results?
End of the
are
month,
due?
the samples are, no, I don't know. I had
It-
heard
it
that
is
the end of the month they're
yeah.
doing. So if we could have that. And then also, if we hear about the compliance hearing, can we make sure that we get that out to put it on the SWIFT?
It's going
And
out
put it
tomorrow,
on,
you said.
and put it on
No.
every,
Oh, that's the
Planning
planning board.
that's planning,
Yeah.
board,
Right,
but
but we
put it
talked-
on that, and so that people are aware of that when we, if indeed that does happen at the end of the month, that everybody's aware of it, so that there's full transparency on both those items.
Yeah, I will have
Thank
a
you.
conversation with VHB and Paul Drucker, who is the individual that's been leading that as the LSRP.
Okay, great.
And attempt July 13th, based on his availability. And also when we do get information from the court, which we have not at this point.
Yep.
We will make sure that's.
So people don't know about the compliance, like hearing people, we don't know yet if people can participate or
I think the
even,
individuals who
watch?
participated in the fairness hearing are going to be,
wait, hold on one second.
yeah, so the understanding is that people, I have not heard that individuals will be able to participate in the compliance hearing. Again, I think as I had stated, you know, to someone, that this is more about what the township has done in response to the settlement agreement. So I'm not sure whether the public or whether it's individuals that were a part of the fairness hearing, who will be able to actually participate. I'm sure everybody will be able to listen and be a part of it, part of the hearing.
Wouldn't the judge want to hear from, we have a lot of new residents who are just getting kind of
He doesn't
tuned
know
into
what the
all
judge
this.
He doesn't
wants
know.
to hear.
Yeah.
We
Yeah,
can't.
but
ask
I'm
him
saying,
that.
you would think that Ed, Mr. Buzak would say, we have residents who are not involved.
Yeah, but this is about the municipality. We have
I
a settlement
know.
agreement. Are we compliant with that settlement agreement? The
Can we
judge, that's what
ask-
the judge wants to hear.
Can we just like ask, can you ask the judge so that we can get that information out sooner than later, like not, 2 days beforehand?
That people, that residents can.
Yeah, just trying to figure out what are the parameters of the compliance here.
out.
And that way we could at least know and then communicate that out, giving people a little bit of time to digest it.
So Mayor, at the public session that you're suggesting.
Yep.
It'll be after the compliance hearing. It'll be after we have soil samples.
We need the samples,
Can we
right?
also, can we make sure, just because I know that there's a lot of questions, can we make sure that we have Mr. Buzak there, that we have Ms. McManus or planner? We should have all of our professionals there to answer questions. Just because at that point, we'll have the soil samples, we'll have the compliance hearings, and our professionals that have guided us, I think it'd be great if they could be available, all of them, to be available at that meeting.
The only thing I'll say is that I agree. I think it's important to have as many people there as you can to explain the situation. However, I wouldn't want to hold up, as we had issues with previously, hold up public information sessions because we can't get everybody in the room. So I think if I understand it correctly, obviously the largest part of
The gentleman who's in charge of pulling the soil samples, who that's his job, and he explains it.
But to Richard's point, potentially, why don't we get it on the calendar now in August to have
We could put it
an
in the-
information session about affordable housing, where we can plan to have all those
Sure.
people there And people can come ask questions about whatever they want to ask. Like, people have so many questions.
Right.
And we should give them the space to ask their questions and receive
Well,
responses
we might be
if
able to put in a
allowed.
bigger venue, right? We can.
Totally.
have
We
I
can
that.
think
go
at
to
the end of the day,
high
I'd like
school.
to see though, in July, let's get the soil samples
Right,
because
but the
that's another
planning
piece.
thing, that was the thing. It was like when we had Beth, everybody were trying to do the thing and then we couldn't think. So let's plan out now in, where are we? We're in June.
At the end.
And for July, I know people are gonna be pissed that it's in July or August
Well, it's never a good
because
time.
away, but it's never, right? This is
Never
where
a
we
good
Can't do it
are,
in
but let's get the
February
date.
either.
Let's get a date for an information session about affordable housing with all our professionals so people can come and ask questions. I think it's,
Well, my point was that at that point, you'll have soil samples and you'll have the courts, we'll have the benefit of what happened at the hearing. And it'd be great to have our, Mr. Buzak and.
great. So we'll have an
Thank you.
environmental one and then
And-
we'll have a public session in August.
As well
with
as
the
maybe
professionals.
an engineer to explain the soil sample.
Also, I was at the League of Mayors, and so I'm gonna ask everybody who's listening to please contact Senator or Governor Cody, Senator Cody, Assemblyman McKeon and JC to try and get us our energy receipts monies back. We've been working hard. The state keeps our receipts and has since 2008, Alex, 2001. They've been keeping 2001. So cumulatively, it's about $28 million that we could have Millburn get back. This
$28 million.
$28
Since
million
2000.
Wait,
since two-
McKeon and Cody were at the Pride flag raising. Did you
Correct.
talk to them about this?
Yes.
And what
Oh,
did they
I've been
say?
having discussion. Well, you
What
have
did-
to
what did
get,
they say?
Governor Cody's already signed off on it. The legislature is waiting for it to come out of committee, but all the mayors in the state, there's 564 of us, are signing off. So the more people that agitate and get there to get them to try and get us our monies back, the better. I mean, could you imagine what we would do with $28 million in Milburn? I think it'd be fabulous.
How about
We
we
buy
get
it.
like a boilerplate letter on the website that people, no one's gonna write their own letter. Get
Right.
a letter on the website,
Maybe.
and you can all just flash it out.
Yeah, because it would be, and it's got to happen now because their budget negotiations are going on right now. So it has to happen now. So I'm just saying, reach out to them. We can try and get a boilerplate letter, but just if you could even reach out to them and they just keep getting inundated with phone calls or
Wait,
emails.
but Cody signed off on it, so he's on
He
board.
did. It has to come out. Well, you also, the more people, the more the governor hears it, the better I think it is for us, rather than people not knowing about it. So I've signed off as the mayor on the letter. All the mayors around us are signing off. So we just need more people, you, the public, to say, give us our money, give us our money back. That's our money. Okay,
I think while you're doing that, even right for affordable housing.
that's right. Yeah, that's right.
The state alone
Add
can
that.
change this.
That's right. Okay, any other reports? Brad, Mr. Carney?
No report this evening.
Okay, we're finished with reports. Before we move on to public comment, I'm going to make a mayoral appointment. I hereby appoint Atul Dalmia to the Board of Recreation, who currently serves on the Recreation Board in the alternative 2 position to the vacant alternate 1 position with the term expiration of December 31st, 2026. And I hereby appoint Shika Agarwal to the Board of Recreation to the alternative 2 position with the term expiration of December 31st, 2023. Before we start public comment, I'd like to take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. Folks. Hello, thank you. Okay, we're going to public comment. When invited to speak, please come to the lectern. Clearly state your name and address and speak loudly so that your comments may be understood by all and properly recorded. For the convenience of our community, there is a remote option available. If you've called in and would like to make a comment, please press *6 now. And if you're attending by computer or electronic device, please click raise your hand button. All members of the public wishing to speak will be put into the queue to address the committee. Whenever an audience or committee member speaks and reads verbatim from a prepared statement, please email a copy to the township's clerk office at townclerk@millburntwp.org. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and to permit all to be heard, speakers are asked to limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You will be prompted when there is 30 seconds remaining. Each individual will be given 1 opportunity to make their public comment. Please be patient and we will address each member of the public that wishes to speak. This is a business meeting and please do not address professionals or staff directly, and please direct all comments to me. A reminder that we are all neighbors and personal attacks will not be tolerated. I will now open the public comment period. Anyone? Yes, please.
My name is Glenn Pedestrian, and I live at 64 Mountain View Road in the South Mountain section. First, I'd like to thank you for your service and appreciate all the time that you guys volunteer. It's a tough job, I know you have, but I do appreciate it. I have a couple questions, basically. The first one has to do with the debt. It has to do with affordable housing. And the first one has to do with the deadline or the time with respect to scheduling for the Annie Sets project. Is there, I know with respect to the affordable housing 75 unit on 9 Main Street, shovel to ground has to be in October of 2023. I have not seen anything, and I've been looking for it to find out a schedule with respect to Annie Sets. Does anybody have any information with respect to that? I really would appreciate knowing where we are with respect to that. The second question I have is with respect to the B2 ordinance that runs along Millburn Avenue between the Annie Says property and beyond Trader Joe's would be Myrtle Avenue. I understand that it's a 40 unit per acre density, but what I don't understand is how many units potentially could be built. My belief would be that these developers can make a lot more money with multi-residences of 100, 150 units per building versus a small business type thing. We have a little Chinese restaurant there. We have a preschool there. We have little businesses and some lawyers, and there's some doctor's offices there and a salon there for coloring hair, but not large developers. So my question would be: there's a certain amount of acreage that we could very easily find out. How much acreage is there between the Annie Says property, where it ends, where B2 begins, and ends at Myrtle Avenue? Because we could add that, find out how much acreage it is, times it by 40, we'll know how many maximum units are for that particular location. Those are my questions.
Thank you so much.
So keep it in the family. My name is Renee Pedestrian. I also live at 64 Mountain View Road. And I am extremely concerned about the current settlement's inclusion of a plan to build a 4-story, 150-unit apartment building at the Annie Says site and the impact it will have on Millburn and specifically on the South Mountain neighborhood. We're talking about 4 stories and 150 apartment units. The apartment building in the current plan has too many floors, too many people. It doesn't fit with the charming aesthetic or character of South Mountain. It will cause more congestion on Millburn Avenue, which will increase the danger of crossing Millburn Avenue to and from South Mountain. It'll cause more drivers to use South Mountain as a cut through and will bring unknown number of students to our South Mountain and or Wyoming school. In my 27 years in South Mountain, the cut through traffic from Millburn Avenue to Main Street and back has greatly increased in volume. It is already difficult to safely cross the streets day or night due to the volume of drivers speeding, failing to stop at stop signs, failing to yield to pedestrians, or simply taking the cut-through shortcut so as not to deal with the existing lights and traffic on both Millburn Avenue and Main Street. You must also be well aware of the flat-out danger involved in crossing Millburn Avenue to and from South Mountain neighborhood to get to the train station. I am respectfully requesting you not to permit this type of construction to move forward. Not with this many units, not at this height. The negative impact on the quality of life in the South Mountain community is too great. The current settlement agreement should be renegotiated with fair share housing. The apartment complex abutting South Mountain should be reduced in size. As the current plan now exists, there's a greatly unfair burden placed on South Mountain. Please request of Judge Gardner that a reasonable extension be granted in which to renegotiate the settlement agreement. The attorney and the planner who have been hired to guide you through this process may, as before, warn you of dire consequences should you not follow their direction. And you may again feel pressured to move ahead very quickly with this current plan. But acting in the best interests of the entire community is, of course, your fiduciary duty. In light of what we learned at the June 15th Planning Board meeting, specifically that the owner of the Annie Says property was not permitted to intervene in our declaratory judgment action, it is reasonable to believe that Judge Gardner would allow Millburn to modify the portion of the settlement agreement relating to the Annie Says property. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Pepperian.
Hi, my name is Frank Sacamandi, and I am a concerned resident who lives on Lee Terrace. Tonight's agenda includes a first reading of a variety of zoning ordinances that implement the overlay zones defined in the 2021 Fair Share Housing Settlement. I wanted to take a moment and speak about that settlement, as this set this town down an unnecessarily perilous path. The Fair Share Housing Agreement was negotiated in secret with Fair Share Housing by Miggins and Wasserman and led by McManus and Buzak. We as residents were not given the opportunity to learn about the contents of this settlement until after the town council had stealthily approved it in July 2021. This is both disappointing and distasteful, as it has denied us our right to engage in democratic discourse. While researching this whole dishonest debacle, I came across the Fair Share Housing Commission's 2021 impact report. On page 10, the report says, quote, Fair Share Housing Commission celebrated a historic victory in the township of Millburn this year. One might wonder why this would be considered such a historic victory for the commission. Could it be because Miggins and Wasserman gave the Fair Share Housing Commission even more than what was required? According to page 16 of the McManus third round housing plan, the town's RDP is 114 units. In the 2018 Millburn Master Plan, our town's RDP was calculated to be 17 units. To date, nobody has been able to adequately explain why our town's RDP number increased so dramatically from 17 to 144 units. During last week's planning board meeting, Beth McManus was asked this very question. Her response was, quote, the previous planner came up with the number and I don't want to comment on his work. So it seems that McManus has her own mystery math and that somehow gave us an RDP of 114 units. Setting aside the mystery math and the resultant questions of its validity, the contentious 75-unit dump housing project is not even required for us to meet our alleged current or prior round RDP obligation. Why then would Miggins and Wasserman have offered to build this segregated housing monstrosity? Page 23 of the McManus Plan states very directly that municipalities need not address the entirety of the unmet need. Instead, they are required to create and capture affordable housing opportunities when they arise. If that is the case, then why is the town agreeing to give away municipal land for $1 to a profit-seeking developer who wants to build a socioeconomically segregated 100% low-income housing project on a toxic dump site? This settlement is a bad deal for our town, and the council should move to pause on the settlement's implementation. I call on this council to reject all of tonight's proposed zoning changes, replace Beth McManus and Ed Buzak, and go back and renegotiate with Fair Share Housing. After all, we as a town can do better than the massively misguided 75-unit, 100% low-income McManus and Miggins monstrosity. One more thing, I understand that Beth is a special master in other settlement agreements. Can a town council member ask her to comment on whether citizens can participate in fair share compliance hearings? And if so, doesn't the court and town need to give residents proper notice? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jerry Kung, and I'm a concerned resident who also lives on Lee Terrace. I started following the discussion related to the Fair Share Housing Agreement after the community feedback session held in March at the middle school. I naively thought that town leadership genuinely wished to solicit feedback from residents. It's been a whirlwind 3 months, and as I've strapped on my boots to venture deeper into this malevolent swamp, it's become obvious that certain folks up on this dais have no intention of doing what's best for our community. Tonight, there's a resolution up to re-up the town's contract with Beth McManus by an additional $30,000 beyond the $100,000 already authorized. Beth McManus was brought in July of 2021, and within 30 days, our town was saddled with this abomination of a plan. At the last planning board meeting, which resulted in the rejection of this plan, I asked Ms. McManus why there was an inconsistency between the RDP numbers from our town's 2018 master plan and her plan. She gave a rambling non-answer that amounted to because reasons. The prior master plan was created by our previous planner, Paul Phillips, who served our town for more than 10 years and was recently recognized by the American Planning Association as an outstanding professional planner, and who, it seems, was stealthily removed in favor of McManus by Miggins and Wasserman. Compared to McManus, Phillips lays out his calculations in much greater detail. Though they both cite the same state statute 593 4.2F, he provides a meticulous schedule to back up his vacant land adjustment. Just looking at the facts here, I would think that our town planner with decades of experience in Millburn would have a better grasp of our town than someone brought on to rush through an agreement in 30 days. The law itself is unambiguous in subsection G of the aforementioned statute. The RDP shall not vary with the strategy and implementation techniques employed by the municipality. It's clear that this firm is not looking out for the best interests of our town. Do not extend this contract. This brings me to my next point, which is the continuing lack of proper procedure. Which line item in the annual budget is this new outlay going to come from? Where's the certificate of availability that confirms that there is indeed sufficient funding for this contract? These are important questions. We live in the United States of America, not some fly-by-night banana republic where you get to make up the rules as you go. Rule of law and proper procedure are paramount. While I'm on the subject of procedure, we all just witnessed Miggins, Wasserman, and Vinayak vote to shut down the ability of residents to have a second round of comment. What are they afraid of? Unsurprisingly, it's the same gang of three who tonight will be utterly disregarding the planning board's opposition to this plan and introducing a spate of ordinances designed to forever destroy the character of our town and the preeminence of our schools. To these members of the committee who insist on ramming through this plan, I say this: there will come a time when you and your party machine handlers are gone, but your dishonorable intent and pursuant actions will remain an indelible stain on the record of this town. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khan.
I don't know if I can follow that act. Nick Volpicelli, Overlook Terrace. So I want to step back a little bit. And according to the US Census Bureau, since the early 1970s, when this affordable housing
Guys, excuse me, somebody's speaking.
Since the 1970s, when this affordable housing came into effect in New Jersey, the United States has grown from about 230 million residents to about 330 million residents, a 43% increase. During that same time, New Jersey has grown by a paltry 8%, one of the slowest growing states in the nation. By the way, Millburn has also grown by 8%. Where's our crisis? Right? Maybe there's a temporary crisis in Newark. That's a separate conversation we're going to have as that city rebounds amazingly. But we've kept pace with New Jersey. And so I want to focus also on people talk about the smaller adjusted RDP number and say, oh, great, it's only 100 some odd units. I want to talk about the big number because that's the number that's going to be used and continual trickle of units coming in the overlay zones. So we're going to see hundreds and hundreds of more units as properties come open in the overlay zones, whether it's the old Sports Authority building or the old Sports Academy or the old Walgreens. There will be more and more units as those lots become available. And that higher number, also the 1,500 some odd, is also used to reset the bar for the rest of the state. So tiny towns like Hopewell get a number of 1,300 and they have to build all 1,300 affordable units. We're turning rural communities into urban communities overnight. Disastrous consequences we think were bad with 100 and some odd units. Imagine having to build 1,300 units. This entire third round of the affordable housing has jumped the shark, to use that colloquial term, and how an unelected, unaccountable entity has come to hold the entire state hostage is beyond me. And until there is an uprising by all the residents across New Jersey to talk to our elected officials from both parties, that this is not a constructive manner. There is no crisis in New Jersey, it's slowest growing state, right? This is not constructive for the towns. It's not constructive for residents, forcing them to be perpetual renters instead of getting on the track to home ownership. It is not a good path. And again, our settlement with this very high total number resets the bar for every other town in the state. I urge us to go back, renegotiate. I am not opposed with necessarily the RDP number, but the big number is a whole reset. And that was the victory that they celebrated, was the whole number.
Thank you, Mr. Volpicelli.
Good evening, Dennis Fabian, 1 Barbary Lane, Short Hills. Thank you for allowing me to speak. I watched the whole planning board meeting and I was appalled at some of the discussion there. Nobody had really any answers. Beth McManus has worked with Fair Share Housing for too long. So has Mr. The attorney Buzak. They've worked together on too many issues. That's number one. This is a cabal. It's an extortion group. They come into a town, they tell you you need 3,000 units, and then they cut it down to make you feel good. That's what they did to you. That's what they did to you. Don't fear the reaper. These people have to be stopped. First of all, I'm going to reiterate what I said before. This organization has no scruples. They're forcing you to put a unit on the dump site. It is the dump. Get that through your heads. If one person gets ill over the next few years, you will be responsible. As far as the remediation is concerned, that question really wasn't answered. Who is going to pay for the remediation? You tried to answer it, but you didn't really answer it the other night in the planning committee meeting. Is the town going to be forced to reimburse the builders for the remediation? That's what I want to know. Who picks the people that do the remediation? And who has picked the people to do the EPA testing? Was it us or was it the builder? That's what I want to know, because it makes a huge difference. Do not go through with this building on this site. It's a disaster both optically and medically. We already know that there are contaminants on that site because we're already in 3rd phase of testing. Do not be afraid of these people. Do not be afraid of the builders. Be afraid of the litigation that's coming to every one of you up there, including town administrator. It will be personal litigation because you have not fulfilled your fiduciary responsibility to take care of the remaining citizens in this town. And if there's a medical issue, I'll be happy to testify against you. Thank you.
Good evening.
My name is Christine Best. I live at 15 Fairfield Terrace in Short Hills. And I just have a quick request for Maggie. I presented about a month ago. I wasn't able to make the township meeting. And I was wondering if I could extend my time to 6 minutes, mainly because I'm not specifically talking about what everybody's been talking about tonight. I'm actually presenting to the township committee the 5G wireless radiation issue. And I don't think that anybody, and I apologize if I missed it, has addressed some of the questions I brought up in the last township meeting. And I feel the need to sort of kick off some type of committee. Would you honor that request, Maggie?
So I can't give you 6 minutes just because there's so many. However,
I'll take 3.
I would be my pleasure to meet with you offline. We could meet, you could come, whatever you want to do. It'd be my pleasure to meet. And if you want to have someone else from the committee come, it'd be our.
That's fine. Can I just start over there?
Yes.
Just if you could put, I'm going to email you the rest of this. So it's on
Sure.
record.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay.
So I'll try to go as quickly as I can. I don't think a lot of people in this room understand 5G technology and its entity and why it's being rolled out widespread. I'm sure you've seen cell tower increases, they've been doubling over the last 2 years during COVID. Most people are so obsessed with COVID that they're not even realizing that they're being like, sort of like bombarded with 5G technology. So I just want to just give a brief overview, like 4G technology versus 5G in terms of the amount of radiation you're being exposed to. So 4G technology by the Verizon carrier is currently at 700 megahertz to 1700 megahertz. And so 1000 megahertz equals 1 gigahertz, okay? And the 5G that is currently rolled out right now with Verizon operates between 6 gigahertz to 28 gigahertz and has the capacity to go to 39 gigahertz. So you can imagine, you're going from at minimum 1,000 to 28,000. So that's huge, okay? It's particularly huge for people that live under that base station, that mini base station, which probably has about 50% the capacity of an average cell tower. I don't have the exact numbers, but when I was just looking at it, for people to be warned of, just like the cancer label on, a box of cigarettes, of what they're sitting next to, the people that work at the restaurant at, across the street, the people that work at Starbucks, like they don't even know there's a cell tower there. I've actually talked to a number of people, they have no clue. And that's really, really sad. And our township committee has a responsibility to do that. So, so basically going into 4G, one of the things are 5G, and I'm going to just have to kind of jump around because I have so much to present. There was a historic win with the Children's Health Defense Fund actually against the FCC. And they presented 11,000 pages of documents to the FCC proving their basically negligence. And they haven't reviewed wireless safety since 1996, okay? So that's really, really concerning. So basically when we roll this out, or we are complicit to as a township, and I'm talking, taking everybody in because I'm not trying to accuse anybody. We actually don't know what we're rolling out, and we're literally sticking our hands in the sand, and it affects, I don't care where you're from, what your economic background is, what your party affiliation is, it affects every single person in this town. It affects everybody. Your kid could get cancer, your kid could have anxiety, your kid could have suicidal tendencies. It literally affects a lot of things, and I know that because I personally have had EMF effects, okay? And I've done a lot of research on it. So it's something that's really, really important to me. It causes things like headaches, memory problems, dizziness, depression, sleep disruption, mitochondrial dysfunction, endocrine disruption, anxiety, suicide, as far as going to DNA damage and cancer, okay? And I think that it's really important. I don't see anything on the books except for a small document on cell technology, I think that was developed in 2018 that I researched with the township. And I don't really know what's going on. I really want to have the town be accountable to explain to the town, what's the rollout going to look like? Where are there planned cell towers? I don't know. I think there was one in the church steeple last time I checked, and there's one down, on Mechanic Street near the Atari building. And now I see one sitting in the town. There's one in St. Barnabas. They're popping up all over. Do you know that actually people can put a cell tower on their house
and get a lease from, from a cell tower company without actually township approval. And my last comment is, I just want you to think about this. I went through the planning committee to build an accessory structure, and it was so much work, so much spend, so much time, and everybody considered every detail of my brick because it was unsightly or not unsightly. If we don't put that kind of care into people's health and public safety, it just makes me very, very sad. And I think you're going to be very sad in 10 years when you see the outcome of that. And we have to stand strong as a town. And thank you for your time.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Christine. Thank you so much.
Hi, Jay Morielli, #1 Claremont Drive. There are many matters on the agenda tonight that I would like to share my views on, but since there's no opportunity to discuss the new ordinances and proposed resolutions outside the public comment section, I will be unable to do so. Regardless, I may run over the allocated 3 minutes, so feel free to stop me whenever you feel appropriate. Let me start with things that I will not have time to express my concerns with. First, the rules of order change, specifically removal of yielding time. Second, I will not cover my concerns with the Casey and Keller Services contract, though I do believe there's conflict of interest concerns there. I will not cover my concerns with the buffer ordinance, though I will point out that the buffer ordinance states that it applies to the B2 zone. And another proposed ordinance says the B2 zone is hereby eliminated. And there's no reference to the new overlay zones that are created in the buffer ordinance. So I hope this group does not vote on a buffer ordinance, which does not include the new overlay zones. What I would like to talk about instead is acknowledging the great work by Police Chief Gilfetter, Mayor Miggins, Deputy Mayor Eglow, and the entire town council and administrative teams that added a page to the township and police website with important information on safe gun storage. With the dramatic increase in gun ownership across our town and state in the past 2 years, it's more important than ever that firearms are stored safely and securely to prevent access to children and teens. If the information provided on this webpage results in just one gun owner safely storing a firearm which prevents a troubled teen from gaining access and harming themselves, or taking to school or a playground and harming others, it will be the single most important action taken by this body. I could go on stating facts, studies, statistics on why safe storage is important, but as my time is limited, I'll simply say thank you and job well done. I want to speak next on the fair share zoning ordinance changes, specifically to the B2 zone, or the former B2 zone that's been turned into 3 separate zones. There's 3 important changes from my perspective. First is that the B2 zone is being eliminated and 3 new zones are being created. Second, the change permits multi-housing family developments, which is in fact required by the settlement. But the third change permits a combination of residential and commercial uses in the same development, as this is where I have concerns. My wife and I have sent a letter to both members of the planning board and the township committee sharing our concerns in writing, specifically with allowing mixed use residential and commercial in the new B2 zones. And this is the reason, and the reasons we believe this is a bad idea are as follows. Number 1, it does not align with objective 1.01 of the master plan. It is most certainly not required in the settlement agreement. And in fact, the settlement agreement includes 100% residential buildings and zones. It will result in taller buildings and more traffic. And we suspect most renters would prefer living in a 100% residential building versus a building that say had a restaurant open till 1 a.m. with unknown patrons constantly coming and going. So this will not benefit residents in single family homes 50 feet away and will not be desirable to low or moderate income residential residents. The primary beneficiaries of mixed use will be the developers that build these and the landlords that rent out these space. For these reasons, we believe mixed use should be prohibited. Finally, I'd like to say, with all due respect, Mayor Miggins, I do believe you should recuse yourself from the vote on these ordinances for the same reason that you appropriately recused yourself from the second vote on the restaurant ordinance last year. And not because I believe you would ever make a decision that you felt was not in the best interest of the township, but to eliminate any chance that anyone may question the motivation of your vote. We know that residents move for many reasons, both within town and out of town. We know that the average brokerage sales commission on $1 million home can be $50,000 or $60,000. And we know that nearby developments can play a role in residents' decisions to relocate. So for that reason, and regardless of recommendation from town council, I suggest respectfully that you recuse yourself on the zoning ordinances, on any zoning ordinances that may impact decisions by residents on whether to move or not. And to those that view recusals as bad, there is absolutely nothing that should be construed as negative when a member of an elected body recuses themselves when a potential conflict of interest arises. In fact, it's the appropriate thing to do. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Moriali.
Good evening and thank you very much. My name is Avi Grender. I'm a town resident who already. First speaking. I'm a town resident for the past 30 years or more. I actually know some of this committee for just about that time. My wife and I raised our 5 kids here, and our oldest son is back to live in town.
Nice.
I'll just make some of my some things that I noticed when we started. I didn't think that I would say anything, but I think that I have to. So thanks for this meeting. Thank you very much. And I have to tell you, UTC, in my sentiment, I'm sure most people sitting here, when you started the meeting, by the way, you all look great. That, and I'm gonna try to be very respectful,
please,
but I'll use harsh words. But I can tell you that the venom clearly felt by everybody in this room between you people is not conducive. And as a senior citizen, I would put each, not all of you, but some of you on the corner for a little while. I don't think that you can represent the people talking to each other in that way, because it's already showing us that you really don't doing your job for us. You're supposed to represent us, and you couldn't possibly do that with this tension among you. I just want to make sure again that we all know none of you read the environmental report. I try to read it. I'm an architect. Terrible. Would see the samples. According to the last meeting, none of you, and I bet that none of you have ever actually been into 100% low-income housing development for a week. You have no understanding what it is about. None. You all admitted last time that there were no studies for traffic, for school, for police, for counseling, for the structure of the schools, for circulation in town. None. No studies. But you rush to be fearful because, and I'll get to them, fearful that you think that you have to sign some weird something that was shoved down your throats. And let me just say this. We're told that the overlay negotiation are privileged. Like, we're not allowed to know what's going on there. Who negotiated with whom and how? I had a very rough conversation today with Richard. And basically, we can't know. What are we in the Secret Service? We're town resident. It's gonna affect each of our lives. Your kids' lives. I don't think how it will. Now, fair housing here, they're political hack. They're not for profit. They're the Al Sharpton of poor people. Nothing short of that. We hired them to represent us. I'll give you a very short analogy. There's a war between Russia and the Ukraine. Could you imagine that the Ukraine will hire Putin to negotiate a peace treaty between the two? And then allow Putin to draft the map of the Ukraine. That's exactly what you did. They're political hacks. They're our enemy. They have no authority. The state has. We have to comply with the law, whatever the name is. Mount Laura law, but not with what they want you to do.
They're not fair share housing. Just, no,
Yes.
Beth McManus is not. I just want to
Who is
correct. But she's,
Excuse me.
but I'm sorry,
Sorry.
it's just,
No,
you know.
So if I'm wrong, I'm wrong.
You're
I'm
wrong.
putting myself, I'm
Sorry.
attacking the wrong person.
Please finish because you've gone beyond your time.
So can I know who she represents?
She represents Millburn. We.
Mr.
employ
Brender,
her.
please finish. You're beyond your time.
All right.
Thank
Well, she did an awful job. Same did our attorney, who represent other towns in these matters. Now, it's beyond me how you managed to do all of this negotiations and this and that and the other in 2 weeks. Impossible. Impossible. To put in 2022, a segregated development is the most horrible things that you can do. You should never accept it. You should never be frightened that some judge in some weird authority will force us to do that. They can't. There are other courts, higher authorities. We can object. This does not give us the stay, another judge will give us the stay. Until the town residents know that you represent their benefit. You can't go and put $1,000, 1,000 units in this kind of town. In what, in 2 years, 3 years? The town will collapse in every respect that you can imagine. We're not geared to that. I remember when my kids went to school, there was an influx of just a few hundred kids. There were bond issues every other day.
Mr. Brender, I'm going to ask you to finish up with your
I will
last thoughts,
finish up.
please. Thank you, sir.
I will.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, I think that your job is to do two things. To fire whoever represented us in court. And I think the three of you that vote for us should return your resignations also.
Thank you, sir.
Because you're not representing the people.
Thank you, sir. Have a lovely night.
Good evening, everyone.
Good
Oye
evening.
Olabi, 46 Maple Street. So thank you for your comment. It's greatly appreciated. I would like to suggest that you all be sworn in at the start of each meeting. I would like to make that big suggestion. This will really help the community with the lack of transparency and adherence to the rule of law that residents have been asking for. As a former Millburn Board of Education member, I can say to the entire Millburn community that while I, Onyewolabi, was on the board for 4 years, the township did not discuss their plans with us. I can openly say that to the community. They did not carry us along at all. You instead wanted to cover up your mistakes by pitching us 1 or 2 lines. This is nothing personal, but Wasserman, Vinayak, This is nothing personal, but both of you know in your heart the discussion that was had. I would also like to touch on the fair share housing situation. I'm even more worried that you all will even entertain building next to the Short Hills train station. Do you all know the different historical buildings that are in your town? You need to educate yourself. That is an historical building from the 1800s. Who are you all working for? Do you all know what you're doing to the town? I mean, I don't come here with a statement already written. I sit here, listen to you all, and then give my comment. Stay focused, Millburn. A new township committee majority is possible come this fall. Not one commanded by Tom Barrett, the PR blunder, who is here tonight having side conversations with TC members. I saw this during the break of this public meeting with elected officials. We need fresh eyes and we need honesty, ethics, and people who take their constitutional oath seriously and will act as your fiduciaries and earn your public trust. I would also like to leave you guys with this question. I would like to ask if USAC will attempt to get the planning board to change their vote, because I was in that meeting, that long 3-hour meeting. The planning board has thrown you guys a life preserver. Please don't screw it up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Graham Paknija. I live at 250 Millburn Avenue, right in front of Investor Savings Bank and Anis's, over 39 years. I see from my window every day, the traffic is getting worse and becoming dangerous, and people cannot pass through it to go to the other side. Since the traffic in the downtown was changed, the whole traffic pattern in the South Mountain area is changed for worse. What you all are doing by putting this project down there, the situation that is bad, you are making it worse and impossible. This is a prescription for disaster. I'm not gonna say what other people said to reduce the number of buildings. I'm just gonna ask you to put a roundabout there to reduce the speed. The most accident on Millburn Avenue takes place between Investor Savings Bank and Anis's. I have seen it, I'm a victim of that. 3 times over 30 years, the car have run from Millburn Avenue into the office, into my kitchen.
Oh my God.
Does that speak loud how bad it is? Please stop this project because people are gonna die. If you pass through this pathway, the triangle, the signs is always done because everybody runs over that triangle. And when you complain, it's not our road, it's the county road, we can do nothing about it. How many times you all have witnessed that those signs are done and flat on the triangle? What does that speak to? When you are all asleep and awake, 5:30 in the morning, people want to walk through the street to go on the other side with their dog, they cannot pass through Millburn Avenue. Impossible. Stop this project as a whole, please. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Bill Brazel. I'm a resident of South Mountain, a father of 3 daughters. Apparently, unlike the honorable members of our committee, I have lived in an exclusively low-income housing project. I would not recommend it. I agree with Renee Pedestrian and others tonight. I live down Parkview Drive, from Annie says, and I do not want this high-density housing put there for the reasons that Renee and her husband articulated so well. And I'm also just a little bit confused. This is the second town meeting that I've been to where Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo voted to allow the townspeople to have a second opportunity to comment. That is, to respond to council members after they have replied to the town members. Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo asked to make this a regular part of the meetings and was voted down. Tonight, she was joined by Councilmember Tara Krupis, who, noting the large turnout tonight, suggested the council might allow a second comment period just for tonight. As a citizen of Millburn, I'm a little bit confused. Along with Mr. Kung and others in this room, I'm having an extremely hard time understanding why our mayor on both occasions, and along with 2 council members, blocked our fellow citizens from having a second opportunity to comment. I wonder if the mayor might like to explain to the townspeople why she doesn't want to hear from us very much. I have a minute left of my time and I yield it to the mayor. I invite you to respond.
Thank you, Mr. Brazil. We respond to everybody when they're all finished speaking. Thank you, sir.
I look forward.
My name is Don Hayes. I live in the South Mountain neighborhood. I can't add anything to my eloquent neighbors here, except that on a personal note, my wife was struck by a car crossing Millburn Avenue, right at that area where that gentleman lives, trying to get to the train in the morning. And she was almost killed. And that was 6 years ago, and nothing's been done to really correct any of the traffic problems around there, or life safety issues. And this project is only going to make things worse. And, you know, it's like, I want to be overly dramatic, but it's like school shootings, you know, everybody's safe, everything's all right until it's not. And more people are going to get hurt, like the gentleman said. More people are going to get struck by cars, and there's going to be more misery if we put such a dense housing complex in that small area. I implore you guys to revisit this, create a sensible solution to this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good
My
evening.
name is James Peter Procalis. I live at 6 Parkview Drive. Yes, the sign is always flat on the ground. We hear it at night because we're second house in from the corner. I'm late to this, and I apologize. I've been listening. I'm an architect and I'm a planner. I've dealt with public housing for most of my career in several of the major cities in this state. And I want to say a few things. First of all, I've been before many boards, and I'm quite frankly very disappointed in the way this board conducts itself. Very disappointed. It's very unprofessional. It's almost childish. I thought I was in junior high school for a while. All right. The second thing is what you're proposing. I don't know who you hired as your planners and who proposed to you to put low-income housing on one site is a disaster. It will be known as public housing. It will be known in town as the project. It will fail. One of the biggest achievements I had in my career is I wrote the program to knock down all the high-rise buildings in the city of Newark, the public housing buildings, and that was taken up across the country, myself and 2 others. The group that you're dealing with is pushing this, and they're pushing it on behalf of builders. You need to understand that. You can stand up to them. Don't be afraid of them. The other issue is, these are the gun manufacturers, okay? They're pushing guns. In the 50s, there were no shootings because nobody had guns, nobody had machine guns, all right? Yes, we do need low-income housing here. We do need affordable housing, if you will, the new term, okay? But we don't need to do it the way you're doing it. I haven't looked at everything yet, and one of the things I can look at is why don't you put in your description, instead of lot and block numbers, where on the corner it is, so people understand, oh, it's over here by Annie Says, oh, it's over there by the town dump. You're hiding things by doing that, whether it's intentional or not. You're not telling people where it is. You're not showing them maps of where it should be. That's public information, okay? I've had 36 years of public service in the state of New Jersey, all right? And one of the things I always found is public entities don't want to share information. I started sharing information and people started stopping asking questions because you're giving them answers. You're giving them the information. They're entitled to the information. It's public information. And you're holding back. The other thing you haven't talked about, and let's talk about Andy says, you're broaching 300 cars in that lot on that corner with all that issue going on. Where's your studies? Where's your due diligence? Who did you hire? If you hired my firm and my associates and another architect, we would have had people in there looking at this and we would have said to you, that's insanity. It's not common sense. And let me ask you a question. Where's your background to understand all this stuff? I don't know what he does for a living. He's a lawyer. I don't know what you do for a living. I understand it. Maybe it's real estate, right? That's a boon to my existence. Believe me, you get 6% for selling it. I get hardly 6% for designing it. Okay, I know. Yeah. Okay, you can't sell a house. The house sells itself. All right, that's the other issue. Okay, I can sell you pants. I can sell you a car. I can't sell you a house. You don't like it, you're not buying it. Done. All I can do is take you there and show it to you. Okay, that's a real estate person.
Mr.
Don't
Kokolas,
take it
I'm going
personal,
to ask,
that's the way it is.
I don't take anything personally,
I
but I
know,
am going to
fine.
ask you to wrap up because
I'm
we,
going to wrap it up.
thank you,
Okay, I'm going to
sir.
wrap it up.
Thank you.
Don't be afraid of these people. Don't be afraid of the judge. Don't be afraid. Take the 25 million and fight this.
Yes.
28 million and fight it. Okay? We'll be back. We'll be back. And I'm getting madder. Don't get me upset. I got a background in this stuff that'll knock your socks off.
Thank you, sir. Wait, we have more.
Jesse, how many people are watching on Zoom?
45 attendees.
47.
47.
Good evening.
Everyone.
Good evening.
My name is Adam Brender. I grew up in town at 14 Whittingham Terrace
Nice.
for the first 18 years of my life, and I recently moved back to town with my wife. I'm now living at 18 Whittingham Terrace next to my parents.
Oh, that's nice.
I moved back to town in order to hopefully provide my future family.
Excuse me,
with-
there's someone speaking. Excuse me.
I moved back to town to hopefully provide my future family with the opportunities that I was afforded living here in a safe environment, in a wonderful school zone, in a wonderful embracing community. And I really feel that's super important to all the people in this room, all the people that are waiting very patiently online. And there are a few points I'd like to make. In the planning board meeting last week, there was a gentleman who asked the members of the planning board if they had even looked into the environmental report, which is available on the Millburn website. Every member of the planning board responded, no.
That's not true.
It is true. That was the response. You can look back at the reporting.
I'm on the planning board.
Okay,
That's not true.
thank you. Also, there were comments tonight that there are still evaluations being done on if the site is contaminated. However, there were previously mentioned that it was contaminated. So I find that there's a lot of conflicting information. And I also feel that the public is not being made aware of this information. I was lucky enough to be browsing on Facebook to be made aware of this meeting tonight, and I gladly continue to share that this meeting was occurring because I feel that the general public in town has no idea what's going on. I am hoping to represent the future generation in this town, and I really feel that the decisions being made by both the planning board and the township committee, specifically some of the members, because we can tell who's voting for what, are not in the best interest of this town. I feel that no one here is actually really considering the interest of the residents and the community, and not just specific individuals, but the community at large. I also don't understand why there are the need for closed door meetings. I don't fully understand the specific requirements of how these meetings should be conducted, but I feel that information should be available to the public. I don't understand why the dump was sold for $1 to RPM. Their track record is readily available. Sitting here, I looked up one of their properties that they manage. It's a 50-unit building in East Orange, New Jersey, with currently 40 open violations dating back to 2015. So again, I don't understand how these developers were picked, who's going to be paying for the remediation, who's going to be responsible for the potential consequences if that's done incorrectly. And I think that you, as the Township Committee, must bear that burden and hopefully do so in the best interest of the town and its residents.
Thanks, Mr. Render.
Good evening. First I have to say it's really concerning that the whole YouTube is black. The volume is very poor. I appreciate that you brought it up to the public, but you know, today's day and age, 2021, 2022, and the tech that this guy has, that should not be a problem. We should all be able to see when we're not here. I was fortunate enough to run out and get here tonight. My name is Perry Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue in Short Hills. First, I'd like to ask, are any of you receiving emails? Do your email servers work? Well, I've sent several emails going back even to May 18th. Today is June 21st. I still haven't gotten a response from any of the members or our BA. Just want to know, regarding ordinance 2616-22, when did the members of this board and Mr. Grillo learn that the state required the adoption of the ordinance creating a pedestrian mall? Who on this board and Mr. Grillo surveyed all impacted businesses surrounding the downtown business district of the purpose of the pedestrian mall? Are these business owners aware or are they in support of the closure? Survey regarding also the flow of the traffic. And is there even enough funds within the budget for the police overtime who are patrolling and monitoring our pedestrian mall? And what bracket of the police are actually the ones that are actually doing that overtime? Is there a certain rank of police officers? Just asking that question. Also at the planning board meeting, I asked a couple questions about the contaminated property at the DPW site. I expressed having personal experience in being subjected to a contaminated piece of property. The DPW site is on its third phase of testing. Clearly, any sighting shows a problem. In agreement with Dr. Fabian, this is a problem, and there is a lot of concerns with the community residents about building on this DPW site with the building something on a contaminated piece of property. My own experience is that we dug to China when we had one sighting, two sightings, and it has to be properly remediated. I asked who at that meeting was going to be responsible for paying for that, and Ms. McManus said that it was the township. Is that clear that the township is going to be responsible for paying for the remediation? I know for a single family home, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars. I can't even imagine what the remediation is, and you should all be asking that question, especially you, Mr. Vignac, because you're the numbers guy. Also that we have concerns about the contamination. Shouldn't we also, not only building on a contaminated piece of property, but you as sitting members, do you have any concerns of our DPW workers that are actually working on a contaminated piece of property? Has that bell ever gone off? Getting back to, I also asked some questions about when am I going to receive a response about the B3 zone? Why was B3 overlooked during your overlay? And during that planning board meeting, I was told by Ms. McManus and several other times that it's not possible to reveal the details. Why? Mr. Vignac stated tonight the developers got what they wanted. What exactly did you mean by that, Mr. Vignac? And why hasn't the township invited our family for discussions regarding overlays or other possibilities on properties in need of rehabilitation or redevelopment? But instead, what we did receive is a visit by your officials, and we were told by code enforcement, it is based on a complaint basis. Is that how your code enforcement officers work on a complaint basis. And if you know anybody that goes into that CDL, and if there's a complaint put in, it is not anonymous because you have to put all of your information in, you have to put your email in. So it is absolutely not anonymous if anybody says that. I am still waiting for an Oprah to find out who the complainant was and why the building inspector officer and the code enforcement officer wanted to set up a meeting with us and my family regarding a certain piece of property. But I was handed, and this is what the Township of Millburn wants to do for me. In 2020, I asked the questions I had concern and I got involved. And you have been doing nothing by the powers of your board and anybody else. You're going to all your department heads, and they're coming back to us. Now I just received most recent that you want me to deem a property abandoned. Why is that? There's multiple other properties within this town, including one right across the street that I look at every single day, that the property owner had someone working negligently, did not have permits, was not a licensed contractor, was not insured, and as the property owner wasn't even insured. So I looked at that deadbeat hole for 15 years. How is this complaint basis? There's multiple properties throughout. If a property is vacant, I do not have an abandoned vacant property. I'm telling you right now. It has been for rent. It's up for rent since I acquired that property. And you are forcing us to deem this property abandoned. Why? Why?
Thank you, Ms. Urso.
Hard acts to follow. Jean Pasternak, 342 Hobart. I can tell you why that happened, Perry. You're getting retaliated against. I felt it, you felt it. Anybody that comes up here, we feel it, okay? We just do. I don't care if you want to deny it all day long. This is what happens with this group of people. It's pathetic. I will say I'm really pleased with the sunshine that's coming from Diane and from Tara. You guys are definitely doing your job. You're representing us. You're coming around to understand how angry this community is over what's been going on here. And I appreciate that, and I want you to know that. Even if we disagree on facts, I still do appreciate it, okay? McManus should be let go. I'm sorry, Beth, you were just absolutely appalling in terms of how you represented this township.
Ms. Pasternak,
No
please
more
don't address them.
retainer. She sold out Millburn without a thought. The residents are awakened and we are angry, and you heard it all tonight, and we heard it at the planning board, which I think you were sitting at for the full 4 hours, because you're a member, aren't you?
That's
Okay.
correct.
So you are our elected representatives, all of our elected representatives, not just your select favorites. It's everyone in this town. And you have people sitting here from every party, every neighborhood, every stripe, sitting here telling you, we don't want this. Stop. It's ridiculous. You have not disclosed your intent or actions prior to voting on this settlement agreement mess. You didn't. You absolutely did not. You kept us in the dark. You allowed this woman to sell us out. You allowed Frank Banish to do the same thing. It's time to be accountable. We are the people here. You represent us. It's not the other way around. Your own land use advisory board said a resounding no to amending the master plan to include the housing and fair share elements. So I'm counting 7 of them and 7 here. 7 no, 7 yes. If you count the planning board and yourselves, that's a split. It means go back to Judge Gardner and the Fair Share Housing Center and represent this community and our wishes. That's what that says. You are fiduciaries of public trust monies. Those are our tax dollars that we pay you to manage. Frank Banish, the Fair Share Housing Special Master, was paid $67,000 plus. I opened his time summaries and I found out they do not exist. So you paid the guy without any time summaries. What the hell is that? That's since 2018, and that's only our share. What the heck did he receive from everybody else involved? Sure smells like the cabal that I heard described earlier today. Why did it take till June to revise the rules and procedure order of business? Was this to help influence an election, like the contested Democrat primary, perhaps? Why only one chance for the public to speak? What about our ability to have hybrid meetings going forward? Can we post questions before meetings so everyone has the ability to see what is going to be asked? So it wouldn't take as long, which is what one of your complaints I heard in the past, why you won't have two sessions. Jeff Feld has pleaded with you for 2 years now and was forced to file a lawsuit to uphold our right to free speech. Mayor Miggins, you did not initiate this. We, the people, did. One question. What is the Upton school population? I remember Jamie Ceruto sitting here giving a number which you, Mayor Miggins, reduced down to something half of what he said. What is it? Tell us. We'd like to know. You say you're talking to the schools? Okay. Well, that sounds like you aren't because you can't even answer the question. Page 40. Going back
Mrs.
to the planning
Pasternak,
board.
could you wrap this up, please? I've let
Yes,
you
I
go
can.
on.
I'd be
Thank you.
happy to. I
Thank
have
you
a
so
couple more
much.
questions.
Nope, just
In
last
the-
one,
in the-
last
Well,
one.
other people were allowed to.
That's right, and you've gone
over.
over a minute now, so go ahead,
Okay,
last
well,
one.
good. I'm glad you're
Thank you.
keeping time.
Yes, I am.
The stakeholders indicated, this is in the document from 2018 on page 40 from the planning board. Stakeholders indicated that the schools are at or near capacity. And it was therefore imperative that the municipality remain in constant dialogue with the Board of Education moving forward as land use decisions and changing demographics affect the district's long-range facilities planning. Constant contact. 2 meetings doesn't sound like that. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jeffrey Feld, 11 Alexander Lane, Short Hills, New Jersey. I thank everyone who's coming out and speaking up and exercising your right of free speech. I want to focus on resolutions that are not on the consent agenda. For a year, 2 years, I've been saying certain things. I'm really concerned about the rules procedure resolution. I believe that should be an ordinance where public really has an opportunity to review what's happening. I believe because of where we are in the budget process, we made references today about certifications of availability of funds. We approved the budget. How are we going to fund some of these change orders that for these two professionals here and various other acts? Also, I think we should be doing what other municipalities do, that on every municipal legislation, there's a good housekeeping seal for our municipal attorney as to the form and validity. That's standard practice in most municipalities. Let them be on the line, because they're supposed to be the sheriff of good governance, democracy, and the rule of law. I'm concerned about this resolution. What's the template? I am concerned that we don't have 2 opportunities to speak. I am concerned that we only have 3 minutes. Edison, if you read today's paper, is adopting an ordinance to reduce their public comments from 6 minutes to 4 minutes. We only get 3 minutes to talk about various things that aren't even on the consent agenda. Let's look at example, the developer's agreement with Beehive Properties. Where's the agreement? Anytime you put a document that you're going to approve the agreement, the public's entitled to see that agreement before you approve it. Don't hide on behind its draft. Because under that idea, you approved the agreement, conditional RPM redevelopment agreement. I made Oprah request. That document does not exist. RPM has not signed it. That's part of the fraud that in the public wrongdoing that this public is saying no more of. We should know the date that they had to come into an agreement. I told you this, basic contract law. Anyone that went to law school in the first year know the basic elements of law of a contract. We don't even know what they are. We should have the right to see them. There's 3 opportunities to speak. One should be on the agenda items. As to ordinances, we need to avoid a situation which we had last year with Jay led a petition about the zoning amendments. You didn't let a professional planner speak. You said you're only subject to 3 minutes. When we get to ordinances, the public has the public hearing. We need to have more than 3 minutes. Newark at least gives you 5 minutes to speak on ordinances. Why don't we have that? As to the end of the meeting, people right now are really talking about agenda items. But if someone wants to talk about something that's not on the agenda, they should have an opportunity at the end of the meeting. And they should have the opportunity to rebut some of the statements that you've made. I want to know what the template is. The Board of Education gives you 2 chances. The Essex County Board of Commissioners gives you 2 chances. Or if you only get 1 chance, you at least get 5 minutes to speak. We don't even have that. As to the question as to the parking utility bond anticipation note, what's that going to be used for? because we're talking about money's being done today. We heard later about $2.4 million. Pennies add up. Interest rates went up. We, the people, are entitled to know where our monies are going. I'll be very, I think we're entitled to know, we're talking about an equal protections lawsuit here. I read the public notices every day in the Star Ledger. Final compliance hearings, always public notices appear in the Star Ledger. They're given to the public. It tells you when the dates of your objection is due, tells you the date the special master's report is supposed to be due, and tells you if you have the right to participate. Everyone in this town has the right to participate in the final compliance hearing. To suggest that the only people who are allowed to are the 6 people that knew about and understood what was happening at the first interlocutory hearing is ridiculous. It's time, and I've been saying this for 2 years, we need new professional legal counsel.
Someone's getting up in the back.
We also have hands up.
Hi, good evening. I was just unmuted, so I think it's my turn.
Yes, please.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dominique Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue. And excuse me again, I'm confused if it's my time or not because it's officially 10:01. I've been sitting and waiting here since 7 p.m. with terrible Zoom sound quality. There is a way to easily sharpen that in the room. And I've also been here since 7, 8, 9, 10 with a blank Zoom screen that I've checked on YouTube and here on Zoom. Can you tell me why you guys are able to mute easily the room sound for your 5-minute recess, but you can't figure out to put the camera on for 3 hours so us that can't physically attend because we're working can feel like we're in the room to see and see our fellow neighbors that are talking? Can you explain that to me? Because I would love, if you're not able to get my father's tax-paying dollars back through a salary you can pay me to work at the town hall, and I'll have this up and running in a second with no problem or glitches. I believe you have someone close to my age that knows technology like the back of his hand. You should not be having any problems, and or set this stuff up before the meeting so you don't run into any technical issues. I'd like to know why I've been sitting here since 7 with no camera. And as well, I think it's amazing, lastly, all these people that have talked and urged you to stop and put a halt on your rush plannings, that you do not retaliate against them like you have done to my family when they speak up. You should be disgusted with yourselves and stop playing games with good people who want to see the town in a good place. It's retaliation and intimidation, and it should be against the law what you're doing, which it is, and you need to stop. And I hope you don't do that to further do that to us and to good people who have had the courage to speak up tonight. It needs to stop. Thank you and have a good night.
Thank you.
Jesse, is someone in the room?
Jesse, wait. No, come, sir. Mr. Carlin.
Good evening. Thank you all for your service.
Good evening.
I hope some of you have been able to watch the January 6th meetings concerning democracy. Democracy is very, very important, and it's listening to the people. The people are trying to leave a message. And listen to what Mrs. Schiff said today. It is imperative. Go back a little bit. An old Democrat said he believes that the most urgent moral priority in America today is to end racism in all its ugly forms. Who was this fellow? What was his name? McGovern? Remember this fellow? You remember him? A little bit before your time.
That's right.
Not mine. You know, but I remember him because I felt that the fella that he was running against had some issues. So this is still, it's called The Betrayal. Good book, that, whatever. I thank the people, by the way, and one, before I get into my issues, the mayor said about Millburn, about shopping Millburn. There are a lot of great professionals in the medical industry, or whatever it is, it's an industry these days, profession that save lives in Millburn Township. And I spend my money there, but they have saved many, many lives, and I think that they should be recognized.
Okay.
Doctors, dentists, and so forth, even a lawyer maybe. But let's get back down to this. And this one, I'm sorry, Mayor. Local government ethics law, NJSA 40A, so-and-so, so-and-so. I put this up with the attorney today. It is so specific that even if you don't make a penny, the potential is there as a real estate agent not to vote on the affordable housing. They mention affordable housing. I have had conflict of interest issues going back over 40 years. When I had my own household move, I could not have the Santini brothers move me, my one-bedroom apartment, from Brooklyn to Rockville, Maryland, because I had an issue, because I was a transportation person. What were they going to give me? But it was just the appearance, and that is the issue. What was I, anything more than $25? Could it be? This is an important fact. The RFP situation. So, but she could be, she's a professional. How was she hired? Yes. Did she have 4 different, how was it done professionally? Yes, she could do all types of work besides. It was not done. I do RFPs. I did it for 100 years, and I know it. I'll let you go. But all I'm saying is,
thank you, Mr.
I
Carlin.
don't want us to have problems, and some really smart attorney to go back and say, the mayor, you have an issue, and none of this should happen.
Thank you, sir.
Sorry.
Jesse?
User, you have permission to speak.
You're muted. Yeah, then identify.
Hello, can you folks hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. David Cosgrove, 99 Oakview Terrace. I wanted to speak about 2 things tonight. One, which I'll get to at the end, is a follow-up question really for Alex based on something he said about the adjournment of the fair share hearing, the original adjournment. But the main thing I wanted to speak about were the ordinances that are being looked at related to the overlay zones. And as most of you know, the right to a rooftop deck is something I'm very against. And when I say that, it's the right to it. And that stems from what happened to the residents of Glenwood when the prior administration put into place or agreed to the Silverman project, the Woodland project. And what we were told at the planning board meetings by the developer, with no reply at all by the town, by the planning board or its council, was that the developer was of the opinion that they had an absolute right to put a rooftop deck, not just 1, 2, on top of their building. And when I review the current amendments or the current ordinances, I see that same problem. Now, I've been told that the prohibition of a right to a rooftop deck is going to be put back into these ordinances, and I'm very happy to hear that. I still see the use of the word amenities. And I brought this up before, the trouble with the use of the word amenities, and I'm a lawyer by trade, is that it's not defined. And what's going to happen to us, the people who live in whatever section you live in, South Mountain, Glenwood, wherever it is, you're going to be cursed with developers who come up with a new quote amenity and want to argue about whether it's a permissible or a normal amenity for one of these buildings. And then when I look at what happened with the planning board here, the planning board didn't put the town's planner up to contradict it. And no one seemed to take the residents' positions on that to try to defend them from these things. So, I think there's a problem with the use of the word amenities because it's not defined. And the last but not least, the question for Alex. Alex, you talked about, and don't let me misquote you, that I assume Mr. Buzak asked the court for an adjournment of the fair share compliance hearing. And I follow the docket very closely. And there's no letter that I ever saw. So I'm curious as to how an adjournment of a trial date, basically a hearing date, was accomplished without anybody knowing about it. Was it by a letter? Was it by an email, a telephone call? And then the follow-up, of course, is why weren't we told about it? Thank you, folks.
Thank you, Mr. Cosgrove. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's somebody in the room.
I'm so sorry, please.
Maybe over that.
Okay. I was just
Hi.
writing notes. Hi.
David Schwartz, 50 Mountain View Road. Been a resident for 5 years and just bought my house and closed in January. So we love the community. And one of the things we're concerned about is the image of the town. Right when you come around that corner onto Lackawanna, that's like one of the main properties right there. So you're gonna put up a 4-story building. Or 6, what I constitute is kind of like a project, as somebody said earlier. The problem with projects is that they don't bring in a lot of income. Not the residents themselves, or that could be the case, but the rent wise. So they're cheaply constructed and cheaply managed. Those are 2 huge concerns. So this is going to be a big image when you come into our town and you're going to have a really potentially blighted looking property. So the question I have is, how did they choose this property? Like the Sports Academy property is still vacant, to my knowledge. I mean, can't we spread the affordable housing throughout the town? In addition to that, the tech is down. I mean, that's kind of a disappointment. No knock on you guys, but I mean, tomorrow night you have another council meeting. Hopefully tech will be up tomorrow. Other thing is push notifications, right? You guys put up a bulletin board or a notice at the town hall about tonight's hearing. I mean, are we in like 1924? I mean, can we do like a push notification system where we say, hey, look, you can sign up to the township's website in different categories. And if you want to get notifications on planning board or fair housing hearings, sign up for these email notifications and they're pushed to you. I mean, technology is really easy, guys. I'm sure some of the guys could fix it here, or some of their kids. I think that's, oh, so who's managing the properties and responsible for vetting the residents, right? That's my big concern. So I have an aunt who is 65 years old. She makes like 29 grand and she's been denied multiple low income housing places. She doesn't know why. And they're given out to other people. So I just want to make sure that whoever's managing these properties does it in a meaningful manner that helps protect our image of the community that I bought into, which was what I constituted fairly exclusive. And, you know, we love the fact that our schools are typically 20 kids to 1 teacher in a classroom. Like to retain that, so, and retain my property value. Thanks.
Brandon, your hand is raised.
I'm sorry, I was muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Hi. This
Hi.
is Brandon Einhorn, 13 Undercliff. Basically, my complaint is about the Annie says. It seems like you should be able to distribute the fair housing more, distribute it more over the town rather than concentrating it so much in the Annie says area. That's going to dominate the area. It's not just going to flood the schools. It's going to be more, as people have said, there's going to be more traffic, especially to cut through down Undercliff. I don't see why you can't spread this out throughout the town. The other thing is, it just strikes me as there's a lot of animosity among board members, and that might lead to these secret negotiations. And this one thing, if board members don't get along, however, it strikes me as the public, we're the ones who elected you, you're representing us. We're not getting enough information. And it's not like this is some plum position where you're the president of the United States. Afterwards, you can go on some speaking circuit, make millions. This is being leadership of Millburn. It's not like going to help you that much. You owe us, your constituents, to do a good job for us. And it's almost like you've been cowed by these other negotiators, these other parties, and just given in, as opposed to sticking up for the people who you represent. If the town does have to accept a certain amount of affordable housing, however, it doesn't have to necessarily accept as much as is being forced on us. And I don't know how this lawyer was chosen or this planner was chosen. Maybe there's politics involved, but you owe your allegiance to the town, not to these other external parties. So I would just ask you to consider why you decided to run for office. Do you care about the town itself, or do you have some ulterior motive that you're doing this to curry political favor or business contacts with other people? Please represent the people of this town, because you don't want to do something that's going to hurt the town long term. So again, please reconsider this settlement. And I don't understand why you got rid of the people who were there before to hire this lawyer and planning person. I don't know why they were chosen. So please listen to the board and listen to the constituents. Don't just sell out like this. You'll definitely have to take affordable housing, but not as much as they're trying to force on you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Einhorn.
Nancy Stone, 10 Fielding Road in Short Hills. Another fun-filled Tuesday night in Millburn. I don't know how you get to vote the way you do. Sanjeev's argument was very poorly taken. Richard, after meeting with Avi and listening to Avi's comments, you should be embarrassed of a friendship that lasted many, many years. You have betrayed not only your friend for so many years, but you have betrayed the community. I want to echo the comments of the planner that spoke, that was an architect and a planner in Newark, that said it very well. What are you afraid of? Clearly, you're poor negotiators, and you did a terrible job representing the crown jewel of the state of New Jersey, Millburn. We are the crowning jewel, and Mayor Dump has decided that this is going to move forward. Maggie, this is your vote. You're the one that is going to own this, and this is your legacy that you wanted for our town. This is on you, not Richard and not Sanjeev. It is 100% on you, because you are not representing Millburn and its best interest. Fire Buzak, fire McManus, get rid of them. This is not rocket scientist. This is exactly what he said. It's like a junior high school popularity contest. Stupid. This is like watching an episode when my children were little of Dumb and Dumber. We should be like Top Gun, not Dumb and Dumber. You have to revisit this, renegotiate. Don't be afraid. We as a residents will back you up, Maggie. This is on you. Don't pay attention to Richard. He's a lame duck. He's out of here. Sanjeev you pulled his butt along with you. He's good for nothing. Then you own it, Maggie. You own it because the people are looking to you. You have a business in town, a real estate company in town. You belong to Canoebrook Country Club. You have to face the people in Kings. You have to face the people in town when you show up 4th of July and march around and tell everybody that you are now Mayor Dump. It is appalling that you cannot side, and you know how I feel about Tara and Diane, but they have taken a leadership role in turning this ship around, the Titanic that you are now on the movie set of. The concerned Millburn residents are waiting for you to act, and they are going to act when official action is taken. The fact that we can only speak one time for 3 minutes, the fact that we can only have these minuscule moments in such a premier and affluent community is embarrassing, Maggie. And I'm talking to you because you're the only one that should have some sort of common sense than anybody else up there. And you should be siding with the residents that will ultimately see you as the legacy of this town. Section 8 is coming. Affordable housing is real. We understand, but there are other methods that we can do. We have to start talking about Section 8 when we're flooding this town with so much housing because the entire state has been flooded. And like Nick Vopicelli said, the growth is minuscule compared to the amount of housing that we're bringing to the community that is not going to be able to be filled. And if it does get filled, the impacts on the school system and the businesses, the traffic and everything around it is nothing compared to the lawsuit that we're going to have based on the dump. It is a dump site, and for you to have negotiated that, Richard, you should be embarrassed because you're clearly not representing the best interest of the residents of Millburn, which is, again, you need to represent 100%, not 40, not 51%, not 50%, 100%. You all have properties here. You have stake in the town. You have, Richard, your wife is a teacher here. You owe it to the community to do the right thing.
Thank you,
And
Mrs.
vote
Stone.
no, and vote no. And
Thank you,
Maggie,
Mrs.
do you
Stone.
want
Thank you,
your
Mrs.
legacy to
Stone.
be, you want your legacy to be Mayor Dump? Is that what you want? I don't think so. I thought you were better than that.
Thank you, Mrs. Stone. Have a lovely evening.
Hi, good evening, guys. Regina Truitt, 385 Hartshorn Drive. I was going to start out by saying thank you for your service. It's not easy, and I really thank you for that. Listening to the comments tonight, I'm just baffled because you guys have been discussing the affordable housing situation for years now, and even premier and affluent communities such as Short Hills and Millburn have to follow state law, and it's statute. There are problems with the statute. Not going to argue with that. I wish there were some things we could change, but we in Millburn Township, at the Township Committee, you guys are not able to change it on your own. It's a state law. I'm going to direct people who are interested to the website. I was just looking at it while I was waiting to speak. Tons of information about affordable housing on the website. Tons and tons of information that have been added there over the years. I suggest people read it so you can see the many things that have been discussed that are public. There's a map, there's addresses, all of that information is there. Regarding information that's on the website is also the information to sign up for push notifications. It's called Smart 911. It's there, just sign up for it and you'll get push notifications. Now, for the real reason the other reason I'm calling in tonight, tonight around 7 p.m. just before the meeting started. Unfortunately, there was a minor accident on Hartshorn Drive. Some woman ran into my neighbor's tree. John Ceruto heroically assisted her out of her smoking car, my neighbor John Ceruto. But what was concerning to me is while I was running across the street, I called 911. It was nearly impossible for the 911 operator to hear me and to understand the address and what was going on. She had to ask me multiple times. I know there was a discussion earlier about 5G, 4G, but it does concern me that where we live on Hartshorn Drive, 911 is not able to hear us. And I would expect that much of the time people calling 911 are calling from their cell phones. So, and everybody was fine in the accident, by the way, everyone was okay, except for the tree, not looking so good. Just lastly, thank you for adding the gun safety information to the website. It's important. I hope everyone gets a chance to read it. And I would love if someday there could be an ordinance that directs gun buyers to complete a class, or at least to acknowledge with a signature that they've read over those safety guidelines. And thanks again for your service.
Thank you, Mrs. Truitt. Everyone okay? Everyone finished? Public comments closed. You've already made a comment? No, you may, Mrs. Brender, before I close it. Yes, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Sharon Brender.
Good evening.
My husband Abraham already spoke, and as did my son.
Yes.
Adam, who now lives next door.
Isn't that lovely?
I just wanted to tell you one thing that my husband did not actually include in his presentation. We have been living in town for 30 years, but he did not mention that we've actually been working as real estate developers for the last 36 years. I can tell you that about 25 years ago, we started developing property in New York City, pursuant to the city's vacant building program. That program, through that program, we were able to develop property in Bed-Stuy and East New York, Brooklyn, and the South Bronx. That program, and I can say in its wisdom, required developers to submit a plan for each building that included homeless units, low-income units, and moderate income units. Every single project, in order to qualify, in order to get the property, had to submit that mix. That is because the city had by that time already learned that 100% a low-income housing does not serve that community. The only way for low-income residents to have a chance is to be mixed with other residents in moderate and fair market properties. That is why, even though all of your designations might be too large for some and for me, they are mixed, which gives those low-income tenants, residents, exposure to people who are working, who are productive, who have a different type of lifestyle. It gives them daily exposure to that. If you actually go ahead with putting 75, 100% low-income units on the site of a current dump, do not do it before you actually go and visit yourselves and see with your own eyes what a 100% low-income building looks like. We currently develop in East Orange, New Jersey. There is a 100% low-income building down the block from one of our buildings. Please do not vote on this until you come, make an appointment with us. We will take you to the building so you can see it with your own eyes and see what you'll find there. And I'm telling you now, if you do this, you're not doing a favor for anyone, not for this town, but specifically and more importantly, for those people who will live there. So please take my words into consideration. You do have time. Don't let people pressure you into doing the wrong thing, because you will do the wrong thing. You have time. Take the time. Everybody here is against this. Everybody is here against this. I asked my friends to sign a petition. There's over 1,400 signatures of people, and it's growing by the minute. Nobody wants this. Please don't do it. I am begging you.
Thank you, Mrs. Brender. So I'm going to close public comment, and I'm just going to make a few comments to start
Can we
with.
take a 5-minute recess?
We
so
could
that
take a 5-minute recess and
before
then
you
we'll come
start
back. Yep. Okay, folks, here we go.
What?
Just say hello.
Oh, you're
Thank
leaving?
you,
Okay,
thank
good.
you, thank you.
Oh, okay, next time.
Thank you so much. Okay. So we're going to respond to everybody that had questions and concerns this evening, and I'm going to start. I'm going to start with the Annie Says project because Mr. Preparedness, that's what you asked about. So all of you know, the Annie Says project is being developed by somebody who lives in town with partners. They paid a hell of a lot of money for their dirt. 8 million bucks they paid for that dirt, 2 acres. That's a lot of money for dirt. They originally wanted to put 225 units there, 6 stories, 6 stories. We tried to negotiate, just so you know, we're not the enemy here, because we did try and negotiate this. We tried to negotiate that to make that a 55 and older, age restricted. With a program, what they were looking for was a pilot program. A pilot program is payment in lieu of taxes, as Ms. Prupa said, alluded to. And the reason you would do something like that on a 55 and older is because you don't have people in the schools, kids in the schools, right? Makes total sense. Put, 150 units, 55 and older, be beautiful. The Annie Says people wanted to do the same thing. They wanted to put 55 and older. They were hip to it.
Yeah.
Fair Share Housing said no. They wouldn't allow us to do it. They had said that we hadn't done, that the Township of Millburn had not done enough units of family units within our town. That in the first round, Millburn did nothing. The second round, Millburn did nothing. So this is the third round that we're working in, that we've been working towards. So just so you're aware of that, we had done nothing until former Mayor Burke, Ted Burke, worked with the Upton. And at the Upton, where there's 200 units, there are 30 units of low and moderate income units. But those were the first foray Millburn did into building any type of affordable housing. Now, we fought like hell for that. We did get it down from 225 to 150, which we would have loved it lower as well. They wanted 6 stories. That was a big no. So you asked, so their acreage, their units per acre is higher than what is in the rest of that district. That next piece of property next to it, which a local resident owns that, where there's medical offices, and you talked about Subway Salon, love it. Jade Lake Gourmet, there's medical offices, etc. So that's a big parcel. I believe, don't quote me, and what we could do is downstairs, we have tax maps, right, Alex? We have tax maps, and we could get you the tax maps. I believe that's about a 5-acre spot, I believe, but don't quote me, I think. So at 40 units an acre, that would be 200 units. That would be the overlay zone. So 200 units, so 40 would, and you can expect that everything that gets built in this town moving forward, because we haven't built enough units, they say we owe 1,373 units. You can have an expectation that everything's going to have a 20% set aside for very low, low, and moderate. So those are the 3 groups of housing that are getting put into the 75 units at the DPW site. It's very low, low, and moderate. All 3. Okay, just want to be clear about that, because some people are under the assumption that it's only low or section 8, as some people have said. No. Very low, low, and moderate. And there's numbers. And those are all listed in our settlement agreement, which is, of course, online.
Page 13.
Page 13 of the settlement agreement. I just want you all to know
10
that.
apartments out of 75 is very low income.
And then the other piece, which is the old, when I was growing up as a kid, it was Lord and Taylor. That is that other parcel. I'm not sure of the acreage, but it would be my pleasure to send you that information when we get that information. I do believe, Mr. McDonald, online are the maps are of the
Yes.
overlay zones. So we have online the maps. They probably, and to someone's point, and I'll get to it, is people don't necessarily know block and lot. I live in block and lot all the time, but it would be nice for us to somehow figure out a way to say, if it's block 2, lot 7, that is equal to 34 South Terrace or something like that. I think if there's another way we can make it more so that somebody, a lay person, it's like this. We talk these numbers all the time, or it's normal and natural to us, but somebody else who's just coming in who has no knowledge, they have no idea where these overlay zones are. So there might be a way for us to figure out a way to put addresses. Does that make sense, Graham, what I'm talking about? Awesome. Again, the 4 stories, Renee, listen, they came out as guns a-blazing. They got some tough, they do a very difficult attorney. He's not one of my favorites. I'll keep him nameless, but he's nasty. And we did go from 6 levels to 4 levels. And that was the best we could do. I can afterwards. We don't, just so you know, there's overlay zones, and then there are people that are included in the settlement agreement. So Annie says is included in the settlement agreement. The Woodmont Properties, which is out on JFK, that hasn't been approved. That has to be approved by the Board of Public Utilities, because it's watershed area, right? That's also a separate ordinance. The Beehive property is a separate ordinance. The Woodland Road, Chatham Road project is a separate ordinance, and that's kind of how this all started, didn't it? I mean, it really started in 2015 with the Upton, but then there was a 3-day delay, which I wasn't on township committee. Richard, I don't think you were on township committee. Diane, I believe you were. Sanjeev and Tara, I don't know, but
I was not.
You were not. None of us except for Diane were on township committee when that delay happened with Cheryl and Diana. It was 2018. Now here's another thing. These projects have been getting, it's not just the last 2 weeks. Hell, this has been going on since 2017. Diane was on the committee negotiating the same way Richard and I were for 2 years. So it was, the first year was Diane and Cheryl. The second year was Diane and Richard. And then the third year was myself and Richard. So this negotiations, I don't know if Jackie was, no, she wasn't. This has been going on, this negotiation, all of this has been going on since so it matters because so many people think that this was all just done in the middle of the night. This has been going on for years. So the fight has been going on for years with all of this. If we had satisfied some of some people have asked that, why didn't you satisfy part of, why didn't former township committees satisfy part of their numbers when they were on? They just kept pushing it out. They just decided not to do it. They didn't want to do it. They kept they just kept pushing it out. So instead it's fallen in our laps. And I just want you all to be aware of that. And listen, I don't like this any more than any of you. We have our hands tied. We sit up here with our hands tied. We all live in town just like you. We all pay property taxes just like you. You just need to know that. So we're not the enemy. Talk to Fair Share. No. So in 2018, everybody talks about this master plan where the RDP was 17. The RDP was 17 with this master plan. That was never adopted, right? That was the first number that the former planner went to Fair Share Housing with. And that was like, okay, that's a starting point. That number was never adopted. That plan was never adopted, never, just so you know that. Because and we never did anything where prior rounds were concerned. How did we get it to go from 17 to 114? It went to 114, I'm speaking. Thank you. I'm answering questions. We went to 114 when the different developers came into the joined with the suit itself. So that's how that happened. But how come we couldn't comment? We were told we couldn't comment, but it would be my pleasure to comment all day long. Anything you want to know, any numbers you want to know, the judge says we can, we can. We can.
You told him he has to wait.
Well, I'm speaking, Mrs. Preparedness, and when I'm finished, we can do that. I understand your frustration. I'm just as frustrated as you, I promise. This is not a dialogue. This is a business meeting. You got to speak. We let you speak, and then we're just answering the questions. We wrote down the questions. Yes.
We will have no opportunity to speak again.
That's correct. That's correct. Who's paying for the remediation? Miss, at the planning board meeting, excuse me, Mr. Brazel. That's correct. I'm speaking. That's correct. That's correct. My pleasure. At the planning board meeting the other night, Miss, at the planning board meeting the other night, you had said that RPM, Beth, that RPM was going to possibly pay for the remediation. Alex, this evening you said that we don't know who's paying for the remediation. So I just want to be clear about that. We don't know who's paying for the remediation yet on the site. Is that correct? Is that correct?
My understanding. Can you come to the microphone?
Thank you.
My understanding is that the township is in the middle of negotiating the developers agreement with RPM. I had the perhaps mistaken understanding that the township would not be paying for the remediation. If that is not the case, then that means, or if that is unknown, then that means it's still subject to negotiations in the developers agreement with RPM and the township.
Okay, so that has not been decided. We still haven't gotten back the soil samples. We've gone through 2 rounds or 3 rounds of soil samples.
2.
This evening, it was said 3 times that we had 3 rounds. That's incorrect information. It's 2 rounds of soil samples that we've done. The first one was the whole site itself. And then the second one is the 2 areas of concern, which was the mercury.
Wait, not
and
the whole DPW site. It
The
was
site
not
that is being
just the
considered
11
by
Main
the,
Street.
by the
9 Main Street.
No,
9 Main Street.
thank you.
Okay, I just want to be clear on that. Okay. Who's paying for the remediation? So we don't know who's paying for the remediation yet. Mr. Moriali asked about the buffer ordinances and not being included in the overlay zones. Can you speak to that, Graham?
Yes, just to clarify, so the B2 zone that has been separated into 3 distinct districts, given that there are different varying densities in the settlement agreement. The settlement agreement includes an 18 unit per acre density for one portion of the B2 zone and a 40 unit per acre density in another portion of the B2 zone. For clarity's sake, we separated the B2 zone into 3 different subdesignations, A, B, and C, as Mr. Moriali alluded to. There is a technical edit that's required to update the buffer ordinance to reflect B2, A, B, and C in the buffer ordinance. So that will be a technical modification, non-substantial change to incorporate those additional 3 sub-districts of the B2 in the buffer ordinance.
So that'll satisfy then that
That's
it has
correct.
been
Yeah, and then
taken
we'll
care
have
of.
consistency between the 2.
Okay, thank you very much. So then we'll have consistency. Awesome. There's a lot of talk about why the township doesn't ever do any studies where traffic is concerned or police or the schools. So can somebody speak to that, why it is, Graham or Beth, why it is that when people are working on these agreements, why those studies aren't done?
So in this case, when I was brought in, the settlement agreement was on a very much a fast track. As the council may recall, the judge had placed pressure on the municipality to settle in my tenure within approximately 3 weeks of time. And so I can only speak during that time. There was simply no opportunity to conduct those types of studies prior to the date for which the judge was seeking settlement agreement to be authorized or executed by the municipality. The other thing that I think is important to know is while the municipality, yes, you always have an opportunity to conduct circulation studies, other types of land use or impact studies as may be needed. It is also important to note that at the time of site plan approval, any developer will be required to conduct a traffic impact assessment, for example, in order to support their site plan application so that the planning board or the zoning board, if that's the case, can require the necessary on-site or perhaps off-site improvements.
Okay, thank you so much. Excuse me, I'm sorry, excuse me.
I have a question for Beth. May I ask?
Wait, I'm gonna, no,
Okay.
we'll get to you again.
We'll get to me again.
Somebody had said that we we hired Fair Share Housing Center. We didn't hire Fair Share Housing Center. They came after us. We have a planner. We had, but we did not hire Fair Share. Fair Share, in fact, is representing the courts, or themselves. All the power has been given over to this Fair Share. If you really want to do something about it, you get on the phone with your legislators and say, take back COA housing. Take back COA housing, what they're doing to
Or
everyone.
we could do it as a council.
We can.
We
could do it.
could have done that. We could lead that charge.
That's what you want to do. Okay, hold on. TC did not, sworn in at each meeting. Okay, the TC did not discuss the plans. Ms. Olawabi had said something about the schools and you not discussing it. I don't know if you didn't discuss it with her personally, but discussed it with someone else. I'm not quite sure about
So
that.
we had environmental chair.
Yes.
We had a planning chair.
Yeah.
In the meeting. Similarly, we had gone out for the Board of Ed.
Yeah.
But they were not supposed to go back and discuss. And that was again, court master order.
Yeah.
That again, judge says he has never mandated that, but court master has over and over again said it. We had reached out to Board of Ed as well to get that in there, but I guess they didn't like the fact that they cannot share it with the other board members. So they refused
Excuse
to
me,
not
Ms.
take it.
Olawabi.
But this is, we actually spoke and said and offered them a position there.
Okay, terrific, thank you. Talking about the Short Hills train station and building, there's nothing happening with the Short Hills train station. That is an old, beautiful train station. We're hoping to get it marked historic soon, so. No, excuse me, Ms. Olawabi, I'm answering you that we are not doing anything with the Short Hills train station. And that it will be, we're looking to have it marked historic, and since I sit on the historic board and historic homes are very important to me, it's important that you know that, and that message isn't out there. Alex, I love the idea about talk to the county about a roundabout, that poor man's wife getting hit. That is a very dangerous Millburn Avenue. It is frightening. And I think we need to even talk to the county about that. I'd love a roundabout. I think they slow things down.
Streets. The roundabout was nixed from, the roundabout was 100% nixed the way Complete Streets had it designed. It would have sent the traffic directly into Parkview Terrace.
But unless, and we can talk about this, unless Essex does become two-way, because there's talk
Well,
about
that's
making
right.
Essex a two-way, so that might be a whole different ball of wax, is if
Then-
Essex becomes two-way, which we're looking into. Okay. Somebody talked about in the planning board the other day. I happen to be on the planning board. I looked at the environmental report. Of course I did. I read the 1,000-page one as well. Of course
It
I did.
wasn't sent to the plan, but you're a TC member. It wasn't sent to the planning board.
Yeah, but I
They
did
didn't
not.
have it.
I did, they might not have had it, but I sit on the planning board, so that was false. I did read it. That's all I'm trying to say. And then as far as the property selling for $1, that continues to get out there. We haven't sold any property for $1. We haven't said, that was something they had come up with, but again, this is part of the negotiation. So nothing is getting, to the best of my knowledge. We'll see how it goes, but nothing's been sold for $1. Police overtime, who picks who gets it? I don't know who picks the police overtime. I have no idea. It's whoever's, right? That's up to the police. I have a question for you in terms of Oprah. Or when somebody files a complaint against someone, they don't.
I can't, Mayor, I'm sorry, but I can't hear anything.
Okay.
Everybody else talking, so.
Back there, please. When somebody files a complaint, they could do it through the portal, but does that stop somebody from leaving a message if there's a problem? Like Ms. Urso was talking about somebody complaining about something of her property. How do we know if it's?
Mayor, I can assure you that people have several ways to complain. They can do that via email,
That's what I
telephone
thought.
call,
Yeah,
SEL portal.
Okay.
So
That's what I
there are multiple ways. of
Just
that.
making sure, I just wanted to be clear about that. It wasn't just through the portal. As far as the B3 overlay zone, I don't know why that wasn't picked. Fair Share Housing was picking all the overlay zones. I don't know why the B3 was left out. So I'm a little confused as to how we should have put that back in. Or put it in. We didn't choose the overlay zones.
I mean, and as I recall, it's never part of the conversation. It's probably as a result of the lot sizes on Upper Millburn Avenue and things like that. So
Is that, okay.
I just don't recall it ever being part of the
But was
conversation.
was it offered up during, Ms.
Was it?
McManus, was it ever offered up during your conversations?
No.
Well, why not? There's commuter lots at the Short Hills train station. You want our lot 7, why not take the lots at the commuter in Short Hills? Why are you so keen on taking lot 7? That was the first thing you ever said to me when I met you in the room.
But Diane, Miss McManus wasn't picking them. Fair share.
Again, okay, folks,
Fair
Fair Share
share.
is picking everything. Fair Share has redone our zoning.
Yep.
Fair Share is changing our town's makeup. Fair Share, and we are not fighting back. Bingo.
Okay, as far as the Upton's. Sir? No, excuse me. As far as Ms. Pasternak wanted to know about the school population at the Upton, 43 children are currently in school that live at the Upton. 3 are in private school. And those are the numbers you wanted. So that's what they've been. That's what they were the last.
46 students.
46 students at the Upton. So they think it's about, so like, what did we, 1 out of every 4 apartments?
25%.
About 25%. About 25% of the units.
Yeah.
So that's, I appreciate that. Only I called up to prove, figure it out and make sure that if it were 112, we would tell you it's 112. When I spoke to the woman who was in charge at the Upton, 43. It doesn't, it's because Mrs. Pasternak asked the question, how many students are in our schools? And we got the information for it. That's why. Parking, Mr. Feld wanted to know about the parking utility bond note. Do we have anything on that, Mr. Alex?
I think we had discussed this during the budget presentation. That note that is on for tonight is the remainder of the parking deck that was bonded back in 2013. The township is utilizing funds from ARP to help fund revenue loss in the parking deck. And we should be paying that bond off next year, 2023.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And then Ms. Dominiker, so we are so sorry you didn't hear us say earlier that the cameras weren't working. The cameras weren't working. It's an unfortunate thing that happened, but it happens. And we did announce it and we and I'm so happy that you could hear everyone speaking at least. So that was pretty awesome. And then Mr. Cosgrove talked about the amenities and making sure we strike that. And then what about the adjournment and the trial date? Why did we not get notice of it? Of course, these people are, I have.
Because, quite honestly, there's multiple people involved in a compliance hearing, including the special master, including, other attorneys and things like that. They could have agreed to it. The special master could have said, hey, I agree. I, have a report to do as well. I'm going to ask the judge to push it back. I truly do not. I was not in the room when it happened.
Got it. That's good.
Feel.
But I think that the question
I was just trying to quote Hamilton.
The question.
You're quoting me
The
because I was
question
not in the
was,
room
why
either.
wasn't that relayed out to people that it was, when did?
It was because it was never really advertised as the 10th. And then when it was put out as the 30th, that's been what's on our website, what's been communicated thus far.
Mr. Schwartz had asked about push notifications. Of course, we have that. You can sign up and get push notifications. Who manages the properties and vets the residents? Well, I guess he had asked about that because his aunt didn't get housing somehow. We don't do any of that. That's done by
That's going to be done by
Kiosks and Associates,
that's
probably?
who
Well,
does
RPM
Upton,
is gonna
but-
do the 100%.
No.
Oh, that changed?
No, I think that, CGP&H, who is the administrative agent for the township, is going to, much like the developers agreement for Beehive, they're written in as the administrative agent for those affordable units, that the developers will have to use the township's administrative agent for those.
But we don't pick who goes in the units. Is that sent out to
That is correct.
a lottery?
Yeah.
And the lottery picks the person who gets it.
I'm sure there's a whole host of factors
Okay.
that go into that.
Wait,
and
I
plus
thought that you said the administrative agent was for everything but the affordable housing. When did that,
No,
no, is that in the settlement?
it's in the agreement with the administrative agent. That they can be designated as the administrative agent of the affordable units for any development.
No, but when we're specifically about the 100%, I thought this entire time that RPM handles all of that, and that's separate.
It can be, but I'm just saying that it can also be the township CGP&H, our administrative agent can also help manage those units. You know, that again hasn't been determined yet, but RPM does do it in their own properties, but you can also.
Because when we were going through all the, I mean, I sat in the 10
Right.
interviews, and
Right.
that was very clear that they were all saying, and that was part of the thing, that was gonna be their job. And then I really feel, and I could be wrong, that when you were talking about the administrative agent, you said for all the towns excluding the affordable housing, 100%.
Yeah.
No.
I really think that we had that conversation, but.
Okay, well, look, I'll look into it and I'll just make sure that I'm correct. It is possible.
Because we just voted on that.
Misspoken.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
Then, I just want to say something. As far as 3 minutes of speaking, I'm pretty easy about that. We tell you 3 minutes, but I let people speak as long as they want. We don't, yeah, I do. Yes, I do. And I think it's important we do have people speak, and that is not appropriate. That's not appropriate. That is not appropriate.
That
I just
RPM
admitted
does
that,
it,
Maggie.
right? It's all right. It's, we all make
Excuse me.
mistakes. It's fine. Let's move on.
Excuse me. Excuse me. Let me finish, please. This is a business meeting. This is not a dialogue. This is a business meeting. Then when this, you're right. You're darn tootin' it is. And then we do allow people to speak when it's public comment, and we do allow people to speak when an ordinance comes up. Go ahead,
I
Richard.
just want to make one point. I think, it came up about our past planner, Mr.
Excuse
Phillips.
me.
It came up about our past planner, Mr. Phillips. We did not fire anybody. He resigned. He resigned in the midst of our negotiations. And it
He
was very-
resigned because you brought on Beth McManus. That's it.
Well,
Don't tell another
he-
story.
That's not another story. He resigned. He was not fired. People
Because you
say
brought
he was
another
fired.
planner into the
Excuse
room
me.
to put like.
He resigned of his
All right.
own.
Okay, so
Right. I mean, that's
We didn't
ridiculous.
force
we
him to
have
resign. We
a,
needed him.
we have a big, we're just halfway there, folks. We're just halfway there. So what I'd like to do is I'd like us to go to the consent agenda item.
That's absolutely not happening. I have a full list. Everybody gets to respond. Sorry, Maggie. No, that is not happening. I'm gonna go through all my responses as we always do.
You know what? I'd like to,
No, Maggie, that is
excuse
it.
me, excuse me,
You just said you want to go to the consent agenda.
excuse me.
It's not gonna
excuse me,
happen.
Excuse me. I'd like to table the discussion so that we can go to.
I'm not tabling this
Excuse
discussion.
me,
No,
excuse me.
that's not
Excuse
happening.
me. I would
You
like
are
to
not gonna
table.
change the rules of this.
I would like to
No, I'm
table
not-
this
you are not
discussion.
gonna
Can I get a
change
second to
The
table
rule-
the
Are you kidding
discussion?
me? You cannot
Richard?
do this.
Richard, can I
You
get a,
all get a right to speak.
Richard?
Holy moly, this is not okay.
Richard, can
Do
I get
not
a
do
second?
this.
What are
She's
you
trying to say that I can't respond like we've been doing for the past year, that now I can't go through all the questions and give my responses and ask my questions. This is the time for the professionals and the TC to respond. Maggie, you are out of control.
Can we vote on it, please?
You're gonna second that?
Yes.
Oh, right, right. So Maggie, you don't have a second, so now I'm gonna go. Okay, I'm gonna start with, let's see. Yep, I'm absolutely gonna start. So I would like to get a response from, I'm gonna say Beth because she's our planner through this. How did we get from 17 to 114? And I know that you weren't able to speak much to it at the planning board, but can you give them something, please?
I don't think you're
I
on.
don't think that works. Maybe the other
Maybe
one.
you can grab this one here, Beth.
It works now. That works now.
Is that not working?
Oh, it's on.
Oh, no. Now it's on.
Yeah.
Okay, Either one. So how did the RDP go from 17 to 114? So a couple things. The most important change, the most significant change for how that RDP was adjusted was the inclusion of additional inclusionary housing projects. What is typical, inappropriate when you're calculating RDP is you're looking at properties that are vacant and developable. So the typical property that is literally undeveloped in town, but it's also those properties that are redevelopable and that are going to be redeveloped for the purpose of satisfying a portion of the third round obligation. And so your RDP includes not just those undeveloped properties, which I have not reviewed the 17 unit RDP, but I suspect that all or most of those are those literally undeveloped properties. When I came in 2021, at that point, we were in the midst of negotiating these various inclusionary housing sites, including those that had already been developed or approved, such as the Chatham Road, the Woodland property that was generated in RDP, plus the other properties that are being used to satisfy your third round obligation. And so those properties together, plus I presume the work that Mr. Phillips had done to identify vacant properties, were together totaled to result in that 114 RDP. I have to say also, and I'm sorry to say this to the committee, but the reality is that I personally did not conduct that entire vacant land adjustment analysis. When I came in, the RDP was set at 114 as far as the negotiations were concerned. So I don't have a work product, for example, that would detail the properties that were in, the properties that were out, and how those negotiations for each of those properties were conducted. Rather, the result of that analysis was included in the draft documents that were considered for negotiations and for settlement at that time.
Thank you so much. I'm wondering, Alex, if we can go back to Mr. Phillips and ask him for just a brief, if it's possible for him to give us a brief explanation to share with our public. We could put it on the FAQs of how we went from 17 to 114. Okay, yeah.
Just to be clear though, just so there's additional information, in one of the exhibits to the settlement agreement is a listing of the properties that contribute to the RDP. So I don't think I said that. I just want to be clear that that information was included with the settlement.
Right, that adds up the 114.
Yes.
Right. But I think the bigger question is like, what was the process that got from what we submitted in the 218, and then how did we get from 17 to 114? Okay. We don't know who's doing, Alex, who picked the people to do the remediation? Was it us? Was it Fair Share? How did we get to the company who's doing the remediation?
It was us. The township solicited some responses to a proposal to do this type of work. We received a few. I think it was VHB was one of them. TRC was another. There were a few that responded to it, but it was the township that chose. And we chose VHB. We had not worked with VHB before. Like we have TRC currently working on the lot 1. And so we wanted to make sure that there was a new set of eyes on.
Okay, and who does like EPA testing? Like, is that something separate than the environmental? I'm just responding to questions that were asked. So
DEP?
No, they said EPA. Like we're not involved in anybody
of
from the
any
EPA testing this.
No, so the site, once areas of concern were identified, immediately sort of required a licensed an LSRP, and then they have to file the report, that the 127-page report that is on our website to the department, DEP, NJDEP.
Okay.
I don't know of any EPA.
Okay, great. Thanks for the clarification. so many people left the room. But to the tall gentleman who lives in South Mountain with the 3 young daughters, we didn't get an answer to why we can't have a second comment period tonight. So maybe we can get that at another time, but I really think it's important that, and I specifically sat here last year, and the way I ran my meetings last year as the mayor or presided was from the full consent of the township committee in terms of stricting to a 3-minute and having public comment at the top of the meeting. So, I think it's okay and to sit up here and learn. And I know that Diane said this many times, but like every year that you sit up here, you learn more and more, and we all make mistakes. And I think it's really important to learn from our mistakes. And when we know better, we do better. And I have no shame in saying that when the whole fair share housing settlement was presented to us, and what we didn't have any of you, none of this information, none of these questions, nobody was involved. And so, because we were told that we couldn't share all this. So I think that we now have so much more information than we did when we signed it in last August. And anyway, so I'm just saying that I think it's okay if we change our minds up here and to learn up here and to grow, and as we know more, we can make different decisions. And wait, so there's other thing that people were saying about our hands being tied and we can't do anything. I mean, we actually could do something. We could be the ones that are leading this. We could say, no, we're not going to settle with you. No one, that's how change happens. That's how someone pushes back up against what's happening with affordable housing in the state. Like somebody needs to stand up to fair share and say, no, we're not going to do this. And you know what? We actually as a town have some resources and have people in our community. And when I ran in 2018, which seems like a very long time ago, one of the things, it was like, we have such human capital in this community, and we're not using it. And we didn't use it at all through the settlement negotiations. I mean, no offense, but do you know what I mean? Like I shouldn't have been the one negotiating, but like, what do we know about this? The only thing we know is what our professionals, but what if the professionals are wrong, right? You go to a doctor, sometimes they give you a wrong opinion. Sometimes they kill you, right? Every lawyer is not a great lawyer because there are some really awful lawyers, and you get a second opinion. And I do not think that our professionals, they were very clear. We have to sign the settlement. We have to settle this. I think we were giving really bad advice. And I think it's okay as we learn, and as this whole I'm learning so much that I had no idea what was going on. And I think we should get second opinions. And I think that it's up to us to do that. And I understand that you guys like, no, but you hear everybody. Nobody is going to get upset if we get sued. No one is going to get upset. They're going to support us. They're going to help us. They're going to inform us. We are not in that same position we were in July, where nobody was talking about anything. And you're not in real estate development. And Maggie, you're not in real estate development. You sell houses. What did we know? We knew what our professionals, we paid our professionals. They told us, but the truth is, and Beth, please, this is not like, you do your job so well. And that was your job. You were hired to come in and get it signed, and you did. And that is fine. And you did a great job at your job. But you don't represent our community. And we're here because we were voted by our residents, and we need to represent them. And if they're sitting up here and they're coming out, and this has been going on for so long, and they're saying, please just pause, please just see if we can renegotiate it. Like there's so much more information out there. I think we should follow that path. So that was a lot. So this is just about process, and the planning board said that the rooftop ban was we don't listen to our planning board up here. The planning board said that the rooftop ban was inconsistent with the master plan, and they took it out of the ordinances, and then it died here in December, right? Now the ordinances came out, And I understand that, you know, some people were like, where was it? And then it just reappeared again. Like there's no kind of like communication between us and the planning board. And, you know, Ms. Pasternak made this great point about 7 versus 7. Like we're not speaking, like we have to represent everyone. If we combine ourselves with the planning board, it really is 7-7. And that if we're taking a more general broad spectrum of opinion in the township, then we should look at that and be like, whoa, that's split. We shouldn't do anything. Like we should not do anything until we come together as a community, talk about this, like in the light of day, not at 11:18. Like normally I'm sleeping at night at this time. So this is so inappropriate the way we're doing this. So I just wish that, like, what is the risk in us saying, you know what? We're actually just going to take a pause on it. Sorry, fair share. Like, sorry, judge, we're not going to comply in this moment. And we're going to talk about this as a community. We're going to talk about our options, and we're going to talk about maybe going back to fair share and saying, no, we're not doing this. We need to reset it. So right, we do. It was talked about the meeting tomorrow night is a planning board meeting. It is not a township committee meeting, and it is closed. So, and it's a little unclear. Sometimes they have open, go into closed, come back, and then talk about what was happening. I'm not sure what's going to happen tomorrow night, but it's noticed on the website, but it's not, it's a closed meeting for the planning board. It is not the TC. I haven't seen, is there a developer agreement with RPM like at all?
No.
When do we expect to see one? Like, when am I gonna see one? Or the draft of it or something?
I can't really indicate. I can't really. give
Okay, that's fine. The form of validity, the about and the what Mr. Feld was saying about the agenda items tonight and about, let me just get. Do the certificate from the financial about where the funds are coming from, like, do we do that? And
Yes.
so is that included?
It's not in these as a result of the finance officer, but it would be included in the certified resolution.
Okay, and then I think that when like the lease agreement, and I agree, like the drafts, I think like how did they to the Arboretum lease agreement to the Beehive properties, like that wasn't they don't see that.
Well, I can't, I don't, that's a discussion that the township committee would have to have with.
So I mean, I would like to see that, so like, yes, but how would that be? I mean, is that something that we
Why
have
would you
to,
even hide that?
why
Right.
aren't everybody, why would we not have those
Right.
agreements out to the public with a big draft so that they could read what we're reading? I mean, this is the whole thing, like we have the smartest people living in our town and they
That-
want to be involved.
That is a decision that the township committee will have to make. That's
Great,
not-
so I'm gonna bring that up under new business because I think they should be, because I am not, you know, I'm not a planner, I'm not a developer, I'm not a attorney, and I need help deciphering all these things, and I think it's important that we are just more open and sharing information. I think that's pretty much. Right, and I just want to reiterate what Maggie said, that the train, and I think that you meant lot 7. Millburn train station is what they're talking about. Nobody's talking about the Short Hills. And I'm also, you know, I look back and I just want to reiterate this to the community, that we were told, and you can watch every meeting from last year, that we cannot share the contents of the negotiation. And then we were also told by Mr. Buzak that we could not share this is what gets me, and I think this is what gets everybody. We were told we could not share the contents of the settlement agreement before we signed on it. He allowed that in another town. Like, that didn't make any sense. And I really feel like, and I know Mr. Buzak's on the phone or on the call listening, but like, Mr. Buzak's our planning attorney, and he also settled, like, I just think there's a little bit of a conflict that he's pushing the settlement and he's also presiding over the planning board. And like, that doesn't seem right. Like, he shouldn't be doing both jobs at this point, because his goal is to make sure that we comply and the settlement agreement gets played out the way it is written right now. And that's not what our community wants. So. And the last thing, to Christine, who talked about the 5G, I mean, I know nothing about any of this. So I don't know if we have a rollout plan or anything about the cell towers. Alex, I don't know if you know anything about any of that, but I think that she deserves just to have her questions answered in some capacity.
That is so first and foremost, it's a policy decision. And so none of that has been done at this point.
So right now, as it stands, it's kind of like a free for all.
It is, I mean, she stated there is an ordinance on the books, but it is not something that is obviously addressing her concerns. So it's more of a policy issue in terms of how the township committee wants to approach that. I think the mayor had brought up having a meeting with her, maybe another member of the township committee to be able to address this.
Okay, and the last thing, the pedestrian mall. I mean, I know as Green Nectar, I did not get like a survey. So who was surveyed?
Those properties that were directly impacted by the mall, which is
And
in the
potentially
statute.
directly benefiting. I mean,
Yeah,
right?
of course.
So
Yeah.
I just, yeah.
So it's those abutting Main Street and the closure.
okay, I think that it should have gone out to the entire business community, because I think that's the point of all the contention and the opposition to it, is that it only benefited the people on that closure. And it's also like a major artery. It's not 2020 anymore. And we are in a very different time. It's not COVID. And like, I love the outdoor pedestrian mall, but I think I don't think that it's all the businesses should have been surveyed. Not just the ones that are directly benefiting from being on it. Like, that doesn't make, I know this isn't.
But I'm confused because there was no survey of those individuals either. It's a noticing requirement in the statute.
Oh, there was never, so there was no, but he didn't talk to those people to see if they
I'm
wanted it or
not
not?
I'm not aware of what the special improvement district.
What's your question? I'm not sure what your question is.
How do we know that the business community supports the pedestrian mall?
In terms of like formal survey?
Just how do we know if the business community supports the pedestrian mall? Like, how do we're gonna vote on it tonight.
Right.
How do we know if there's support for it? I mean, is it just based on like, ooh, like you like it, I don't like it, you like it? Like, how are we deliberating on this?
Well, our executive director is very actively always surveying all of the districts.
So was there an actual survey? Because I didn't receive anything.
Verbally surveying it. All I will tell you is that from my experience in terms of our music program, in terms of our engagement, I happen to think it's a major success.
No, I know
Yeah.
that. I know that you.
But you're
support
saying
it.
whether there was a formal survey of all the districts in terms of the closure.
Yeah.
And I don't think
And
that
like,
was, I
to
don't
the
think that was
end,
done.
right. And even to like the other businesses, just not even all the other business
Why is this
districts.
put in as an ordinance? Because we want to close the main street again?
Yeah,
Okay, so we closed the main street in the past.
yeah.
Right, but it
And-
was
But
under
we need
very
the-
different
but we
times.
need
I
the-
mean, people weren't driving the street.
Right.
I came down on Friday night and I forgot. And I'm driving down Old Short Hills Road and I was trying to get home and I was like, holy. And then I had to turn around and then go down Glen and go all the way to Whittingham to drive all the way to get back to my 22 Willow Street. So it's not what it was. And then coming up this way, I'm just like, I really think that there should be more conversation with the businesses and like also about it, because I know that it benefits those businesses there. I get it.
But Tara, it's not just the businesses, it's the people who are trying to drive in our town, the
Right, exactly,
residents.
that too. So
Residents.
it-
Well,
I'm just trying to figure out, it was brought up by
I'm-
who surveyed the traffic and all that, and I'm just trying to have a further
I'm just
conversation
saying,
about
if
it.
if we don't pass this ordinance, then.
Does it
then
have to be done tonight?
It does,
Why?
it does. It
What-
does have
what-
to be done tonight.
What,
Because,
why?
because of the new DOT, there's a new DOT policy that unless we pass this ordinance, Main Street will not, we're not going to be able to close it for more than 48 hours.
But we could pass it at the next, well, so now, what's crazy, it's
Yeah.
11:28. And our next meeting is until July
Right.
19th.
Right.
Correct.
So that
I mean,
would,
the 4th of July committee is not coming to present about 4th of
They are
July.
not.
right. But I'm just saying, if we don't pass it, it would nix the, it would basically, we wouldn't be able to close close it.
Can I just make a point on that? Because you asked the question.
Yeah.
I mean, it's on for public hearing tonight.
Yeah.
It was
so let-
advertised in the paper. It
Yep.
was,
Right.
it
That's
was,
right.
I think that's sort of the purpose of the ordinance as well.
That's right.
Yeah, we can discuss it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I think it
And
affects
Brad-
people that are beyond the, what is it, 150 yards?
No, it was anything abutting, but again, it's, it's an ordinance that is noticed, people are aware, we've discussed it.
Right.
We've talked about the closure, I just feel like, some of what's being indicated tonight is that individuals, sort of opinion by them being here, right? So,
Right.
and there's a public hearing on the ordinance.
That's it.
Yeah, we can discuss it then.
I just want to say one last thing, because I know everyone wants to move on, real quick. Just back to the Annie Says. That Annie Says corner is considered sort of like the gateway into that part of downtown. The Wells Fargo is the other gateway. That was how it was called. The Wells Fargo property is half the size, and it's done with taste and very careful planning. The Annie Says was determined, again, by the Fair Share Housing saying you need to do this many units. If we were to tell Mandelbaum and friends that we are not going to pass that as a zoning ordinance in this town, Mandelbaum, I know you want 6 stories, I know you want 4 stories, but you know what, Mandelbaum? You're not going to get it. We are again capitulating to this Fair Share Housing demand. And Beth, when you came on, I don't know if it was 2 weeks you got this all together. These ordinances, I've been reading them for 3 days. They are so complicated. They are so detailed. And again, by block and lot, the discrepancies amongst the zoning, I'm going to reiterate everything you said, Tara. I'm not going to beat that to a dead horse anymore. This needs to go back for re-examination. Graham, I know you worked really hard, but it's obviously not acceptable. Well, I don't think we've had one person come in to say this is a great idea. Nobody.
And the last thing is that the affordable housing has homelessness in it, right? The affordable housing has homelessness.
Mr. Bennett,
No, you
please,
can't
this is
hear
a
it?
business meeting, sir.
So the affordable housing, just to be clear, it has moderate, low, very low, and homelessness in the.
No, it doesn't.
Oh, the 100%, in the 9% it does. So it potentially, we could end up with that category,
Not a 9%.
and it will never be.
Not at the rate now.
So, and the.
Excuse me, excuse me. Excuse me. Okay, we're going to take a 5-minute break.
Yes.
I'm getting more candy.
Okay, guys, we're going to get started. We're going to consent agenda items. The Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any items listed on the consent agenda? None?
I do.
Okay.
So can, Alex, the 22-155, can you speak to that, the surveying?
Yeah, so
You're off, Alex.
So, sorry, we've had a bit more work with surveying this year as a result of the flood mitigation advisory committee. We are attempting to, this was as a part of the easement agreements as well as the work we're trying to do to button up the 2D modeling. So look, they've also done work on 9 Main Street as well. So there's quite a bit of work going on with Casey and Keller, and we just want to make sure that now that we've reached the threshold that makes it a window contract, which is the 17.4, that we're putting on the agenda for approval.
Okay, and the dredging of Taylor Park, is there a date for that to happen?
This is just the engineering.
Oh,
This
right,
is
we
not-
didn't even
yeah.
get, we're just seeing if
Right,
like we're
remember
gonna
in
do
last
it, right,
meeting.
I got that, okay. Do we have like a timeline of when we're gonna know anything back from them? Did they give us a scope or
I would
time?
say August would probably be a
Okay.
reasonable expectation for them to get started, get into it and be able to have some information back to the committee.
And then 22-159, the appointment of township representatives to Insurance Fund Commission.
Yeah, this is, our GIF, Matt Larissy, the CFO, is going to be our commissioner for the GIF, and then Jesse is going to serve as the alternate.
Can you just explain what that means? to
So the
people?
Morris County Joint
Any-
Insurance Fund is the insurance fund that we get our liability insurance, our workers' comp insurance, EPL, POL insurance through. So there's a commission that meets once a month on a Wednesday. They go through claims, different things like that. And so we have to appoint somebody to that.
Who did it used to be? Was Jason there?
Jason was there at one time. I was at one time. Shalini
So you
was there at
go
one
and you go and
time.
you look at all the different claims from all the different towns and you figure out how you're gonna handle
Well,
them?
you listen, much like you do here, you're serving on board, you listen to those individuals from, Qualinks or whoever is administering those contracts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. And then, but are there reports and meeting minutes? Is anything kept?
Yeah,
like,
they have a
through that,
website
and
and
they
there's
have-
minutes and stuff on it.
Okay, great. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Does anyone else have any other comments? Committee? No? May I have a motion to approve resolutions 22-151 through resolutions 22-159, which are listed on the consent agenda?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
yes,
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 22-160 designating a 1,569,000 parking utility bond anticipation note. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-160? May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-160?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
yes,
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. 22-161, authorized developers agreement with Beehive Properties. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-161?
My comment is just that the agreement should have been, I believe it should have been attached and should have been posted so that everyone else could see it as well.
Noted. Thank you. Are there any other comments?
I just want to say that when it was pulled last week, I wasn't comfortable because it was 71 pages. I did have an opportunity to meet with Alex. I had it explained to me. I'm comfortable with it.
Awesome. Thank you. Do we have any other comments? May I have a motion to approve resolution 22-161?
So moved.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
yes,
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. 22-162, authorize rules of procedure and order of business. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-162?
I have a lot.
Me too.
I'll try to keep it
You
short.
go first.
I asked when this was first introduced, why we were doing this and who wrote this up. Again, this was written up in private. I don't know if it was just between Brad, Mr. Carney, and Mayor Miggins. I have no idea who did this and why it was requested to have been done.
Okay, so the interim rules of procedure and order of business that was adopted in February of last year anticipated that you would have final rules of procedure and order of business. So the initial drafting of this was done by Kit Falcon. And that was, I guess, a process over months. So I've kind of inherited this. He, retired in April. And so then we submitted this draft. It was discussed under new business, I think in April, I think at the end of April.
And I had a lot of problems with a lot of this mentioned, but what my question is like, if Kit did this, why didn't we ever sit down as a committee and do this together?
Well, I think that was the point of discussing it in new business, because there were revisions then that came out of new business that I then incorporated and sent them to Christine and Alex back in May.
Okay, I'll tell you a few things I have a problem with. No member shall be entitled to vote pass in order to be called upon later during the roll call.
Yes, I remember that
You
discussion.
remember the discussion. There's nothing wrong with the pass. The pass is used for a reason. I don't know why that is being taken out. I'll just go over the thing. Thankfully, you have removed that the somebody if misbehaves the mayor can cause the arrest of somebody. Somebody had emailed me and said I did not object when a resident was pulled out by an officer. I did object. I was really not happy with that at all.
In my opinion, the only time that could ever even be considered would be as if there was a complete disruption of the meeting, physical disruption of the meeting.
Yeah, but at least you pulled out the word arrest.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, I never had an officer in here when I was mayor. Anyway, public comment is going to be permanently pulled up front. Okay, that's good. A motion, okay, that's what I understand, Brad. A motion to, this is on letter C. A motion to remove an item listed on the agenda shall not be taken up during consideration of the agenda. An action.
Can you just tell me what page?
Oh,
we're on?
I'm sorry.
It's almost
not
midnight.
page.
So
I know. Section 2C. But if you can just explain C, D, and E.
Of
They seem
Article 2?
Oh.
Article
Article 3,
Okay.
order of business, section 2, letter C, D, and E.
Page
Not being
6.
a lawyer,
Page 6.
yeah, mine isn't page, is it? Mine's
Is this
page
the new
5,
one?
if that means anything.
You're on the wrong one.
I might be on the wrong one. Let me go to that.
I think it's page 6.
Oh, yeah, that's what I
It's
said.
in red.
Okay.
I have
So,
like-
a motion to remove an item.
I
I know
have,
she's the red one.
I have a few different versions of it. I have the red
Nope,
line
I got
somewhere.
this. No, it's on there. Okay, I'll read it. Let's go.
Okay,
I
so
was working on this
we're
one.
on amending the agenda in B,
Mhm. What page?
page 6.
It's a red line.
I did ask for this red line version, thank you
This.
for getting it.
Yeah.
Okay, so now it's on page 6.
You need it.
I think this should have been included for the people too.
Item listed on the agenda
I got it.
shall not be taken up during consideration of the agenda. So I think what this is saying is, if you wanted to remove an item from the agenda, like you wanted to withdraw,
So,
Right.
yeah,
right? That is taken up at the time that matter comes up. So in other words,
Not at the top of the
it-
meeting.
in other words, when you approve the agenda, you're not waiving your right to make a motion to withdraw.
okay,
And what this is saying is that you would make the motion to withdraw when you come to whatever the particular item is on the agenda to do that.
okay, like happened tonight. Well,
Correct.
I did. it
Well,
this
you did a
time,
little earlier, but yes,
But
that's,
either way will be acceptable moving forward.
yes. Right, well, this would say, so for example, let's just say you wanted to remove this very resolution from the agenda.
I'd like to.
Right?
Yeah.
So you would wait until the
Okay.
time on the agenda, which is
It
now,
was.
to make
Okay.
that motion. You wouldn't make it earlier than
But
that.
what,
That's
why
that's
wouldn't we want to let people know, like, at the top of the meeting? I mean, it's almost 12 o'clock now, so we haven't even gotten to things. Like, why wouldn't we even want to let people know if something's gonna be removed at the top of the meeting, so they can be like, all right, I'm out. Like, that seems like, again, just like keeping people here when they don't need to be here if something's gonna get removed. I don't think that's a good idea. Why would you wait? Like, we're gonna wait to the end of the meeting and then people are gonna be like, oh, but Tara took off the bond ordinance, but I've been here all night and I thought that was gonna be discussed. So I think it's a bad idea to do that.
Yeah, I think this was just to allow flexibility, and perhaps it's not flexible enough. I don't really, this is, again, these are
So the
your.
way it is,
They
somebody,
weren't my comments.
so a member could ask for a revision at the top of the meeting as well as
We can put that in if that's the will of the township committee. These are your rules.
But this is for everyone to vote on that. It's not going to be out of that agenda item unless everyone votes on it, right?
Yeah, right.
So if I'm thinking I want to take something off,
we still need
and
a
if I
vote.
wait for that, that's fine, because at that time, it is still on, because other 4 members may want it there.
No, but I'm saying, like, people come, right, to a meeting and they think something's gonna be discussed. But then if you wait till the end of the meeting to tell them it's not gonna be discussed, why wouldn't we tell them at the
It's
top of the
only-
meeting?
It's only me who's thinking
No, no,
that
we
I want
have-
to take that off.
No, one person can't take anything off. It has to be approved by a
Right.
majority of the TC.
Right, I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, but I don't, I'm just trying to
Okay, so-
clarify it to Sanjeev. If we do that, if we make this adjustment to it, we're going to potentially keep people here all night long, and then what they were waiting for is gonna get pulled. Like, it's just not being transparent and open enough with people.
So can we amend this to say it can be done at either place?
Right.
Yes.
So you
Yeah, I
could
think-
change your mind, like as the meeting progresses, you could change it.
Is that a substantial difference to
Well,
fold it? I mean, I don't really read that. We have to be doing this so much detail. I mean, like the pass, why are we removing the pass? Because I used the pass. Why else are we removing the pass?
so with pass, I mean.
We're like writing rules to like
Yeah.
stop Diane from
No,
talking.
that's.
For the rest of our TC.
No, I don't think that's the.
I
no,
think
it's
it
the case. Let me
is.
just put it this way. We represent a lot of sewage authorities, municipal utility authorities, municipal bodies. This is the only township that we have that uses pass. And if you allow everybody to pass, theoretically, it wouldn't just, this isn't a Diane Eglo rule about pass. Anybody then could pass. And so you could have a resolution come up and everybody just continues to pass. When it comes time for the.
Then why would anybody
when-
second it
when
if
it-
they were gonna, why would anyone move it and second it if they're gonna then pass? She didn't move it and second it.
Yeah, but then you could have
Yeah.
yourself 3 people that could pass.
Right.
And the reason why
No, you have
usually,
to-
let me just
Yeah,
finish. The
okay.
reason why you usually also have either the chairperson of an authority or a municipal utilities authority or a mayor of a township voting last is because they're the ones that the policy have the pull and that could sway votes. And so that's why they always vote last rather than first. And so by allowing a pass, look, what I'm saying is pass is not.
I'm good with that.
With what?
You don't allow pass.
Of course you don't want to allow the pass. I used the pass.
Yeah.
I'm fine with the pass.
I'm
I'm
tired, so
not-
I'm probably rambling.
Yeah, I'm not
and I
fine with the
apologize
pass.
for that.
No, no pass.
What,
We-
what,
but the
we're
pass was
elected to make
discussed.
decisions. What, you want to see how Sanjeev votes or how I vote before you make a decision?
Perhaps you'd want to see how I.
But
No, I
can I
don't need
just
to
make,
know.
I'd like to make one comment.
But this
The
isn't
last
just
time
how
this
you
was
sitting
brought
up
up,
here.
the last time this was
It's not
brought
like
up,
Monopoly.
the 3 people consensus was not to have a
Against the
pass.
pass, right.
That's the
I wasn't here
consensus.
the last time it was brought up, so I'd just like to get my voice into the
Of
room
course you
around the
should.
pass, and I don't see why we need it and it's necessary, and I think it's interesting that Brad, what you just spoke about the mayor or the chair, because like at that last planning board meeting last Wednesday, it was the mayor who moved it and the chair that seconded it. So I just think it's really interesting that there, it was like, okay, but at this.
Well,
point,
no,
it
no,
was
no,
like
no,
a
no,
vote.
no, I'm not.
It wasn't a
I-
vote,
I-
but I'm just saying, I'm just
yeah,
noticing,
oh,
I just wanted to notice something. I know that's not what you said.
Right, right.
And it's different about motioning and seconding, but
Right.
I just naming some, I just put it together. I just like naming something that happened last Wednesday. So here it's like, we want, anyway. but we can't
I
speak
think if
to
you
it.
look at the way cities and towns in the state of New Jersey do the roll call votes, you're
Yeah.
gonna see the mayor always last on the roll call vote. I'm just pointing that out.
I got it. I, that's the way we do it
So,
here.
That was it?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else have any
Wait,
other?
are we gonna amend then?
Well, so maybe you amend that paragraph C by just removing it.
Because it's added in, that's like a new thing.
This business about the
Yeah.
motion removing an item listed on the agenda shall not be taken up during consideration of the agenda. Yeah, I mean, if you just remove that paragraph C, then you have maximum flexibility.
But then you
I
have
also
maximum,
think-
then you could do either.
This is.
Yeah, you could make a motion to withdraw or remove an item from the agenda at any time during the meeting.
This is a living document that's gonna get changed every time a consensus changes up here. So like you're talking about something that next year, if there's like,
Right, that's
if
true.
you don't have the majority, it's gonna get changed. And then we're forever gonna be paying our attorney to change this document
Well-
that is only gonna serve the majority of the people that are on it. I just think it's silly to
Isn't
have
that for
it.
every other thing?
Is it for every other thing? Well, no, I
If
mean,
have
you
a
don't have,
majority, You do it.
what?
You make the change if you have a
Well,
majority.
Yeah, it's just funny that we're gonna like, I'm just saying, I'm
For- well, for-
predicting the future.
No, I mean, I agree that it is a document that can be constantly
Yeah, it could be
uh,
constantly
changed
amended and
because,
changed.
For example,
So
one of
this
the-
just
one of the-
reflecting.
One of the bigger changes here is moving the public comment period up to after
Oh,
reports.
right.
Right?
Right.
So if there ever was a time
Well,
where a second public comment period was going to be added,
yeah.
then that could be
Right,
added
add
by
it, right,
another
because last
resolution.
year when we did it, everyone agreed that it should be at the end. So
so-
this year we're agreeing to the top. I'd also like to see a second one at the end, but I'm
No,
just saying
that's
that
what I
this
would like to see
document is literally good until there's a different majority up here. So I think it's just kind of pointless to do it.
Well, I don't
So-
think it's pointless, but I agree.
It
with
doesn't
the-
need to be
I
amended
agree
than
with-
what
I
already
agree with your-
exists.
With your point, which is that it is a living document. It can change.
Are there any other comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-162?
Would the members consent to adding a second public comment to the rules and procedures of our meetings?
I would.
No. No. Okay, so may I have a motion to approve resolution 22-162?
But omitting, we're deleting
Omitting C.
Article 3,
Yeah,
Section
C.
2, Paragraph C.
One person
Paragraph.
asked about that and you said that you would, Maggie, you said you would answer it and you never did. I'm just curious if you guys would offer why, I can say why I'm voting yes for it, why you don't want to have second public comment.
Well, I just called for a motion.
So you don't want.
I'm having a motion to approve resolution 22-162.
And I second. it.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Thought Eglo,
No,
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes,
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. 22-163, authorize amendment to professional service agreement, special planner for affordable housing. Kyle McManus Associates. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-163?
I can start. I don't, why are we increasing the scope? I mean, why are we increasing the budget? For what purpose?
Well, at this point, as we've continued to work through the settlement compliance meetings, things like that, and just to clarify, something I was stated at the beginning is that this original scope was at 50,000. It is being increased again, and not to exceed of 30. That does not mean that we will get to that point, but that's just.
Was there like an itemized, like proposed budget that was given when the request was made? Like I'm planned to do this much work in this many hours, so I need this much money.
No, I mean, it's generally an hourly rate based on the work and the things that we've been asking Kyle McManus to do. And so, and as I said, based on the hours, based on the things that the compliance with the settlement agreement, the housing element fair share plan, different things like that are that we've been working on. We've reached the budget and need to authorize additional funds, not to exceed.
It doesn't say here what the hourly rate is.
Oh, that should be in their proposal, right?
Oh, it says, it doesn't say what the
Yeah.
hourly rate is that we hit the $50,000 already.
Well,
They still can't hear?
We're here.
People are still listening at home
They should be.
when they could.
I know.
So
Maybe we
we
could
could
just
ask
ask
her, we
Ms.
could just
McManus what
ask
her
her.
hourly rate is.
We can ask Beth, of
Okay,
course,
so
but
that's-
also
I thought
this
it
is
was
an
170.
amendment to the original proposal
Yeah.
that was adopted back in January.
The original proposal should have also been, I feel like, included when there is a amendment to something. It should be included.
So what's the
Right. as
hourly
well.
rate? Let's just get that out there.
My hourly rate is $190 an hour.
Okay, so we've eaten up $50,000 and now we have to increase it by 30,000 because you're doing so much work for the township committee. That sounds,
That is, I mean,
That's correct.
we're increasing it as a result of reaching that threshold and anticipating the use of, not necessarily going to use that amount, but anticipating.
$1,000 right now. We use about $1,000.
tonight,
Right,
$1,000 tonight?
And the
For
clock's
5
ticking.
hours.
That's right.
Okay, well, there you go. There goes the money.
Are there any other comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-163? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve resolution 22-163?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No, and I actually want to say something that I just want to put out into the room around this is that, and you know what, I'm actually not going to say it. So no, sorry, not.
Keep going.
I'm pass. I say no and I pass it on to the next person, next roll call person.
Deputy Mayor Phil Eglo,
Well, I'm not allowed to pass, so I'm sorry. I'm going to say no.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins,
Yes. Thank you. 22-164, authorize the amendment to professional service agreement township planner topology. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-164?
I have the same thing. Can you just explain what we are increasing for, how much we're increasing for,
Yes, so this is
why we're increasing?
this is the contract that is increasing by $50,000. Again, the original scope was 50,000. Topology is also doing an immense amount of work for us in terms of our zoning re-exam subcommittee, the work on these ordinances and compliance, as well as additional work for now we started up with the TRC and stuff like that. They've done a lot of planning work for us and have done, thus far have done a really good job. But obviously those things come with added expense. And so again, we are anticipating, while we may not use all 50, but we are anticipating 50 being at June and that we've used 50 thus far. I think that's the logic behind it.
Got it.
Okay, so I think Graham is doing a great job. I just wish we hadn't eaten up so much money on these ordinances that I don't approve of, but everything else has been terrific.
Awesome. Okay, may I have a motion to approve resolution 22-164?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No,
Deputy Mayor Phil Eglo,
so conflicted, but
Pass.
abstain. Abstain. I'm allowed to do
Can't
that.
You're allowed to abstain.
I'm allowed to
I
abstain.
know, but I'm giddy.
Okay.
Mr. Vinayak,
It's late.
wait,
Yes.
it's 12:02.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins,
Yes. The next ordinance I'm going to recuse on and Ms. Eglo will be handling.
Wait, is that-
She recuses on fireworks.
Oh, because it's a country club.
wait, what happened?
This is 22-166.
What happened to 165?
165 looks like it's later on the agenda.
These two gentlemen have been waiting all night. Okay, well, I'll go to 166.
Confirm on permitting.
I don't have a proper script. This is so we can have fireworks at
Yeah,
Canoe Brook Country Club.
yeah.
And Maggie husband is a member there and she goes there, so she can't vote on
Right.
this. And I think it's-
Roll call vote.
So you're asking for a
Um,
motion to,
I'm asking for a motion to pass resolution 22-166 to confirm permitting the display of fireworks at Canoe Brook Country Club.
Motion.
Can I have a second?
Second,
Roll call, please. Vote.
Ms. Prupus,
yes.
Deputy Mayor Thought Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Megan's abstains. Thank you.
Where'd she
So
go?
let's bring her back.
I don't
think
know,
she'll-
let Diane run the meeting.
Pass.
We're all gonna get a little giddy. It's okay.
Make a motion to adjourn.
Ooh.
A motion, it's so late. This is ridiculous. We shouldn't be doing
Okay.
any business of the town at 12:03.
Alex would flip. It wouldn't pass, though. I don't know.
Another hour or so.
165 is where it is.
Okay, so let's see.
167.
We're on 166.
Well, no, that was just done. 167 is now the high school.
Right.
167.
Oh, okay. Okay, 22-167, confirm permitting the display of fireworks at Millburn Township High School. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to the resolution 22-167? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve resolution 22-167?
Motion.
May I have a roll call vote, please?
Wait,
Oh,
you need a
second,
second.
sorry, may I have a
Second.
second? Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes, and people should donate to the 4th of July committee so that they have the money to put on amazing fireworks. So go to their website or Facebook page.
Deputy Mayor Thought Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Megan's.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Resolution 22-165, authorizing place-to-place transfer of plenary retail distribution liquor license, Acme Markets, Inc., TA King's Food Market. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 22-165? The applicant and council is here. If we have any questions. None, seeing none, may I have a motion to approve resolution 22-165?
So moved.
May I have a second? Okay, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thought Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Megan's.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have the second reading and consideration of adoption of ordinance 2602-22. Mr. Wasserman is
Yeah.
scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2602-22. An ordinance authorizing the acquisition by purchase of easements over a portion of the real properties located at 60 Locust Avenue, known as Block 606, Lot 8, 801 Ridgewood Road, known as Block 606, Lot 15 and 79 Ridgewood Road, known as Block 606, Lot 16, and appropriating the sum of $1 per easement acquisition to pay for the cost thereof. This ordinance is being proposed to authorize the acquisition by easements of a portion of real properties located between Ridgewood Road and Locust Avenue in order to undertake drainage improvements that will improve the overall drainage in this area. These improvements have a positive impact on post-storm recovery and quality of life for numerous residents in the area of Ridgewood Road and Locust Avenue. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with the law.
I declare the hearing open.
Right, and as many people know, this is part of Mr. Vinayak and my flood mitigation work. And there will definitely be an improvement in drainage pre-storm and post-storm, and it'll be a really a good thing for that area.
Sounds great.
Any public comment? I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, Richard.
Sorry, that's all right.
It's 12:30.
That's right. I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading and that the township clerk be directed to publish this ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with the law.
Second.
I think, Chairman.
Yep, thank you for your second, Ms. Prupus. May I please have a roll call vote?
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Ordinance 2603-22, Mr. Vinayak is scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2603-22. An ordinance authorizing the acquisition by purchase of easement over a portion of real properties located at 817 Ridgewood Road, known as Block 611, Lot 6, 819 Ridgewood Road, known as Block 611, Lot 5, and 823 Ridgewood Road, known as Block 611, Lot 4, and appropriating the sum of $1 per easement acquisition to pay the cost thereof. The ordinance is being proposed to authorize the acquisition by easement of a portion of real properties located between Ridgewood Road and Locust Avenue in order to undertake drainage improvement that will improve the overall drainage in this area. These improvements will have a positive impact on post-storm recovery and quality of life for numerous residents in the area of Ridgewood Road and Locust Avenue. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open. Go sponsor it. Go ahead, Sanjeev.
You want to close the hearing?
You
Yeah.
get to.
Okay. I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to publish the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Pass. I was just kidding. Yes.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes, yes, yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you very much. Ordinance 2616-22, Mr. Wasserman is scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration ordinance titled Ordinance 2616-22, establishing a pedestrian mall pursuant to NJSA 40:56-65 in the township of Millburn, county of Essex, New Jersey. Establish a pedestrian mall on Main Street between Millburn Avenue and Essex Street. The purpose of this ordinance is to establish a pedestrian mall pursuant to NJSA 40:56-65 on Main Street between Millburn Avenue and Essex Street for outdoor dining and permitted uses through November 30th, 2022. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage and as advertised in accordance with the law.
I declare the hearing open.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm a fellow concerned resident. I think we need to do some history now. In the June of 2020, we shut down Main Street because of COVID. At the time you adopted a resolution doing that, there was no district management corporation. You had not yet adopted a new SID ordinance or creating a new district management corporation. Today, in March, we found out through Oprah, the state notified you they had to adopt a pedestrian mall ordinance to do this. Today's end of June. Why the delay to adopt this ordinance that you were required to do when you were notified in early March? When we talk about pedestrian mall, there's a statute. I thank Tara and Diane for meeting with me around 6:15 today, and I showed them the statute. There's some specific findings that are required by state statute to create a pedestrian mall? Or have you made those findings? We heard before that you gave notice of the hearing on the ordinance. That's different than surveying all the businesses that will be affected by this ordinance. In addition, there's questions about the artery. We're talking about closing down Main Street. We've had now 2 or 3 years knowing what happens during the summer when people are detoured coming in or coming out, and environmental concerns. That is something you had to make a finding about, that you're not impacting the flow of traffic. There's statutory findings you need to make. Let's talk about, we're still waiting for information of what happened in calendar year 2020 when you created this pedestrian mall prior to the District Management Corporation being established. We don't know what the costs were to operate this. We don't know what the cost of the entertainment was. We don't know the cost of the extra police. We don't know what the cost of the barriers were. We still haven't received those numbers. We always hear Westfield did it, Summit did it. Why can't we do it? Well, there was a big difference. Westfield and Summit had a district management corporation. We didn't. They complied by the SID statute. It comes back to cost, and we know what's happened because of the audit. The Marlowe who came from Westfield was never retained with a contract, and we paid public trust fund monies. This goes back to like the same repetitive pattern we've had all today. There's a statute to create a pedestrian mall. Did we comply with that statute? It's cookbook law. It requires specific findings. And one of the most major findings here is the impact on traffic. I mean, we have an environmental commission. I'm surprised they haven't been yelling and screaming about the excess costs of people going around the town. I'm saying there's a statute. You need to comply with the rule of law.
Thank you, Mr. Feld. Jesse, anybody online?
There's 3 people on that line.
Oh, are there? Okay.
Yeah.
Hi,
Hi.
I'm James Corcalis. I live on Parkview. This is going to work out about as well as the parking did a couple of years ago. You had to rip all that out. This is going to tie up traffic insanely. Rush hour now with through traffic. This is a main through street. When they did it in Westfield and they did it in Summit, they had side streets to do it. They didn't do it on main thoroughfares. This is a through street. I live on Parkview. Every time it backs up, everybody cuts around and comes through Parkview and they back up there. Again, this is a terrible idea. Now, let me ask the next question. If I had a restaurant down the street, why don't you close off Millburn Avenue for me? What makes this so special? Why? Because it worked during COVID? COVID was fine. It was a very extenuating circumstance. It was an emergency. It was a medical emergency. They tried to drum up business. You already took the street away for one of the restaurants across the street from the post office. Are you going to start doing that all over the place because you're closing Main Street? This is a terrible idea. I'm a planner. Did you have any traffic studies done? You don't need a traffic study. Just stand out there when they had it closed and traffic started again. Right now with through traffic, it backs up during rush hour in both directions. Again, to use a professional term, this really sucks.
Hi, my name is Frank Sacamandi, and I'm a concerned resident from Lee Terrace. It seems to me that proper procedure is not followed with this. There's no traffic study. There's been no survey to the businesses. And who decided that that's the street that's going to be closed? Are you going to charge the restaurants a fee for using the street? Because when I've seen it blocked off, the restaurants have their tables out in the middle of the street. Are they paying rent for that? Right? We're paying for extra police. We're paying for someone to go and set this up and tear it down, right? And we're probably paying them overtime to do it. Why isn't there revenue being collected? Or maybe there is, I don't know, tell us. But if there isn't, this is unfair to other businesses in other parts of town. You can't pick and choose, to favor one set of businesses over another. So I think this is just ill-conceived. It was implemented during COVID. That made sense. As people have said, it was an emergency then, and these businesses needed all the help they could get. We're under a different set of circumstances now, and this should not be passed. Thank you.
add one more thing, Jean Pasternak. I think that this, having this downtown and that street kind of underlines the whole feeling that the CID is really focused on the downtown, and the other areas of the districts that are included get far less for the assessment that they pay. I think also you have to think about the residents, because they're very inconvenienced. We see the traffic building up. I've heard so many people talk about it. It just seems to be a much different scenario now than it was before, just because people cannot get back to their homes. So I hope you will think independently, not just vote in coordination, listen to what people are saying. Jess, we have anybody online? Come on, Mr. Carlin. You're the next contestant.
Oh, yes. Okay. I have no conflicts here, but this is total insanity. Really, it's been a long time since I took economic geography or cartography, but this is nonsense. And I've spoken to people from other towns who try to come through Millburn when streets closed there, and they said this is nuts. And at times, it's called traffic, and you can't get through. And there are more cars than ever, even with $6 a gallon for premium. And that's another issue. And so people don't want to be backed up. They don't want to spend extra money for fuel and so forth. And the studies haven't been done. Some people will gain, sure, but others will definitely lose, because people will not be coming to Millburn because they don't want to spend the extra time waiting in line to get to further down towards the shop right. It will take longer to get to the shoe store or to the others, or to Splurge, or where the shoes can be happy, or whatever it's going to be, or to get my shoes repaired, whatever. It's not a great idea unless you do some great studies and say, yes, it's going to benefit a lot more people, benefit the township. Like I said, it's been a long time since I've taken economic geography or cartography or economics, but I do remember a little bit. Thank you. This should require a little bit more study.
Thanks,
I still have one more minute.
Thank
Goodbye.
you, sir. No, we have three.
No,
people.
three people. Not so fast.
Pass.
Good evening. Good morning.
Oh my
Perry Urso, 514 Millburn Avenue in Short Hills. So like I said during my earlier public comments, and didn't really get a response, with the exception of, I asked about, is the additional monies, or there's a monies within the budget for the police that are going to be at the Main Street closure. The only response I got was the who hires or who gets hired. More importantly is in fact that we do have the monies that are available to pay these police officers. And it is important to know what ranking officers are getting paid, because we have or doing the overtime, because if there are higher ranking that are getting these opportunities to do overtime, then it's going to cost a lot more money. So Mr. Wasserman, have you done your due diligence, and Mr. Vignac, as far as what police officers actually get this overtime? I also asked about a survey. Have you gone to the merchants, just as you said that you did when you were all for gung-ho for the CID, and you only went to a few select merchants and property owners? So have you talked to all your merchants and your property owners within that surrounding area? And if you do the comparison to Summit in Westfield, it is not a main artery. It's on Maple in Summit, I believe. And then the other street is in Westfield. It's parallel to Broad Street. So they are not closing main arteries of their towns. And what else did I want to say? I guess that's pretty much it, I think. But you needed to, nobody answered about surveys. Mr. Wasserman, did you do any surveys? Have you pounded the pavement to the local and the surrounding merchants in that area? And what's their idea about it? What's their feeling? Have you even come talk to me? Am I on your study, sir? Have you come and talked to my merchants that are my tenants? Have you come and talked to them? and to try to get what their input was about the downtown. And yes, like Ms. Pasternak says, the focus in you and what you're doing with this Main Street closure is, of course, for the CID, it benefits, it's everything is downtown. So maybe perhaps you can answer the questions now. I'm asking, do we have enough money within the budget for the police officers? Number one. What ranking police officers are getting paid overtime? What study and what merchants you have actually gone to talk to? Have you talked to each merchants on both sides of Main Street, on the other side of Millburn Avenue to Main Street, and then the other side of Essex? Have you talked to those merchants? Or is that something that has to be Oprah and then we'll be reprimanded because you don't answer the questions and we have to Oprah them and then you reprimand us?
Thank
And
you,
it
Ms.
wouldn't-
Urso. Thank you.
Thank
Have
you.
a nice evening.
Please answer our questions so I don't have to Oprah tomorrow morning. Thank you.
Nancy Stone, 266 Essex Street. I'm speaking as a merchant. I personally love the pedestrian mall. It's a lot of fun and wonderful when the people are dancing and singing and drinking and what have you. But it really only benefits the small amount of businesses on that block. I find it really fascinating that when the Burke was in power, or the mayor, everybody was against this pedestrian mall and they were fighting against it. And now Wasserman and his cronies over there are all in support of it because it's a great campaign site for them to walk around and do their campaigning over the summer. So all I can say is that if they're going to pay to play, have the businesses chip in for these bonus activities of having the police and the DPW tear down and break down. I think the weekends are enough. It doesn't have to be all week. You have people going to business. I know when I go down the block, it is just, the traffic is enormous. And I just think of, Diane talking about being on the squad and trying to make a turn. And, this whole concept, it's like it gets so backed up. And I mean, do you guys live in town? Do you ever ride in town at 2:30 in the afternoon when school lets out? Well, now we don't have the school anymore. But at the end of the day, there's people traveling. We're a main artery. Why don't you just close down Main Street while you're at, Millburn Avenue while you're at it? The weekends, I can understand, and I know that it's an expense, but if they want it so much, let the people that are on Millburn, that Main Street, pay for it and subsidize it. Why should we all have to pay for it? It's just not right. It's just wrong. And it doesn't matter what we say, because the three of you, you're going to vote yes. And we're here. I'm here in Florida. My daughter is due any day now. And I'm on this call for 5 hours listening to this meeting. And I'm thinking to myself, do I have better things to do? Yes, but that's how much I care about this town and the best interest of what's going on in this town. And you, Maggie, do not have the best interest. You have so disappointed me in your performance. It is shameful and you should be embarrassed.
Thank you. Have a nice evening.
Morning.
Or morning.
Right, so Richard, before you
Is
go
that
on.
everyone?
No, well, do we get to comment?
No, of course we do, but I'm just saying, is that everyone? I can't see.
Yeah, that's everybody.
That is everyone. Okay, Diane,
Okay,
go ahead.
briefly,
Should I just close the public hearing?
Yeah.
I move that this public hearing be closed and ordinance be adopted on the final reading, and the township clerk be directed to publish ordinance by title as passed on the final reading in accordance with the law.
Okay.
The public hearing.
Okay, so echoing what a few people said, Westfield and Summit, they're on grids. Many people know I was on the first aid squad for 15 years. When this first happened, I was really against it because I said, this is where the ambulances and the fire engines and everything else go. Complete Streets really was a mess. The fire truck has to now come down Spring Street and up Main. And then, we had COVID and it was really fun. And everyone admits, we walk into town most Friday nights for dinner and it is fun. However, I think it can be on just weekends or one-off for holidays. I just can't see closing it for the entire summer. And I know there will be people who will be upset with me because there are people who do love going there. It's just, and I never even thought about, does the Standard and EVU and Fiamma pay into that? I mean, they're doubling the size of their restaurants. They literally get to double their tabletops. Are they paying for this?
Well, all I'll say is that they pay for a cafe license, which in the last 2 years, nobody in town had paid for a cafe license. So, but I think if that's something that the committee wishes to explore, if this ends up, I think that does make some sense.
What is the cafe license based on the number of tabletops they put out?
Yes.
So the Standard is putting out like 30 tables, 40 tables?
Yeah, and I think the again, depending on what occurs with the ordinance, I think this is something that can be explored.
What are they paying for a cafe license?
So
The standard
the max is $450.
$450. Oh, man.
And then double the size of the restaurant.
We're like
But that's the max. That's the max.
subsidizing.
I mean, that's
they
the max
double
for
it.
everybody too.
Yeah.
But even in Lemon, I mean, they've got the courtyard in the back, which was always historically where people ate when it was the brick oven. And you're not eating on a street with cars coming by. La Pergola, they took care of their issue with expanding their tables in the back. I just think we have to be really conscious of vehicular safety. I think that it is not fair to Silico and Cafe Monet. I had dinner the other night, it was delicious, by the way, and plug to them. And I just think that it should not be closed permanently for 8 weeks. And we can do one-offs and not break the bank when we're doing it. And
Okay.
remember, we're not a grid like Summit and Westfield.
Right. So just a couple comments. So we did go to the police earlier in the year to ask for their analysis in terms of us doing this last year. And there were no major problems that they pointed out in terms of their analysis, in terms of accidents or vehicular, problems. There definitely is some backed up traffic. I mean, that's part of the equation, absolutely. But I would tell you that it's a major draw to the township. It's not just a draw to Main Street from what I see. I'm there often. I'm having dinner with my wife and kids and friends. And what I see often is people from neighboring towns are at most of the tables. I ask people where they're from, and a lot of them we're drawing people from all the surrounding towns. So I think it is a benefit to all the businesses. But I do understand and agree that I think that the Standard and EVU and some other merchants, that they should pay their fair share. And I think we should look into that.
Mr. Wasserman, have they found that, let's just say you go to the Standard and it's like a 40-minute wait. Somebody thinks, well, I don't want to wait 40 minutes. Have we found that the other restaurants then are benefiting from the overflow?
I mean,
If the music isn't necessarily what they want, but maybe they want to go to La Pergola and they're open, or other restaurants within the town, are they
Yeah,
benefiting as well?
the Standard quite often has a line and a waiting list. And I find that those people definitely, use our other restaurants, although I can tell you exactly. But I will tell you that I do think it's a very big benefit for the township. It worked. And the other thing that's really important is that, we ask people to stay local, to dine local, to eat local, shop local, play chess local, to bring your kids there. If part of what we're asking our public is to do these things local, then we have to give them a place to do it. And I think the Main Street closure really benefits the town, and it's a great place of engagement. And we also have a tremendous music program. I see people coming for music all the time because they like different bands that have been playing there. So I understand some of the frustration with traffic. I understand that it is that it could be a little unfair. We could approach, I think that's something we could talk to Explore Millburn about in terms of getting some of the local merchants to pay, pay more. But, and in terms of police, we have no say over who, what rank officers are there. So with that,
Thank you.
Wait, Richard, there's 3 restaurants who use it. If we took the cost of what it costs, because I've spoken to DPW guys. I'm not necessarily in favor. If you took the price to set it up, sorry, Alex. I talk to everybody. It's, well, I don't, whatever. So now you'll probably tell not to talk to me anymore. But let's suppose we take what it costs for the cops.
Yeah.
And if we were to break it down each weekend, and those 3 restaurants pay it. They're the ones who are doubling their restaurant. So let Standard, Fiammo, and Evu say, we want it just on weekends. And it costs this much for the cops overtime. And let them put it into that fund. I don't know, could that work?
That's.
Yeah, so there's a few things here. Is one is that it's a pedestrian mall. So while it is about those restaurants, and I can understand the sentiment and what's being expressed, but it's also other programming that goes on there. I know that they have chess tournaments, they're having yoga, they're having different things like that. And whether, again, you're creating a space that I'm not, look, this is your decision. This is a township committee decision. This is an ordinance that you're looking to pass. However, back in March, we passed a resolution that indicated the desire to go forward with this. While I understand that COVID is over, it is, or quote over, it is the summer and traffic is lighter, and this ordinance does not tie the hands of the municipality to have this closed for the entire summer and nothing else, or in perpetuity if something is not working. I think also, if I can just make one other point, is that, the reason I laugh at it is just a strange thing for the DPW to be in favor of or not in favor of, in the end, if we close it down for the summer, it's one time, close it, right? It's not close it, open it, close it, open it, close it.
There is an efficiency with that. But I'm just saying to my colleagues here, like, if you really want people to stay in town and eat in town and listen to music in town, you have to give them a place to do it. And it's been successful.
Wasn't that part of what we wanted to have MKW to open up the front of Taylor Park so we could have the music on the avenue down there? Wasn't that, I don't know what's even happened to MKW. But what I'm saying is, wasn't, Richard, that was part of the plan, that one day Main Street's not going to be closed if they ever build on the dump, and if we make it 2-way traffic. So the idea was to be in the ready planning to have in front of the park be used for that music. I know Steve Miller wanted that, I know Paper Mill wanted that, and we're not going to move the roses. We've listened to the residents. We're not going to take away the
We're
roses.
talking about this, with all due respect, we're talking about it right now, this summer, not next summer or the summer after. I mean, that's something for the future. We're talking about right now in this summer.
So do I have a second to pass this ordinance? Second. Okay, roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
I'm gonna represent, even though I love the closure and going there, I'm gonna represent all the voices that have been expressed who don't want it to happen this summer. So I'm gonna vote no.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglow,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ordinance introduction. I would like to note that there were revisions to the draft overlay zoning ordinances 2604-22, 2605-22, 2606-22, 2607-22, and 2608-22, which were previously made available and are scheduled for introduction this evening. The revisions provide language to exclude rooftop decks and other rooftop amenities from the accessory use section for all of the proposed overlay zoning ordinances. The ordinance as introduced will also be posted on our website. I'm going to sponsor ordinance 2604-22.
If I could just make a comment
Yeah.
on 2604-22, that is the
The-
establishment of the B2A, B2B, and B2C zones.
Are you sure that's?
No, it's
No, it's
OR1, 2, and
OR1.
3.
Oh, I'm off. Okay, all right. Just, but on, let me just ask that question. On that particular ordinance, is it the intention of Ms. Prupus and Ms. Eglo to recuse?
I'm not recusing on anything anymore. No, I'm done. I have no
Okay.
conflict of interest.
This is.
I have to vote on the settlement.
No, I'm looking at 2606-22, which is the B2. I just want to understand who's recusing when we do these ordinance introductions. I'm advising that the mayor would recuse herself on the one that deals with Canoe Brook Golf Club.
So you're talking about the Annie says one.
Yeah, I'm talking about the establishment of the, what was the B2 zone?
B2.
Yeah, okay, that's got the Annie says in there? Yeah. Okay.
And keep in mind, Andy says is its
Oh,
own
sorry.
ordinance
Oh, this
already
is,
established and already passed.
Okay, so this is, okay. Well, if we have, this is the 40 units per acre where the commons is and moving forward.
Yep.
No, why do I have to recuse on that?
We were only going on past recusals.
That was
And
only
it-
because the Annie says part.
Okay. All right, I just want to understand.
Yeah, no,
What-
we don't
what's-
have to recuse. No, moving on.
I'm not recusing on
Oh, fall
anything
asleep.
anymore.
Hi.
Yeah, okay, all right, all right.
Hi. All right, so here we go. Okay, I would like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2604-22, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. This has got to do with, let's just see. Alex, do you want to talk to people about the OR1 zone and what that is and what we're,
I'm gonna let the individuals that have been sitting here.
Mr. Graham? Thank you, sir.
So this ordinance, the first one that we're discussing this evening, 2604-22, this amends the permitted principal uses in the OR1 district to permit multifamily housing developments at the density prescribed in the settlement agreement. And that density has set forth in the settlement, I don't know, in the state is 20 units per acre.
And can you explain where this is in the town?
This is located at the Hilton site and out on JFK Park.
37 acres, is that right?
Correct.
At only 20 per acre, and the rooftop deck ordinances are put back in.
Yep.
Which the planning board had decided was not consistent with the master plan. And all of a sudden, they have been put back in tonight, after we, in full transparency, got an email, wait, they're all back in, right? Everything's a townwide ban on rooftop decks.
The buildings.
On these,
On these buildings, but wasn't that what the planning board said was inconsistent?
Yes. They voted and said that it was inconsistent with the
To
master
have a
plan.
townwide ban, yeah. So Mr. Cosgrove, in full transparency, that's his, his thing, he hates it, he said it. And all of a sudden, he sends us an email today, and all of a sudden they're put back in. Isn't that amazing?
Yeah, and I would just say that the reason that they were removed was not as a result of the planning board's inconsistency vote,
December.
and last year, when this was originally presented to the public and put into the public and Jay was at that meeting and others were at that meeting, the rooftop deck and rooftop amenity accepting those from accessory uses was in there. So through various versions, whatever, this was, I'm sorry, are you mocking me right
No,
now?
I'm not saying it's in, it's out, we're all
Yeah.
tied, it's in, it's out, it's in.
Okay, well,
Okay,
I'm just
not
letting you
mocking
know
you.
that it wasn't as a result of the planning board's,
And it wasn't a result of Mr. Cosgrove.
correct, because it was originally
emailing us?
in there.
Oh,
What happens to the Hilton, the bar? Is that, are they told they can't have a rooftop bar there now?
You can correct me if I'm wrong, that's not being addressed in this
Graham,
particular.
can you just tell us specifically what the roof deck, what that applies to? Can you explain in plain English?
Yeah, so it's addressing permitted accessory uses, indoor and outdoor residential amenity spaces except for rooftop spaces. So it's
Multifamily?
Right, speaking to the multifamily,
but not commercial,
not necessarily the commercial.
not commercial interest. So this is multifamily housing?
Mhm.
Okay.
And and as Alex indicated, there's been a lot of versions to this. You know, we've gone through a pretty long public process. We had 2 roundtable sessions, one here in person in this room, one on Zoom. We shared these drafts. They've been posted for folks. Through the iteration, some of the language has been mixed up a little bit, but we've tightened everything up, and we now have everything here.
So this would ban rooftop decks on multifamily housing.
Yes, that are associated as accessory use for multifamily.
And then, so this wouldn't apply to like a bar, like a commercial building, there's a bar on the roof that has no bearing on that.
Correct, that could be a separate policy decision. by the
Does
township.
Woodmont have its own ordinance in here?
Yes. Yes, separate.
So what happens when, because of all the conversations back and forth, what happens? Like, will they sue us over it, or like, to be like, well, or?
This actually, the way that these ordinances are written are then all consistent with what occurred with the Annie Says property as well as the Woodmont
Oh, I
property.
thought Woodmont was like fighting that they wanted a rooftop deck.
They are, however, the ordinance states that it has a rooftop deck ban.
Oh, but I thought that that's what they're like coming and saying, that we're not complying with it because we put that in there and that wasn't part of
Didn't the judge rule for us
fair
on this?
or.
No, I don't think there's, I don't think there's been any, you are correct that they're upset about it. However, and what they will do, I can't really say, but yes, they were not pleased with that particular.
Because the
provision
original
being put.
ordinance didn't have anything, and they were just coming to say like, oh, this isn't fair. I think that was part of their.
Yeah, they had-
objection.
they had mentioned that
I'm
in
just
the
letting
fairness
people
hearing,
know,
yeah.
kind of give some history of fairness, so, got it.
And also just for the benefit of the township committee, and to round out the process here, it'll be very similar to the rooftop process that was discussed in December of last year, whereby these ordinances will go on referral to the planning board. You'll get the same advisory report back on these ordinances from the planning.
Before the final
Correct.
passage, okay.
So they will have the opportunity to weigh in on these ordinances.
Great, thank you. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. May I have a second?
I second that.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Vinayak, you're scheduled to sponsor ordinance number 2605-22.
Looking for that. I would like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2605-22, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. Do you want to talk, Graham?
I'm just there.
Yeah.
So good evening, everybody. Once again, this ordinance that is currently under discussion is the commercial medical office zone pursuant, once again, to the settlement agreement that the township has executed. This incorporates multifamily housing developments as a permitted principal use within the CMO zone at a density not to exceed 18 dwelling units per acre. I did also just want to note, given the nature of this zone, where it permits some wholesale business, light assembly manufacturing, warehouses, and ambulatory surgical facilities, we did create language to limit the combination of those uses in proximity to multifamily housing, given that they may not be compatible for those types of uses.
And I would just add one more comment here. Whatever we're doing with fair share housing is still 2025. We have so much energy right now talking about fair share housing. If we can go back to the state and talk to assemblymen and also start thinking how you want to handle from 2025 to 2035.
Next round.
We should plan now than actually again going behind the 8 ball and be in the situation again.
Right.
But you've already allowed them to destroy our zoning for the whole town. CMO is gonna be more protected than Millburn Avenue.
That's
CMO, which is tucked
absurd.
in the
That's so
back.
absurd how that's so
Right,
low.
CMO is below ShopRite. Well, no.
It is. It's just
Right.
absurd.
But Millburn Avenue is gonna have 6 stories, but this is going to be.
Not 6, we got it down to 4.
Well, in 2025, you're not protected in 25.
Yes.
We
You're
are?
telling me you're protected in 2025?
up until.
But let's fight now.
Okay.
It stands.
I'm never gonna be done talking about this, Sanjeev.
Okay,
I
so,
move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19, 2022.
may I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Thol Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank you. Ordinance 2606-22, Mr. Washman, you're scheduled to sponsor.
1 second. Okay, I'd like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2606-22, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. Alex, or I should say, Graham, do you want to take us through this?
Sure, certainly. So the draft ordinance before you this evening for introduction modifies the existing B2 zone to create 3 sub-districts of the B2 zone pursuant to the settlement agreement that was executed by the township. As stipulated in the settlement agreement, the B2 zone will have 2 varying densities along Morris Turnpike. The density in the contained within the settlement agreement is 18 dwelling units per acre. Along Millburn Avenue, the density requirement in the settlement agreement is 40 dwelling units per acre. Here in the draft that we prepared, the B2A and B2B sub-districts of this zone will be located along Morris Turnpike and have a density of 18 dwelling units per acre. And the B2C sub-district zone is located along Millburn Avenue and have a density of 40 units per acre pursuant to the agreement.
No.
Sorry, just kidding. Okay. Mr. Washman.
Okay, yes, I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed at first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized and have the ordinance published in accordance with the law in the item and hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022.
May I have a second?
Second,
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Thol Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm scheduled to sponsor ordinance number 2607-22, procedure for introducing an ordinance on first reading. It is the ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. Would you like to, this is for the B4, would you like? to
Sure,
go ahead,
certainly.
Greg?
So once again, as we've been discussing this evening, the draft ordinance here before you makes amendments consistent with the requirements of the settlement agreement to incorporate a residential density within the B4 zone, the downtown area. I do just want to note that this district is unique in that residential is already a permitted use within the B4 zone. And this just establishes a density provision consistent with the requirements of the settlement agreement at 25 units per acre.
And is this allowing 4 stories now in the downtown?
This, the post draft before you will allow 4 stories only on 2 blocks adjacent to the Millburn train station, with a step back at the 4th story of, there's a step back of 15 feet at the 4th story. That's where the front facade wall must be set back 15 feet from the lower facade walls.
And where
And
exactly?
this is consistent with the recommendations of the township's 2018 master plan, which recommend incorporation of 4th story in areas adjacent to the Millburn train station.
So is that on Essex Street?
That is the block between Essex and Millburn Avenue. Those 2 blocks adjacent to the Millburn train station.
I can't figure out what you're talking about. I'm sorry, be clearer.
Investors Bank,
Investors,
like that area, Acres Realty.
Correct.
Across from the
parking lot.
Millburn Diner.
across from the Millburn Diner. Is this, are we talking about what potentially would be lot 7?
No,
No.
not that side.
That's not in the
No.
B4.
Right.
Not yet.
Okay.
So all of a sudden now we care about the 2018 master plan? Just asking.
Rhetorically, not to you, Graham. You're always, you just
Well, it's
breathe,
funny how we
it's
care
fine.
about, Graham, I'm very
You-
tired of
you-
being very snarky,
It's okay.
but sometimes it's funny how things keep changing for when they need to accommodate certain situations.
I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law on the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms.
Ms.
Gaddy?
Prupus,
Oh, no, no.
I didn't fall asleep. I'm still here. Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Thol-Eglo,
No,
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes. The next ordinance I will have to recuse from.
am I reading this one?
No,
Oh,
Sanjeev is.
Sanjeev is.
I would like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2608-22. Ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and zoning ordinance. Graham?
Sure. So this draft ordinance before you, again, as we've discussed this evening, is consistent with the provisions set forth in the Township Settlement Agreement to incorporate a residential density permitted at the Canoe Country Club site. The ordinance before you establishes permission for a residential multifamily affordable housing overlay district in this area at the maximum density yield of 8 dwelling units per acre.
Okay, before Mayor Becker left, she asked me to remind you and ask you if you had been able to research that the Canoe Country Club is on some kind of special wetlands, aquifers, and that this probably should never have been included. But then we discussed how she knows people who go there and they are flush with money at Canoe Country Club. They're not going under. So why this is even included is to what, just like look good for fair share housing? Because they're, even if they would go under, you can't build on what kind of water that is.
I can't speak to the report to why it was concluded as a provision with the settlement agreement. I can tell you that, any site plan application, development application that would be made for this property would be subject to engineering review and other provisions of site plan. So that research would need to be done and demonstrated that it could be executed and buildable to the planning board for any application process.
So Mayor Becker wanted it on the record, so it's on the record, and that's it, on the record.
Okay.
Oh,
I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law in the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022.
may I have a second?
Second.
Roll call.
Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Thol-Eglo,
No,
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
This ordinance does not pass.
Right.
You're up.
There. Right.
Where are we?
It's
Oh,
2617
2617. Oh,
22.
Got it.
Oh, wait, just kidding. No, no, no. Maggie's up.
Oh,
Maggie's up.
and Maggie?
Arboretum. Arboretum.
Oh, Arboretum.
Yeah, sorry.
Got it.
Then we're in, then me, and then we're done.
I'll read anything.
Okay. I am scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2614-22, which is an ordinance authorizing execution of a lease agreement between the township and the Poor Hartshorn Arboretum and Bird Sanctuary. Questions?
Nothing, but I do want to say that we did resolve our issues.
Okay, so the purpose of this ordinance is the execution of a lease between the township of Core Hartshorn Arboretum and Bird Sanctuary, who are responsible for running programs and services in accordance with the will of Core Hartshorn, who bequeathed the land to the township of Millburn. No questions?
I just think that the draft agreement should have been given out to the public.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Also, the Arboretum, are they on board? They feel good about this, Alex? Arboretum?
They've agreed to it.
Yeah, they were happy.
They're like,
Yeah.
Are happy.
Are we able to put the lease agreement on the website? I mean, is it a public?
It's gonna be as a part of the, the ordinance.
So it'll be public. Okay.
Awesome. So I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with law on the item and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. May I have a second?
Second.
roll call vote, please. Yes.
I do need, before you get, I need one minor edit to be made to the actual lease agreement. Just, it's very small. In item number 2, it says, the term of this lease shall be for 10 years, and I had changed it to 5.
Yes.
So that there's only 5-year periods instead of this initial 10-year period. The difference is that it still says 10, but the years indicate 2022 to 2027, so it just needs to be changed to 5.
So do I have to amend that motion?
Right, so now we need a motion to,
My apologies.
that's all right.
I have a question for Alex. when
Go
we
go
get
ahead,
to that.
go
Okay.
ahead. Let's get it all
Can
done.
you just speak to what the changes were? With the lease?
There were very few
For the
changes.
public, like-
Yeah, there are very few changes to the lease agreement, with the exception of the length of time initially, and there were some more significant changes to the insurance. We made some changes based on our discussion with our new risk manager from Meeker Sharkey to make sure that we had sufficient indemnification and other language in their insurance was.
Got it.
Those were the only changes.
So Alex, every 5 years, the future township committee
Correct.
will look at this.
Correct.
Okay.
So you need a motion to, on first reading for ordinance 2614-22 as amended.
So moved.
No, it's as amended, that the term is 5 years instead of 10.
So moved.
So moved. We motion.
And second.
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 Okay,
Good.
yeah, now roll call.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ordinance 2617-22, Mr. Wasserman, you were scheduled to sponsor.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'd like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2617-22, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Millburn Development Regulations and Zoning Ordinance. Graham, do you want to take us through it?
Sure. So this ordinance that's before you this evening is not directly related to the settlement agreement, but it is in response to an opportunity that we saw to help mitigate impacts and protect residential homeowners in the township and increase and further advance existing buffer requirements to include requirements for buffering from multifamily housing developments or mixed-use buildings within those zones. So just briefly, when the property of a non-residential use multifamily housing development or any combination thereof abuts property in a single family zone or any other residential use, there is required to now be a buffer strip between those properties. In addition, we're requiring a fence to be installed off the property line with landscape screening so that adjacent residential properties look at not a raw fence or a new vinyl fence, they look at a landscape buffer and then a fence behind.
So this is more protection for our
Correct.
residents.
Yeah, and I want to take this opportunity to thank all the residents that participated in our roundtable discussions on the affordable housing overlay.
And this was a result of that.
This was a direct result of their input, so we appreciate the opportunity to help support them and further protect them.
And I
in this
appreciate Richard
process.
wanting to protect the residents on this one.
Thank you.
So
I do have one minor technical edit that I did just want to make. In the first line, 609.3 at the top of the ordinance, it says within and then it lists all of the residential zones. You'll note, as we discussed previously, we eliminated the B2 and now have 3 B2 districts. So it'll say the CD, B1, B2A, B, C, just like that, and then B3. So we're going to replace B2 with the 3 sub-districts.
Can you just read that
Sure,
in its entirety then?
Yep, so it'll say the CD, comma, B1, comma, B2A, comma, B2B, comma, B2C, comma, and then proceed with B3, B4.
Okay,
All those districts.
so you're gonna move the ordinance as amended.
I move this ordinance as amended be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law in the item and for the hearing and final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022.
may I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
No.
Deputy Mayor Eglo,
No.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes. Thank you. Ordinance 2618-22. Ms. Prupus, you're scheduled to sponsor.
I would like to present an ordinance titled ordinance number 2618-22, bottom ordinance providing for the township's allocable share of the flood mitigation facilities project phase 3 of the joint meeting of Essex and Union counties by and for the township of Millburn in the county of Essex, state of New Jersey, appropriating $2,445,000. Therefore, and authorizing issuance of a $2,445,000 bonds or notes to finance the cost thereof. I mentioned this earlier. Alex, do you have anything you want to add?
What is this, Alex?
Yeah, so this is a flood project that's being done by the joint meeting, which is our, of Essex and Union. That's where the township's sewage gets sent to. They're doing a flood prevention through FEMA. So essentially what we are putting up is our percentage of those costs, and FEMA is reimbursing 90% of that. Our total cost at the end of this $99 million project with the joint meeting, I think, which they are expecting some escalation as a result of the length of time that's taking, but our total cost is going to be approximately $600,000 when it's all said and done. We have to put up these notes. Huh?
What are we doing in here?
We're protecting our entire sewer system.
Yeah, so it's a flood mitigation project when it comes to multiple aspects of the sewage treatment plant in Elizabeth, including, making sure that floodwaters don't get into the wells and different things like that, or the pit. So there a variety of things. It's a $99 million project total.
Are they doing something in Millburn or
No,
they're doing it in?
no, this is all, this is all at the main facility in
But
Elizabeth.
how come we didn't get notice of this? Like, this is just recent?
I'm not sure about this particular one. This has happened in the past, but this particular one is more recent. Yeah.
I mean, we just got it. Like within like the last couple weeks.
As far as I know, yes.
I mean, it's just very short notice for
Yeah,
$2.5 million.
mitigation I'm part of, and finance committee I'm
No,
part
it's
of,
not.
so
It's not the same thing as
No,
flood
this is-
mitigation.
this
It's
is-
a joint meeting.
finance
This
wise.
is joint, this
I
is
know,
joint,
but
this
we're
is
approving
Tara's committee that she serves on down in Elizabeth. Is this the first you've heard of it, Tara?
That we talked about it?
No, is this the first you've heard of this? Did we
Well,
have any
it
notice?
got moved over to Alex. I mean, you've had like,
I didn't see this.
oh no, this I
particular
got
note.
today.
Yeah.
I asked just to have something to talk to you guys. Like Alex didn't have this email. I got this email, but the ordinance was,
But was this
there, and the
discussed in their
planning.
meetings? Was this ever discussed in their meetings?
yes, we discussed it in the meetings.
No, well, I'm talking about the joint. I mean, this just came up. I mean, was it discussed at the joint meeting?
Yeah, it was discussed. at the joint
Is this
meeting.
for 2018? Wait, this is really important.
This
Af-
isn't new.
You're right, this
yeah.
is not new.
This has
is
been
when
going on for
Sam
years.
Levy
This was
the
discussed probably
liaison.
when you were there last year,
Yeah.
Richard. Like, this isn't a new
No,
project.
I
This
never
is
heard of it.
phase 3 of the
We are going
project.
to
I never heard
do
of
a
it.
bid, and we're going
What?
to get it back from FEMA?
90%,
Okay, thank you.
90%, okay? Go ahead, Tara.
All right, thanks, guys. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance published in accordance with the law of the item and hearing for final passage on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022.
May I please have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Ms. Prupus,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Thal-Eglo,
Yes.
Mr. Vinayak,
Yes.
Mr. Wasserman,
Yes.
Mayor Miggins.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Old business. So we are going to talk about the proposed two-way traffic circulation design for Millburn Avenue and Essex Street. Have we gotten any?
Yeah.
Refer to you, Mr. McDonald.
I think, at this point, I would like to offer up,
Push it off.
yes,
Yep,
and
be my
making sure that, we can place this proposal on the agenda and have Colliers come present again. It has been some time, talking about two-way traffic on specifically on Essex Street.
And can we, the last time Ms. Prupus recommended, and I have to agree with her, is notifying the businesses along there so that they have knowledge of it as well.
Yes,
The businesses along Essex so that they can have their voices heard.
This is just a study, so.
I know, but to
we
let,
should-
to let the, exactly.
No, it makes sense, but I'm saying this is still a study.
Yeah, I know, but just to make them aware of it. That's all. That's all.
We'll let them, we'll let those businesses or property owners know that it's gonna be on for the next meeting.
Perfect. Okay, thank you, Mr. McDonald. Does any committee member have any other old business they wish to discuss?
Yeah, 4 quick things. I know you all want to go home. You talk about the dumpster ordinance, you're working on that to see that they should be screened in and chained and locked up so they,
We're looking, I mean, we are looking at that from a subcommittee standpoint. However, as I had mentioned before, I'm trying to address the particular issue that's driving this. And I know there are some others, but the particular issue that's driving this, which is behind the standard live breads, umi sushi, footer, that issue separately.
and Ling, Miss Lynn's.
Yeah, I know that's the other area that
Yeah,
you're
they all
concerned
have
about.
to be like chained and they all have to be
Well,
screened in.
I mean,
Should be.
We're gonna come up
Yeah.
with some
We
solutions.
need an ordinance
Okay.
for that, I think.
Sandeep, is anything new with the 9/11 dispatch? We haven't heard anything about what's going on. How's it working out with Springfield was brought on? Have
No,
those
good.
meetings, those board meetings?
No,
Just-
nothing.
Nothing?
As usual.
Okay, somebody asked me, does the town still give out rabies shots?
Yes.
They do?
Mhm.
Okay, I said, I have no idea. They didn't know if they got rid of it because we have animal control. I get my dog to the vet. so-
Yeah, I mean, most people get them at the vets,
Yeah.
but we can talk, I can discuss with Animal Control Solutions when they would be able to have a clinic. Usually it's in February.
Okay, and then MKW, when's our next meeting about, talking about the park? You know?
I do not know.
I do not know either.
I mean,
I do not know this. Okay,
You get a chance, anything on the Highland Avenue?
no,
From the
nothing,
Utility company that is
nothing
doing
yet.
the road.
Anybody else?
Can we put Millburn, can we do a social media post about Millburn Reach so that we can let people know that, because that's the new.
Oh, Millburn Alert?
Millburn Alert,
Yeah.
yeah, just to
I think
go
we've
back.
done them.
Yeah,
haven't we?
I mean,
We've been
It's not
doing
yeah,
them.
and we
it
should
hasn't been out
continue.
there very much.
We should,
yeah.
it's
Yeah.
continue,
It
we should
needs-
continue
yeah,
to
It should
let
be a
people know.
weekly
I
thing.
mean,
the
And we will
link didn't
continue.
work. I tried to hit the link on the Twitter, whatever. I'll try again.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, honestly, the best way is to go on the website and go to emergency alerts and sign up.
but people won't even know, we'd have to just let people know that's even an option and available, just beyond. the
Yeah, I mean, people that are
listening right now.
currently on Swift have gotten that email multiple times
Mhm.
to go on, sign up
Yeah,
and read.
I'm talking about new
register
people
and
like
stuff
that one new guy,
Yeah.
that young guy that moved into town.
Yeah,
Mr. Washington?
Yeah,
did
yeah,
you
I
wish
just
to say
want one
something?
last comment. Alex, can we look into upgrading our, our service, our cameras in here?
we just
I mean, but
spent
then,
a
but didn't
serious
they,
amount of money on
but
this.
didn't they but we didn't get new equipment. We got,
Yeah,
I mean, are all the cameras are new?
yeah, this.
Oh, I thought they just
we-
came in and maintained it.
No, we have a new equalizer and all this. Look, as with technology,
Happens.
it does happen.
Okay.
We've been doing this for so
Yeah.
many months and without issue, and we apologize, and so.
Man plans, God bless.
Yep.
May I have a motion to adjourn the
Wait,
meeting?
no, I have a new business to bring up.
Oh, you do?
You didn't
Did I
say,
not
is there
say new
any?
business? New
order
business?
Yeah,
We're
so
gonna-
I want, it's really quick, but I want the draft agreements to be given out to the public. So we talked about the Arboretum lease and the beehive development, like those documents that we are discussing, the public should have the opportunity to read them as well. So I think that's a pretty easy thing that we can do, and we can talk about it at old business at the next
Should
meeting.
be on the website, right?
Okay, so may I have a motion to adjourn the
Motion,
meeting?
motion to adjourn.
Second?
Second.
All right. Thank you, Millburn Short
Goodbye.
Hills.